Hey, J-Bone Nation! Shaming of Jay. He's not a dopey dumb bitch. He gets laid. The court jester. The court DJ. It's time to dive into the case. To the case.
Good morning, everybody. Thanks so much for being here. Good morning, good morning, good morning. What is going on? Sorry, I don't think I set this up for to be on the kick machine. Oh, son of a B. I gotta fix that. I see it's not on kick, so let me. What's up, MJ, Dizzy, Catherine, Jonathan? I don't know how I forgot to put this on kick. I got to fix this. I got to fix it, Karen. It should be on there. Good morning, CH, Stevie, Dizzy, Jonathan, Sheila. I don't know why this isn't on there. Sarah, Carrie, Tina, Shelly, Bonnie and Donnie, Joanne. Hello, Spring Kim, Donna, Michelle, Jesse, Mary C. Good morning, everyone. Thanks for being here. Karen, the society page. Thanks for being here. Sarah. Teresa from Ireland. What's up, Teresa? Thanks, everyone, for being here. Yeah, today we're going to go into a little deep dive. Hey, Natalie. Into Jeff Lacasse. For folks who have been following the Young Thug YSL trial, it is on vacation. They are on a break until after the holidays. I don't see any new trials starting this week, so I figured we would do this since there's really no new trial that's going on. Hey, Amber. Amber is using the Justice for Dan emoji, which was made by Mandy, which I've been able to add some new emojis since we have new members. So thank you all so much for that. Thank you all so much for being there at the premiere yesterday. I really appreciated that. That was really nice of everyone to support and be there for my first kind of long form edited video. Gonna start making more of those. Hello, Dr. Shankar. Thanks for being here. Hello from India. So thank you so much for being there yesterday and supporting me. I really appreciate it. What's up, Chloe and Sally? Before I start the interrogation video, it's in the description, but again, it is from Mentor Lawyer's page, which is now Deep Dive True Crime, which I have in the description. So this is where he has like so much stuff, so much background, so much info on his page. Make sure you're subscribed if you're not already. Good morning, Elizabeth Betty C. Hey, thank you so much, Missy. I appreciate that. So I guess without further ado, I'm gonna set up this YouTube, but then I'm gonna I'm gonna set up some. We're on Kick too. I don't know what's going on, why it's not on Kick. Oh, Teresa, signing up to the Bows.
I'm with you, buddy. We're gonna be buddies. We're gonna be pals. We're gonna wrestle around.
Thank you so much, Teresa. Guys, get out the Capri Suns in the chat. Teresa has become a beau. Thank you so much, Teresa. Welcome. Good morning, Tracy. Thank you, Amber. I really appreciate that. Thanks, MJ. Appreciate it. All right, so let me set up. Karen's listening to the jail calls. Yeah, so many jail calls out. So many. All right, so let's set this up here, folks. Let me stop talking. Hey, Jesse. Squadoosh. And here we go. The first police interview was July 21st which is 3 days after Dan was shot, 2 days after he was, he died the next day. And this is the first. There's 2 interviews we're going to watch. One from July 2014 and one from March 2015. From all accounts and purposes that I've seen, Jeff seems like a really good dude. All his testimony, all his interviews, just a really good guy, seems like to me. Got caught up in the web, the Adelson web. So here we go. Here is the first interrogation, which let me just make sure I have this set up right. Here we go.
Okay. All right. Mr. Lacasse, I appreciate you.
All right. And clearly I don't have it set up right because the screen is not. Hold on a second. Sorry, guys. When I was editing, I messed up my screens, and now this is not the right size. Hold on. Sorry about that. So I just like to have it so you can see the chat and then also have this on here. So you're going to see me real time screw this up. But it's okay. We're going to fix it here. So that should be a little bit better there. And now you can't see. All right, hold on. All right, hopefully that's better. Here we go.
Coming in and talking with me here. Like I said, we're still in the preliminary stages of this investigation.
Yeah.
Your name did come up,
of course.
Because you were associated at some point with Wendi,
of course,
which is his ex-wife, as I'm sure you know.
Yeah.
So I'm basically just, I appreciate you coming in.
Sure.
I want to ask you some questions, kind of figure out where you were, if you've heard anything, if you have any information that would be helpful to us.
Yeah.
Just kind of run that whole gamut. Okay, so...
Can I ask one question before you get started? Is this...
I'm sorry?
Is this on the record as I give you this
Yes,
statement?
yeah, it's on the record.
Is there any opportunity to talk off the record, or that's not possible?
No, it's possible.
Okay, we do on the record first, and I have a couple theoretical things that
Sure.
I want to be quoted on, but... That
Yeah.
Okay.
Is that Windrush Village?
It is.
Apartment 41?
Mm-hmm.
How do you like the neighborhood over there?
It's cheap. It's $500 a month. I'm saving for a house, so...
Oh, okay. You got to do what you got to do.
Yeah.
I used to live right over there off of Claremont.
Yeah, sure,
Which
sure.
is right there across the road from
That's
it,
right,
so-
that's over there, yeah.
Well, like you said, it's kind of cheap over there.
Yeah.
That's where I first moved when I got out of college. But
Gotcha.
anyway, that's neither here nor there. Do you have any contact numbers that I can reach you at? Should I
Sure.
need to talk to you later?
Sure.
I think I talked to you on a 294 number.
That's the number. That's the only number I have.
That's your number.
Yeah.
Okay, I got that one. Just tell me a little bit about yourself as far as your background and
Sure,
stuff like
sure,
that,
sure.
and kind of what you and Wendi.
Yeah, absolutely. Actually got my PhD here at Florida State from 2000 to 2008.
Okay.
Graduated from FSU, went to Arizona for 5 years, and this is my first year back. So I met Wendi maybe a month after I got back. Met her in September of 2013.
Okay.
We were
Sorry, guys. I am trying to get this on Kick, and it's not working. So this might be just a YouTube only and Facebook. So sorry about that. And while you're here, if you could hit that like button, get this in the algorithm, greatly appreciate it.
set up on a date by a mutual friend I work with. Talk to Jane. I know you've met Jane. So.
I haven't.
Oh, you have someone met Jane. She was in here when Wendi did her long 9-hour day.
Okay, and
Yeah, Jane. Yeah, Jeff. Jane's the one who threw you under the freaking bus. Jane, real great friend Jane was.
I take it you've talked to somebody about that because you know about it?
I talked to Jane for 5 minutes. I've been out of town.
Okay.
And Wendi and I are estranged at the moment, so it's pretty bad timing in terms of that. So I can get to that as I give you the tail end of it.
Sure.
So we started dating in September. Did it all through the fall.
Okay.
Wasn't serious back then. She was dating other people as well. came back from Christmas break, had a conversation, decided to date more seriously, and by March 1, we're a couple, we're girlfriend, boyfriend.
By March of 2014?
Yeah. And then spent a lot of time with Wendi. I don't think anybody's been with Wendi more than me the last 6 months.
Okay.
She has 2 kids. I've been over there, I'd say 80 or 90% of nights I'm over there. And every single night that she doesn't have the kids, with maybe just 1 or 2 exceptions, if she's in town, I've slept over. So I spent a lot of time with her. We had some problems.
Where's that at?
That's 3303 Aqua Ridge Way in Corn. Always at her house, never at mine. I got a shitty apartment, as you know. We ran into some problems in May and June. Started fighting.
And I'm not here to get into your personal life.
Yeah, but I think it may bear. Go ahead. Yeah.
But given the severity of this incident,
Yes.
I mean, I am going to pry a little bit. I hope you
Pry
don't
as
get
much as
offended
you-
by that.
I'm not offended.
Ultimately, I mean, what our goal is to find out who did this
I
and
know.
bring them to justice.
I get it. I
You
get
know,
it.
so
So anything you need to ask. That helps me because I don't want to volunteer my BS. If it's not useful to you, so tell me what's useful to you. I'll do anything you want to.
yeah, and with that, I'll just tell me everything, and I'll write down what's useful and discard the rest.
Okay.
So what kind of problems were you getting into in May and June? Was it?
Yeah. Jeez, this is gonna be public. This is fucked up.
Wait, what was that?
I said this. If this goes public, is just I know how this works.
And by the way, just think about that statement he just made. This is just a guy who got caught up in the Adelsons fucking in their web, and now like his entire life, he's now had to testify at 3 trials, probably gonna 4, possibly 5. Like just his whole life, like. And if you saw him, we'll get into his testimony from his last. You'll see him evolve in his testimony at Charlie's. He is he's ready to go. He is ready to go.
It probably won't.
Okay.
What was that about?
I was just same thing. I was just trying to say, look, let's just forgive him, forget him. Both of us will move on here, But she wanted me to just roll over, and it's a little too stubborn. Didn't trust her anymore, and it's damaged beyond repair probably. But I was in love with this girl, man, so it was hard. Maybe with the kids, I'm like a co-parent basically. It was really rough.
How old are the kids?
3 and 4. Yeah, Ben and Lincoln. So the next night, and by the way, while she's in South Florida, she is completely miserable. She gets depressed, she gets anxious, and she's got her baggage. But I never, even though we didn't have much contact, I never heard her as bad as she was this trip to South Florida. I mean, this blew up her world.
And how do you know she was in a bad place?
Just because when we talked, she was just...
So she did call you like...
Yeah, 14 days, I got 3 phone calls.
When did you contact Jane?
Contacted Jane on Saturday when I was emailed that Danny had been shot. I called Jane, and I said, hey, I don't know if I should contact Wendi or not. This seems like this is way more important than a stupid no-contact email. And she said, yeah, just email, just text her. And I sent her just a nice text saying, I care a lot about you and the kids. If you need anything, I know we're in a strange place, but if you need anything, you please let me know. I'm always here, And she didn't even text back.
When was that?
That was Saturday at 2 p.m.
Well, I mean, she's got a lot on her mind right now.
She does, but the thing was, she's texting with Jane. She's calling other people, mutual friends. She's in touch with lots of other people.
Oh, okay.
So,
Well,
and this may be too messy for her.
yeah.
But I'm not trying to.
I wouldn't take that personal.
No, I'm not.
At this point.
No, I'm not. I know she's in a mess. I sent her a book for her little kids about bereavement from Amazon, and that would be the last contact I have. So.
Right, you sent a text on Saturday
2 p.m.
to her? It went unanswered.
Yep.
I meant to say this in the beginning, folks. We have some severe weather, wind and stuff, and we keep getting messages that the power might go out. So if the stream just turns off, just an FYI.
And then I'm on the phone with Jane 5 minutes later, and Jane's like, oh, I'm getting a text from Wendi. So I know she was around,
And her phone was working.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that's the
Do you know if she's dating anyone else?
I'm going to have to speculate a little bit.
Okay, that's fine. Like I said, we're investigating any and all leads.
So if you're looking for a potential love triangle, if that's the issue, like, you know, someone that would...
We're still,
Yeah.
we're still trying
Yeah.
to figure all this out.
Yeah, it's weird because I don't want to sound like just like the jealous boyfriend, you know what I mean?
We're taking all that into consideration
Okay, it's
too,
not-
and I mean,
Okay, there's going to be a lot of men that are enamored of Wendi, that are really into Wendi and feel protective over Wendi, and there's a few of them. Now, I don't know which of these guys she's going to say, oh, that's just a friend, and that's true. I don't know. But I'm, you know, skeptical.
let me ask you this.
Yeah.
You say she can kind of put men under her spell.
Absolutely.
For lack of a better term.
No, it's true. It's true. I was caught, yeah.
Who's the guy that is like totally that guy, just out of sorts, not himself, would do anything for her?
See, I don't think it's like...
Do you think there's anybody like that out there?
Well, I wonder. You guys would have access to find out that. I've always suspected there's a guy in South Florida because not getting my phone calls returned, all this kind of stuff. And she goes to South Florida a lot.
Okay.
And there's a weird pattern of behavior. And so my suspicion has always been that there was a guy in South Florida. I wouldn't know who that was.
All right. Can you tell me where you were, like, up to and immediately after
Sure.
Friday?
Yeah, absolutely. Thursday night, I was very upset about all this, and I was going to Tennessee on Friday or Saturday. I had big plans. I called my friend and said, I'm really upset. He said, get in your car and drive. So Thursday at 7-ish, I just started driving north on 319 to get to 75. I drove probably halfway to Tennessee, stayed in a suburb of Atlanta Thursday night. Friday I drove to Tennessee, Harrogate, Tennessee. And I just got back.
So when you drove, what'd you drive? Your vehicle?
My car, my 2004 Nissan Sentra.
Comment of the day here from Radar. Very early comment of the day. We'll just make a K turn. No questions if the storm cuts off the stream. Good form, Radar. Good form.
And you said you stopped in a suburb of Atlanta?
Mm-hmm.
Where was that?
Can't remember. I stayed at a really crappy Days Inn, maybe 20 miles south of Atlanta.
$20 miles south of Atlanta.
Yeah, roughly. I could pull up a credit card receipt if you really need to know.
Paid with a credit card?
Yeah. Used my credit card on the whole trip. And I stayed with a very close friend up there and his wife. So I stayed at their house.
Okay. Okay, so if you just let me get a timeline
Yeah,
here.
yeah.
So Thursday you started driving. You drove up to roughly Atlanta.
Yeah, about 11:30 I pulled over. Yeah, I was getting tired.
All right, what time did you get up and leave?
Oh, I left at 9 a.m. I couldn't sleep that night. I was upset about Wendi. So I probably was up watching TV till 2:30, and I got up at 8:15, and I took a shower, got out of there at 9.
What time did you check out? 9?
I didn't check out. It's just one of those crappy fleabag hotels. I just got out of my car. And I'm in Tennessee by 2:30.
And then when did you start coming back?
I left Sunday at about 10:30. Stopped in Kennesaw, Georgia to stay the night with a friend, and just got back.
I talked to my boss as far as whatever you wanted to talk about off the record.
Yeah.
And she gave me the answer that I kind of expected she would. And ultimately it depends on what it is you're going to say. Because if it's something that's instrumental to the investigation, it can't really be off the record because I mean, we're trying to solve a guy's
I know,
homicide here.
I know. It's hearsay. It's tertiary hearsay. I don't know if that's useful to you.
Yeah.
I tell you something.
I mean,
Somebody told me. Somebody else told me.
Yeah, I mean, and you'd have to tell me what it was, and I would have to say, okay, is this something that can be excluded from the report, or is it something that's inculpatory? Is it something that's...
Maybe I can just make it simpler than that. Maybe I could just say, I would be investigating Charlie Adelson.
Okay.
Maybe it's that simple.
What makes you say that?
And
again, and here's another thing. We're talking to a lot of people
sure
here.
you are. Sure you are.
And, you know, you're just telling us what you think.
Sure.
And everybody else is doing the same
Of course.
thing.
I don't
And
know if
that's
right.
okay.
Yeah.
That's
yeah,
okay.
yeah.
What we're trying to do is just get all the puzzle pieces before we start trying to put the puzzle together.
Yeah.
We're still in the stages of getting all the pieces.
I got you.
So why do you think it would be pertinent for us to investigate Charlie?
He's very angry about Danny. And if you met, I know he's down there, you can't get him in front of you, but you're, experienced investigator. If you got in front of this guy, he'd set off your radar, set off mine. I used to do juvenile justice, I used to do forensic psychiatry. He set off my radar a little bit. He's a weird guy, strange guy. He's a conduct disorder kid, and he hates Danny. And see if I can put it a little vaguely, or not, but just enough to be useful here.
Let's not put it vague. Let's go with what you know specifically.
Wendi had reported to me that Charlie had considered all the options possible to take care of this problem. Let's put it that way.
Okay.
And when she said it,
When did she disclose this to you?
I don't remember when, but she said it was chilling, because she said, "Can I tell you something confidentially?" And I said, "Sure." She said, "I think Charlie kind of looked into some options, like literally saw how and why and how you would do this if you did it." I think this was last summer when she had her petition to relocate denied. That family wants her back there so bad. If you met
This
them-
is when she disclosed this to you, was last summer?
No. This is when.
This is when
Charlie had been examining all the options.
Okay.
He's a very successful dentist, but he reeks of antisocial behavior. Now, I could be 100% wrong, but I wouldn't want to miss that if I was investigating it. He's got a close friend who's a ex-Special Forces guy, like a Navy SEAL or something he hangs out with all the time.
What did she say to you specifically? I mean, when you say
She said,
all options.
she said, Charlie, I can't remember exactly, but it had something to do with the amount of money it would cost to have someone killed.
And what did she say?
Something like Charlie looked into how much it would cost to have someone killed. Something like that. Some statement like that. I can't remember.
Did she give you a dollar amount? Did she?
But that's the other thing. He's a dentist, but he's an independent businessman. He has a bunch of practices, and he has a Ferrari, and he has a millionaire, all this kind of stuff. So he has a lot of resources. And, wow, this might screw them. From me talking to him myself in the hot tub one time, from a few things Wendi said.
When was this?
Like March 15th-ish. I was there for the one day with him. I stayed at his house.
Of this year?
Yes. Wendi and him were talking. I'm just listening. I just met him an hour earlier. We're sitting in the hot tub having a beer. It's a really nice house. And I guess this is what occurred.
Was anybody else in the hot tub with you guys?
Not during this part of the conversation. Another guy, his roommate came in eventually, and they just started to talk about girls and stuff like that. But, and I'm not trying to play cop here, but I do know one thing you'd be looking for is a lump sum of money moving around and some kind of crazy stuff happened. And I think there's a lot of financial irregularities. I think there's a lot of tax fraud kind of stuff, and putting stuff in different people's names and moving money around, and there might be cash. I don't know exactly what, but he's not doing anything on the up and up in his finances. It was pretty clear. He was pretty open about that. So I thought about if you guys do look into it, I don't know that.
How the exact conversation in the hot tub go?
He was just talking about, I put that in Dad's name, I put that in Mom's name, and it was just clear that...
Hiding resources.
Yeah.
Monetary resources.
Yeah. So if you have to do an investigation, that's something you guys should know, because I think there's a lot of, I don't know if it's illegal, but I know there's a lot of, he plays the system, you know. I mean, this guy's so inappropriate. We're sitting, please don't write this down, but he's so inappropriate. We're sitting in the hot tub, and he starts talking about sex acts with his girlfriend that he did to punish her for bad behavior in front of his sister. I'm like, this is the, and I didn't know what to do. I just met him, protected with my girlfriend. This is just so weird, you know. It's like this guy's, his social radar is way off. His sense of right or wrong, just norms is just off. He set off my radar. Now, I don't know if he did this, but if you're looking at somebody, don't miss him. And I can also see him doing this without ever telling Wendi he did do it. I can see Wendi being innocent, puzzled, and Charlie did. I can totally see that scenario. He's very protective of her. I think that's more likely than a romantic. All the romantic couplings are with highly educated, high elite status men.
I don't want to throw that away.
Who've got a lot to lose. I mean, she doesn't slum that I know of at all. She doesn't.
Well, I mean, this Charlie guy's a millionaire by your own admission, so.
Yes. Well, he is. He's got this buddy.
He's got a lot to lose.
He does. He does. He's also really cocky and arrogant and narcissistic. So, I wish you had him in front of you, because I think he'd set off your alarm bells. That doesn't mean he did it, but he's aggressive, he's argumentative, self-focused on himself completely. He's got 3 girls.
Here's your reminder to change the chat from top chat to live chat, all messages, so you don't miss any messages, although they should be all on the screen. And thank you so much, everyone, for being here. And I guess if you could hit that like button on the way in, it would be greatly appreciated. Get this in the algorithm.
Girlfriends at a time, which some people do that, I know, but no qualms about it, you know.
So you think he may be good for it?
Assuming this isn't a botched burglary or something like that, he's the first. Charlie popped into my head within 20 seconds of hearing this. I mean, there's all kinds of, just to give you some context that may be helpful. Last summer, when they were trying to figure out how to manipulate this divorce, or work the divorce, I guess, so they could get, you know, it's a bad fight, all this kind of stuff. They were talking about Wendi converting the kids to Christianity just to annoy Danny. I mean, this has been a pitched battle, you know. I mean, we fed the kids bacon regularly. He tries to keep them kosher. There's all kinds of passive aggressive shit going on here, you know. So the family is. It's important that you know this, actually, man. The family is so unhealthily enmeshed, so completely enmeshed, that Wendi is not.
Joanne.
Fuck your life, bing bong.
Joanne coming in hot, gifting out 5 memberships. Joanne, you are the best. She's always giving out memberships. Thank you so much, Joanne. Kim B gets a membership. Patricia Burns gets a membership. C. Taylor gets a membership. No Way and George get one. Get the Capri Suns out in the chat. Thank you so much, Joanne. And that was the statement right there from Jeff. I'm going to rewind that statement because that was it right there. Let's go back.
Not really enmeshed. You know this, actually, man. The family is so unhealthily enmeshed.
I mean, that's it. The family was so unhealthily enmeshed. Jeff knew. Anyone within any sort of close relationship with that family knew. It's unhealthily enmeshed. What a great description.
So completely enmeshed that Wendi is not really an adult. When she drives to South Florida, every single time those 2 parents drive up here and drive with her down. They don't trust her to drive from Tallahassee to Miami. They're just, it's not a normal family. It's not like she's a 35-year-old woman that has 2 kids and come down to see us. It's complete enmeshment. It's a matter of they've infantilized her. She's considered the baby still. She's 35 years old. Charlie protects her.
Jeff, this is a smart man. I mean, he's got it down.
So it just, I don't know if this could be a bizarre fantasy. I know you guys are hearing all kinds of stuff.
Yeah.
I hope to God it wasn't Charlie, honestly, but that's what popped into my head. So.
All right. Okay.
I'm so sorry.
You're okay.
I got stuff happening.
I just spit it all out, so you
Did you really?
you missed the-
Okay. All right, thank you. Who did it?
He's thinking, you know, her brother Charlie could be a viable suspect. I mean, I don't know if we've ruled him out or not.
Nobody's ruled out.
I don't think Charlie would have done it, by the way. But he's one of these. He's a real rich guy, but he's got friends on both sides of the tracks, and he's real street smart. He's always trading and stuff like that, and got this buddy that's in the special forces, and so he's like a dentist, but he's hanging out with guys that different social class actually, and kind of antisocial, impulsive, angry, fiercely protective of Wendi. And I've heard him say, I'd like to kill that motherfucker. I mean, I've heard him say that so many times. Now, I've said that out loud, too, and I didn't do it, but there's something different about Charlie. He reminds me of, like, an antisocial.
Charlie's an older brother?
Yeah.
She's the baby girl?
She's the baby girl.
Is Charlie older or younger than this one up in Albany?
He's the middle kid, I think.
Charlie is?
Yeah. If you had him in front of you, he'd set off your alarm bells.
Okay.
Doesn't mean he did it, but...
No, I know that, but why? Okay, all right. So you're basically saying out of, what's his name up in Albany?
Yeah, Rob, no way.
He's the oldest?
Yeah, he's the oldest, yeah.
Out of Charlie, Mom, Dad, who else is there?
It's just Charlie, Mom, Dad. Down there, that's
okay.
it. That's it.
All right.
And for the first time ever, a poll I've done on here comes back 100%. Do you think Wendi was involved? 100%. Hey, Tia, good to see you.
Out of those three, you're saying Charlie would be the most volatile to do something? What would he do?
He'd get his buddy in the special forces to do this, or he'd get some seedy guys down in the Cuban neighborhood or something like that. That's what he would do. Something like
God, Jeff knew, man. This is crazy. I mean, I've watched this before, but just watching it again, he knew. Oh. And again, this is Mentor Lawyer's interrogation video. He has all the stuff. It's in the description. Deep Dive True Crime. Make sure you're subscribed if you're not already.
that. I mean,
Not that he needs my help. He has like hundreds of thousands of subscribers, but I always, I want to give credit. This is his. He gets all this stuff like directly from the source.
The main thing I told him was that Wendi had told me that he had looked into how much it would cost last summer.
Wendi told you that?
She did.
That Charlie had looked into how much it would cost.
Yeah.
So.
And she said it in a dead serious, chilling, uncomfortable kind of way. Not like I joke around and like to kill Dan Markel. I'm sick of his shit. That's different. This was like, she said confidentially.
Okay, she just you and her one-on-one?
One-on-one, late at night, and
What did you suppose that last?
it was late at night, and she told me that. So it was last summer when her petition to relocate was about to be denied.
Oh, because she wanted to take the kids out.
Well, they want her down there so bad. The family's so enmeshed, so tight, so unhealthy. She's like the baby. So if you met Charlie, he's an unusual guy.
Okay,
No.
so if you just so I understand and I don't misinterpret,
Yeah.
what exactly? How did she say it, and what did she exactly say?
Yeah, and I'm pulling it from memory, but something like I said. We're also talking about us, because I was like, would you ever leave under any circumstances? I know you don't love it here. Am I going to be dating you for 2 years and you just move? She's like, I can't because of Danny. And she said, yeah, as a matter of fact, something about it would be convenient if Danny wasn't around anymore, but, once he doesn't want anything to happen to him or something like that. She said, but Charlie actually looked into how that would be done and how much it would cost. She might have said, I think, Charlie. I don't remember. But it was chilling. In the moment, I was like, my stomach flipped. I was like, whoa.
The crux of the statement is my brother Charlie has looked into how much it would cost to
take care of somebody.
take care of somebody.
This guy has very little empathy. He's just a weird guy.
Okay.
I'm not saying he did. I'm just saying if you're looking at somebody, you can't miss Charlie.
Okay.
I think that's more likely than a romantic thing.
Well, that's you.
Yeah, it's not me.
The other guy's gone. Zach, wherever
he's gone.
He's gone to.
And by the way, make sure that she saw Sag once a week for 20 minutes of sex. I don't know the relationship, you know. I don't think he gives a shit about Wendy, so I don't know.
Yeah. Sorry. Size. Yeah. Wait. I don't have time for her. I said great. Okay. Yeah. Thanks, buddy. Thanks. Bye.
Before I forget, the other thing is that I didn't know about Zach for 9 months, and I was with boyfriend for 6. So I've always, I was telling him, I've always suspected there's a guy in South Florida I would know about. I mean, that's just a paranoid boyfriend. But I wouldn't believe Wendy when she says I'm with Jeff. I would, yeah, you got to start the ground zero. She lies. I mean, there's been a lot of men since it were me. So yeah, I just wonder if there's a guy in South Florida. She always drops out of sight when she's down there. Phone calls not returned. Voicemail.
Did you go down there?
No, she doesn't let me go. That's why I think there's a guy down there.
Okay. Did Charlie come up here?
Charlie never comes up here.
Okay, how did you meet Charlie then?
Oh, I went to Charlie. Sorry, I met Charlie one time. I went down there one time for one day.
Okay.
We were in Immokalee, and we just drove over and spent an evening with them. So I spent 4 hours for Charlie.
What are you doing in Immokalee? I know where that is.
Yeah, alternative spring break for FSU kids.
Okay.
So we're helping out the farm workers and stuff.
Okay.
So we spent a night in a hot tub with Charlie, and that was it. But I've always told him, I always suspected that, and I'm the paranoid ex-boyfriend, so right, but she goes to South Florida awful lot.
Okay.
She's always a little weird when she comes back, romantically and stuff like that. So I
Just interesting, the juxtaposition of Jeff, who is so self-aware of himself, and you know, he's insightful. I mean, clearly he knows that, you know, this could be them, but he takes a step back and he thinks about himself, whereas Charlie has no self-awareness, has never thought about anything about what he may be doing, like aware of what he is, like he's a jackass, or Wendi too, no self-awareness, whereas Jeff has, like, you know, empathy, self-awareness, is aware of what's this looks like, what's going on. It's just such an interesting juxtaposition, I guess.
I was kind of suspected. So I wouldn't. Obviously, the connection is now she can go to South Florida.
Right.
I mean.
No, we see that part.
Yeah.
Who's this Green Beret? Did you say?
And that I don't know anything about this guy. I just know that on Facebook there's a lot of pictures of him, and Wendy's told me stories about him. He's. I guess the point is that Charlie doesn't just hang out with other dentists. He hangs out with all kinds of people. So it's not like he's some snobby dentist that's not gonna hang out with this guy did 5 years in Afghanistan, so it just popped into my head. Like,
Charlie did?
No, Charlie's friend did.
Was Charlie in the military?
Nah, he's a dentist. He's a dentist. So,
Okay.
but when Charlie talks, he talks about a cross section of people. I mean, he has friends all across the spectrum, including, you know, some unsavory characters.
Let's go back to the statement that she made. I just want to clarify the stuff. She tells you, she goes, yeah, my brother, and I think the phone was going off there. My brother has checked, or my brother has something along those lines, has inquired as to how much it would cost.
Something like that. I can't give you an exact quote. It might have been.
This is Maui Swift says, why I challenge anyone who says he's a jealous ex trying to get back at Wendi even 10 years later. Like, I agree. Like, I don't think that's true at all. But I have heard people, a couple of attorneys who didn't have any background information. Ali Mata, Afi Patterson, we've had them both on. And they both kind of thought, coming as an outsider who has never seen it before, that he came off as like a scorned lover, which I don't think, but I guess I could be biased. I've watched this how many times, like, so just interesting what people like and a potential jury will think of Jeff. However, clearly, and they believed, I mean, I would think part of them in Charlie's case, was believing what he had to say, and they came back in less than 3 hours. So there you go.
But I think Charlie, here's an example. She might have said, I think Charlie might have looked into how much it costs to actually have that done. You know, he's down there in Miami, where it's, you know, it's not unheard of. Something like that.
All right.
It just had crossed Charlie's mind. Bottom line, it occurred to Charlie that was one way to take care of the problem.
And he wants to help sis?
He is fiercely protective of her. He wants her back in South Florida so bad. The whole family does. She never, you know, you guys know the background. She never wanted to be here, ever. I mean, she came here with Markel. They're supposed to be here a year, then move on. He had a job at Miami. He was an asshole, so he lost it. They said, no, go back to FSU and stay there. They're stuck here. So he's doing great. He's the Sandy Dillenberg professor of law and all that stuff. Wendy gets a shitty job that she doesn't really like, doesn't like the area. She's doing her best to make it work. She hates it. Never wanted to live here. Never thought she'd live here.
This is all from her, right?
Yeah, this is all straight from her. Are you kidding me? I'm her boyfriend trying to convince her this is a great place to stay. Get a new attitude. This is a daily conversation, you know? I'm like, I love Tallahassee. Moved here on purpose, you know?
Right.
So it's a daily conversation. Like, look, Waco was pretty, you know? That kind of stuff, you know?
And her whole thing is, no, I still don't
She
like
goes,
it.
I'm trying, but it's, you know, I didn't choose it.
Okay.
I didn't choose it, and that makes it hard. I heard that daily.
I didn't choose it, and that makes it hard. Okay.
And she loves Miami. She just loves it. When we're down there, she just lights up. It's a whole different thing.
Is it Miami or Fort Lauderdale?
It's Coral Springs, but it's Miami. It's
Okay.
Miami. It's Miami. Yeah.
So, so a daily thing is you're trying to tell her how great this area is and so forth, and she's basically putting it down, and that, you know, I'm stuck here. My husband didn't want it or couldn't keep the job at UM.
He
Was it
screwed
UM
up.
or Nova?
It was UM. It was UM. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
And he screwed that up.
Yeah. He was so abrasive. I'm sure you heard a lot about that. He was so abrasive that they're like, "You're a great scholar. We don't want to put up with your butt every day. So get out of here." You know?
Okay.
I mean, he had to work pretty hard to lose that job. Actually.
Okay. Okay. What was the reason? I mean, I know that there was some type of contention, and I don't know if it was the child rearing, or do you know that?
I can tell you anything you want to know about that. I've read every legal document that.
No. What did she personally tell you?
Tell me about child rearing?
Well, the reason for their divorce. How did she get to this point?
Oh, Danny was. Give you a couple examples of Markel. They would drive from here to Miami as a family. Oh, this is before they had kids, even, but even as a family, both. And Danny would work on his computer. He had one of those converters, so he could plug your laptop in. And Wendy was required to drive, and Wendy was required not. That's okay.
Sorry. Yes, sir.
Sir, first of all, you're in interrogation. Come on, Isom. You're in interrogation. Put your phone on vibrate, at least. And second of all, get rid of that ringtone. What are you doing?
Say again? Okay. Do you have Couch's number? Yeah, I'm going to have him. I'm busy right now. I'm going to have him meet, and then I'm going to talk to him when they're done downstairs or wherever they do the buckle. Are you already on the second floor? Okay, just get Couch. He's waiting for you. Thanks.
Anyway, Markel's rule was, you may not speak from Tallahassee to Miami.
From Tallahassee to Miami.
And she said she would be like, Dick, shh, I'm working. Just a total control freak, emotionally abusive, controlled the finances, just ran her shit. And I don't know if he hit her or not, but I can tell you, if you just raise your voice to her like that, she flinches like she's got her ass kicked yesterday. So I've wondered about violence. I don't know. She says no, but people lie. Wendy lies a lot. So he was pretty mean to her. And as she went to get married, every friend she had was begging her, don't marry this guy, he's the biggest asshole we've ever met. And she got caught up in the Harvard law and elitism and all this kind of stuff. And she was in a bad place. Made a bad decision, got married to a guy. I just got divorced last year, so I understand this.
Oh, you did?
I got married to the wrong woman, too, so I get it. That's how we bonded, actually. We picked the wrong people before. So it was a bad marriage from day one. I mean, pretty much, according to her at least. By the second year, it was awful. And then having kids will fix it. You know, people try that. So he was also an absent father. I mean, he came home 9 o'clock every night, she claims, and I would play with the kids for 10 minutes. That was it. She did everything, kind of like a house slave. And then when went to go get divorced. He tried to get 100% custody of the kids. So if you read these legal documents that he's filed, they'll give, I don't know if you read them, but they give you insight into, like, it's pretty crazy.
I haven't had the time, but I will.
Yeah, it's a lot of lunacy shines through.
But I'm sure he had his side of it too.
I'm sure he did, and well, that's what I wonder about is with all the stuff I talked about with Wendi with me. I mean, he was controlling. Well, maybe he's trying to keep his wife in control. I don't know. You know.
Right.
But you must have heard he's not. Don't want to speak ill of the dead. He wasn't well liked. It's bizarre to open up the paper and see all these comments about how a great guy he was. I know one person in my social circle.
Oh, okay.
Jewish
Okay.
stuff. Yeah,
You're hovering around.
I'm an honorary Jew, I guess.
Okay.
I don't know what they call me.
Okay.
But I mean, I don't know the truth about their marriage, but I do know that it was really, really hard on Wendi. And when it got to the legal stuff, he was vicious. He was really vicious. So.
Anything? Did she ever tell you anything concerning any incidents when Danny and Charlie were together, or Danny and any other family? I mean, was it kind of like, hey, you know, Danny, you sleep over here in the doghouse or something? You know?
No. It was more like the family hate. This is why she didn't introduce me to her parents. She said last time that it was so awkward because it went so badly because they all hated Danny. Charlie hated Danny. Her parents hated Danny.
Do you know why?
He is in person. He is so arrogant. He is was so unlikable. He would just talk down to people. He was one of these Harvard guys.
Okay.
And it was just like, when I met him in that awkward meeting, I was early, I was late, he was early, and we met for the first time. He insulted me 3-4 times in
Really?
10 sentences, just in subtle, like, haughty, snobby kind of ways, like, oh, are you a lawyer? You know, and just little comments here and there, you know. So he was passive aggressive about it. He wasn't in your face, he wasn't yelling, but he insulted. He would just tell you, say you're stupid.
Okay.
I mean, that's just how he talked. He thought he should do.
He's basically subtly insulting you the entire conversation.
Yeah, and he did. I mean, as far as Wendi and him, he did all kinds of little things to intimidate her. I don't know if he knew he was doing it, but she was scared of him. I would go with her to, I was telling him, I would go with her to functions that he was at to kind of reassure her and run interference, because she would get heart palpitations and stuff around him, and it seemed completely out of the scope of normal. I got an ex-wife. I can get in front of her. Not a big deal.
Right.
For her, it was like, will you please come with me to soccer practice or whatever it was? Oh, swim lessons 3 weeks ago. Will you come with me to swim lessons because Danny's going to be there? And she would just freak out.
Did you go?
I did go.
Was he there?
Yeah, he was there.
Was everything okay between you and him?
Well, yeah, everything was fine. We kind of moved through a phase where at first we were real friendly, shaking hands, and then we got like, hey, I'm not going to shake your hand. We're on different sides of this thing, you know, that kind of thing. But it was always reasonably friendly.
Did she introduce you to him as your boyfriend, your current boyfriend?
No.
Friend?
I don't remember what she said. This is Jeff, I think.
Okay.
That was a point of contention between us. She didn't call me her boyfriend until very recently. So
okay.
I think she might have had other ones. I think that might have been the issue.
Okay.
Maybe Dan Zach was also her boyfriend. I don't know.
Okay. We already got his phone number.
Yes.
Is there anything else I just don't think
He did say he was willing to give buckle if you need it or want it. Is that something you want to do?
I think so. I can call him back if we have his phone number.
Yeah.
it's taking a second.
And the guy drives in from Georgia, Tennessee, whatever, and comes straight here from what I understand, what you told me.
Yeah, I didn't do it.
Okay.
It's frozen. Give it a second here. I guess the thing that keeps popping up in my head is don't write this down, but just so you know, if you're investigating, I've been shocked how easily Wendi lies to my face. I've been dating 25 years. I'm not an experienced man out.
Remember, folks, this is 3 days after the shooting, 2 days after the death of Dan Markel, and it's like, and I see people commenting about this, like, this is all like, this is so fresh to him at this point. It's going to be interesting to watch his second interview, but like all the wheels are turning, and he's starting to add it all up. Can you imagine being in his situation? And that is interesting that he says, don't write anything down, even though, like, is he not aware he's being videoed? He doesn't know there's a camera. But of course, they're going to write everything down anyway. But I mean, Jeff's a great guy. Don't get me wrong. But anyway, thanks so much for being here, guys. If you could hit that like button on the way in, greatly appreciate it.
There, but her and Charlie both have this sociopathic kind of thing where it doesn't seem to bug them at all. So if you had her in front of you for 9 hours.
Are her parents from the United States?
They are first generation. I think their parents were Holocaust kind of thing. So yeah. And they're weird, but I have a hard time imagining being involved. But they are strange people.
Right.
I mean, in 9 months of dating her, they probably said 20 words to me.
Okay.
This is not coming up.
Okay, I tell you what. Let's just do this.
Okay.
When you get your
9 months of dating and they only said 20 words to him. I mean, probably has a lot to do with the fact that he wasn't Jewish. We know what they did with Rob. 9 months of dating, they said 20 words to him. That adds up for the Adelsons if you're not Jewish and they don't approve of you.
paper copies,
Okay,
send them to Corey for me.
I will.
And then
If you can give me an email address, I can send them to you tonight.
either way.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then that way.
My name and contact
That'll
number,
just-
my email's on there as well.
And all we basically are doing is we're substantiating. We do this with everybody. You're
Yeah,
not the
of course.
first in this
Of
case.
course, of course.
We're just substantiating. This was his whereabouts according to his financial records. He was traveling. He was not in town.
Yeah.
Yes, he's her former boyfriend, but this is where he was at according to his financial records.
Of course.
So that's all we basically want to do. And it's basically we eliminate, and then we get down to who we're really looking at.
Yeah, I got you.
You understand this. It's not brain surgery or anything, but I'm trying to think of anything else I could ask you at this time, and
If you want to come back, I just don't want to spend more time with Wendi if there's anything.
Here's another thing that I typically ask people. Is there anything that you didn't disclose that maybe we didn't ask that you think is of note or is important? Because a lot of times you've thought about this just as much as we have.
That's all
I
I
mean,
thought
you
about
got a
it.
whole trip to think
Yeah.
about and
Yeah.
analyze
Yeah.
all this stuff.
It's a pretty screwed up family.
but I'm trying to, everybody's probably in the same brainwave. For murder?
Doesn't seem likely to me.
No, but I'm asking your opinion, not.
I can't see the parents being involved. I got the email and I thought of Charlie within a couple moments.
Okay.
That's what I thought of.
Charlie personally or Charlie hiring somebody?
Hiring somebody. No way, Charlie. No way.
Can't?
Wouldn't do it.
Couldn't pull the trigger?
Well, I don't know about that. I don't know him that well. I was telling him I used to work juvenile justice a little bit in forensic psychiatry. He gave me the creeps. But I could see him hiring. I could see him. You don't follow the rules, man. I mean, that's how he lives his life. He goes to South America, sees prostitutes. I mean, he does his own thing.
Is he married?
No, he's got 3 girlfriends at all times.
Okay.
Rotates them, and they don't know each other exists, and that's not a crime.
Right.
But the ease with which he did it was no empathy for other people. That's
Kind of
what's
a deceitful person to start with?
Sure. The whole family, really.
Okay.
And I just have this, I guess, everything that you didn't ask, and I said it before, I'll just say it one more time. When I looked at that agenda, when I started poking around, when I started looking at my calendar and examining Wendy's behavior and all this kind of stuff, I don't think Wendi would do this. I don't think she's capable. No way. I mean, but there could be people you don't even know about unless you investigate very closely, would be my guess, because there's some weird patterns of behavior when she's in South Florida. I don't know if you know how often she's gone there, but I have it on my calendar. And it is like 30-40% of the time she's not at work, she's in South Florida.
Where's the kids? Down there with her? Or?
Well, like when Danny has them for a week, she'll take them with them, she'll drive.
Okay.
But it's like, it was a big problem in our relationship. Like when she's got time off, I want to spend it with her, she's in South Florida. So, I don't know.
All right.
When you think of anything else, just give me 1 second. And I even wonder about another guy in town. I mean, there's just been so much deceit that I wouldn't be shocked. I was telling him she has a lot of free time. Teaches 4 hours a week. Other than that, she's on her own schedule.
Okay.
So.
All right. Well, that's enough for today.
Okay, great.
If there's something else comes up, you know, give Corey a call, or
I will.
and we might have to call you back.
Call me back if you need me.
Okay, buddy. Good to meet you.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
I'll walk you down.
Okay, great.
He's got a merce. He's got a merce.
Where do you want me to sit, man?
You can just sit right here and I'll sit right.
Oh, my bad, guys. I'm a dope. I didn't even realize there was another one 2 days later. I thought it was just the 21st and then the March, but here we go. 2 days later, folks. 2 days later, we have another interview. And again, this is Deep Dive. This is from Deep Dive True Crime Mentor Lawyer. I have the link in the description. The OG of this case. I mean, like Fancy, Katie, they all watched Mentor Lawyer, so make sure you're checking him out.
Right here with you.
Made a couple of notes I've been thinking.
Okay. Do you have a credit card?
I do.
The one that you sent me the email
I got it right here.
on? Can I just make a copy
Sure
of
you
that?
can.
I'm not going to charge anything to you.
That's fine. That's fine.
But I just got to show.
You can't trust the police to hold on to your credit card.
Well, here's the thing. Your account doesn't necessarily show that you are the account holder. There's nothing in that
Gotcha.
correspondence.
Gotcha.
So I'm just going to make a copy of this. And really what this is doing is just working to exclude you as a suspect.
Absolutely, yeah. I can also
And
give you
you've
one.
pretty much done that.
Well, I thought so. I'm sure my cell phone records would show that too.
Well,
Yeah.
I kind of showed this to my boss, and they're like, well, let's just go ahead and verify that he has this account number.
Sure, gotcha.
And you weren't locking on to somebody else.
By the way, this isn't that I don't have the entire screen showing. I do have the entire screen showing. It's just this is the angle. This is all you can see full screen too.
Yeah.
Conspiracy theory stuff, I know.
Gotcha.
But,
Well, no, you guys got to be careful.
yeah, we got to check everything out. So I'll be right back. I'll
Yeah,
I'll make a copy of this, and then I'll come right back.
I just thought of a few things that might be useful to you. So.
Okay. Sorry, got a million things going on here.
Sure you do.
And now, is this just kind of like theory kind of stuff, or is it just kind of you had some time to think about what I talked to you about?
Actually, what it's been is we had a 14-day break while she was in South Florida. Then last 7 days, I haven't heard from her yet. So we're at day 22, 23. No longer under the spell. I'm starting to see a few things a little more clearly.
Okay.
It's been a month since we were intimate, a month since she kind of controlled.
Man, that's some language. It's been a month. I'm no longer in the spell. I mean, again, just the awareness of her having him in a spell. It's kind of gives you goosebumps. Like he was under a spell. And she still manages to get jobs and boyfriends. She puts these folks under a spell.
Me that way, so it's I'm starting to clear up a little bit, man. I'm not under the spell. So
100 likes. Thank you so much, everybody. Thank you so much for being here. It really means the world. Thank you, mods, as always, for the great job you always do.
there's just some things I think you should know. I'll try to go quick. I know you're busy. But
I appreciate you.
First, there was two quick things. You probably already have these, but there's a professor in the department that's totally obsessed with her. You probably already got that.
Who was that?
He's got really bad teeth. I don't know his name. He called her goddess, and he would send her inappropriate texts. I can't imagine that Wendy wouldn't have mentioned that, but just to make sure you had it. He's an older guy, probably in his 60s. I don't know his name, but he called her goddess. And he's no fan of Markel.
I think I know who you're talking about. I haven't talked to him specifically, but
Yeah, seems unlikely, but I figured you want everything.
Okay.
And there was this was one that I thought of. there was a student in the fall that was really inappropriate with her. She forwarded a couple of emails to me, and he actually kissed her on the mouth during a teacher-student meeting in her office. That was kind of weird. So I don't know his name or anything else, but there was the student that, if you
Oh, snap. Tina coming in hot,
Bunk with you, buddy.
gifting out
We're
10
gonna be
memberships.
buddies. We're gonna be pals. We're gonna wrestle around.
Thank you so much, Tina.
I'm gonna bunk with you, buddy.
We're going to be buddies. We're going to be pals. Thank you so much, Tina. Get the Capri Suns out. 10 more members. Tina, thank you so much.
looking for obsession, that was strange for a student to lean in and kiss a professor on the mouth, you know?
Yeah.
So that's just, Wendy would know the name, she forwarded the email, she was disturbed, but I don't know, you know. If you really needed it, I have that email somewhere. Might have been a cocky student trying to pick up his hot prof, I don't know, you know, but.
If you can find it, just, you got my email address.
Yeah, would you like to see that one? Okay, I'll
Sure,
send you
yeah.
an email. I think his address is on it.
We haven't excluded anyone really at this point.
Gotcha.
Still.
Okay, a couple other things. I've been seeing a therapist since about, I don't have any major mental health problems, but just to try to deal with Wendy, I was seeing my therapist I used to see when I was going through my divorce. So, I was thinking about what we talked about in there. I mean, I've spent like $2,000 on therapy trying to figure out how to deal with Wendy. She's been really hard to handle.
That's quite a statement. I've spent over $2,000 in therapy to deal with Wendy. Oh, man, this poor man.
And I realized I never put it together, but he for months has been concerned that she's a sociopath, and I didn't tell you guys that before. I still love Wendy. I was under her spell. If she called me tomorrow, I'd probably go back to her, but there's
There's that awareness again. I love her. If she called me tomorrow, I'd probably go back to her. After he's still kind of adding up in his head that she was probably involved, or the family was. Folks, again, I'm going to put this link in. If you want to get a gifted membership, make sure to click on it to put to yes if you want to get a gifted membership. Put in the link in now.
There's a lot of stuff that, as I look back, is really strange. Just to give you a couple examples. Well, I guess one of the things I worry about is Wendy has this public persona, and she's a very good actress, and she's very charismatic, and all this kind of stuff. And she knows a lot of people. You know, everybody in Tallahassee knows Wendy. You probably discovered that already. I mean, she's in every social circle. You know, she's very social butterfly-esque and out there and stuff. But in terms of people that know her intimately, have spent like a lot of time with her and seen behind the curtain, you know, I think it's Markel, me, and maybe that SAC guy in the last 12, 13 years. I mean, she doesn't, you know what I mean? So some of the stuff I had seen was pretty crazy stuff. I mean, no sense of guilt, no empathy, hypersensitivity to criticism. When I said, hey, you cheated, I mean, that's fucked up. She would not apologize. She would not say she felt bad. She would not say she made a mistake. She's a total pathological liar, and I feel bad saying all this because I still love her. She has these flaws, and I would have stayed with her. But if you look back at Markel's legal documents, he's
So clearly he is, while he says he's not under the spell anymore, he's still a little bit under the spell. A little bit under the spell that he would still be with her. He hasn't fully, in March 15, I think he'll be out of the spell, but he's clearly still in the spell, and he knows it. And he knows it. This woman, like Dizzy said, master manipulator. And then Eileen just said sociopath. Yes. Narcissist. Complete narcissist, sociopath. Just like her brother, Charlie.
constantly talking about her systematic pattern of deception, how she lies all the time. And she told me once, I have a really hard time telling the truth when it's inconvenient or unpleasant. I lie all the time. I mean, she said that to me. So I never would have thought that Wendy was, I know she didn't pull the trigger or anything like that. But the more I thought about it, how much I was manipulated and how much of a spell I was under and all that kind of stuff, I feel kind of creeped out right now that, I don't know if she's a suspect or not, the paper says she isn't. But as an accessory, it makes a lot of sense to me at a certain point. So, and I don't know that many people that know her that well. Mm-hmm. When you see behind the curtain, she's a total train wreck. My psychologist was saying, man, she just meets the checklist of a narcissistic sociopath. Go down the list.
Fuck your life! Bing bong!
Obviously, she's already a person of interest and all that kind of stuff, but I thought you should know that I'm a mental health myself.
Right.
So I never saw that when I was under the spell, but I've had people trying to convince me for 3 or 4 months you're dating someone who has real severe sociopathic tendencies.
Right.
So high functioning and attractive, but still, that.
Yeah.
So that's something I just thought I should tell you.
Sure.
Well, I just noticed that Markel, everybody's told me what a nice guy Markel is, and I thought he was Satan, because in our household, I mean, he's a psychopathic, stalking, emotionally abusive, controlling jerk. That's how Wendy thinks of him. Now I know.
And that's her assessment of.
Oh, shit. Life Love giving out 10 memberships. Thank you so much, Life Love. Thank you so much. Get your Capri Suns, all the new members.
Because I'm going to bunk with you, buddy. We're going to be buddies. We're going to be pals. We're going to wrestle around.
Thank you so much. You rock. Thank you.
Of him.
Yes.
Do you have the same assessment of him?
I did when I was with her, because I didn't know. I just believed her.
Right.
But no one else has. What I hear from everybody else is he's an arrogant dick. As far as a academic, there's a lot of professors that are arrogant,
Sure.
But he's a good man. That's what I hear people saying. He was a good father. He was a good man, and he was really upset with Wendy. Starting to understand why. I mean, there's some timing things here. I hope this is all wrong and you find some disgruntled student that shot him. I want Wendy and her kids to have a good life in South Florida. I still love them. I still care about them. I miss them. I'm pretty heartbroken over all this. But if you want information, I had some things to say. So we have this big fight in Gainesville. And I really confronted her. I'm really hard on her. I'm pissed because I feel like I've been conned because she's been calling me her boyfriend and all this kind of stuff. And I don't know exactly what the relationship was with Zach, but I found out enough that it was very clear that she was busted, that she was juggling 2 guys in some form or fashion. I don't know the details.
Yeah.
I got the impression I was boyfriend number 2 is why I was pissed. I mean, there's no picture on the Facebook page. I noticed there wasn't even a picture of me in her house. And that's when I got really, really upset. I was like, come on, we've been dating 9 months. This is bizarre, So I had it out with her in Gainesville, and then she went to South Florida for 14 days. The whole time she's down there, she's miserable and not that available. But we're talking about future-oriented stuff. We're talking about trying to get back together and desperate to see each other. It sucks that we're separated in this bad situation. And I can show you the text, like, can't imagine my life without you. God, I fucking miss you. I mean, these are like exact quotes, She gets back to town. We go on a date. And I said it was awkward, but we were holding each other. We're holding hands. There was a future orientation still. We're going to spend a lot of time together and work this out. That's what we had decided to do. And that was last Monday. It gets really strange from there, and it makes me suspicious. And maybe I'm just paranoid. But then on Tuesday, she called me at 2 or 3 in the afternoon. And she said, I walked out of my house. We were going to see each other that night. And I say, okay, I walked out of your house. What are you going to do? I tried to get a key, but I probably need a locksmith. I said, oh, well, I'll come out and we'll just hang out on your front porch and have our date there. And she's like super sweet and friendly, and it was like everything was okay, actually. She was like, I would love it if you would come keep me company, see you in a little bit, calling each other baby, this kind of stuff. When I showed up to yoga, and it ended up that she got into her house, we went to yoga together instead, and we just met there. When I showed up to yoga at 7, something was completely different. She was gone. I mean, and that might have been just her talking to her friend and says dump him, and she decides it, and that's it. It may have nothing to do with your case. But I would be really curious to know, if I was you, who she talked to between 3 and 7, because something happened where I seem to be irrelevant all of a sudden. And this is after 15, 16 days of her wanting us to, let's just work this out. It just turned in a second. And
God, this is so interesting. This is so interesting to hear.
it gets a little stranger from there, actually.
And this was Tuesday preceding the 18th.
Exactly. So I'm there.
What point did she send you the email?
That was that night. That was
memory.
that Tuesday night. That was Tuesday night, which I suspect was already in her head. Because
Well, that may have been she maybe came to a finalization that she was going to do that.
She may have. I mean, I don't want to make this all about me. There's bigger things here. But I did notice some things. I mean, so she's done with me, right? Okay. I'm looking at her. it's not right, something's wrong here. I walk out to the car, and it's really awkward, small talk, you know. I can tell she thinks everything she's done. But she asked me if I was going to be here this weekend. Now, she's done. Why does she give a shit if I'm here Friday? She asked me directly, are you going to be here?
Dude, oh my Lanta. She's breaking up with him, but she wants to know if he's going to be there this weekend. Why? Because she's framing him, and he is just realizing this pretty much real time.
Friday. And I said, maybe it's up in the air. And it wasn't up in the air. I just didn't want to seem desperate, and I was just going to stay here and not take my trip if Wendi was willing to see me, is what that was about. But she was really interested. Oh, why is it up in the air? Oh, because, you know, his end or something. Oh, okay, well, okay, talk to you.
And this was prior to her sending you the email?
Prior to sending me the email. And the last thing I ever heard from Wendi, last words I exchanged with Wendi were, are you going to be here Friday? I just thought you should know that. It may mean nothing, but it was kind of strange to me. Then the no contact order was also kind of strange to me. Usually you would just send someone an email and say, hey, I need some time to think. She was very strict about that no contact thing. It was almost like she didn't want to be in front of me. You know, I just busted her for
Well, she probably didn't want you to try and talk her out of it.
Maybe. I don't know.
That was my thinking.
Maybe. Or maybe she knew something was going to go down and didn't want me in front of her because I read her pretty well. And I just busted
Holy crap, man. Holy crap. This is just...
her on a whole host of lies, you know.
Okay.
This part sounds crazy speculative. I just wanted to give you the information. So that struck me as kind of strange. Oh, I don't know if you guys have seen this yet. This was just weird. This is just stuff. Have you seen this picture? Probably seen it in the media accounts. I mean, if you look at that picture, my friends that have, I don't have kids, my friends that have kids show up and said, look how narcissistic that picture is. Who looks good in that picture? Not Wendy's kids. Wendi. And this comes out Thursday night. She changes this.
This is the one that you said she was taunting you with, or
well,
whatever,
maybe.
or you thought she
my
was.
other friend, what the other speculation in the community, which is not for me, is like Wendi looks good, but this is a Photoshop picture. Her dad does photography stuff, you know. So she looks way better than normal in this picture. If you knew you were going to be all over the media, that's how Wendi would want to look. So that may sound crazy to you, but just something to think about. I mean, when you want to picture your kids look good. There's other pictures in this photo set where the kids looking at the camera and are smiling and look great.
Right.
So it's just weird. And I'm not trying to do your job for you to be like an FBI profiler, but it was a thing.
Right.
And that one of the last things would be, it still is, I don't want to be the disgruntled ex-boyfriend, but it's really strange to me that she's never contacted me. It's very strange. We were co-parenting for 6 months. We've talked about Danny for hundreds of hours. No one knows that case better than, as far as her friends, than me. It's really, really odd. I mean, your ex-wife and you are estranged, you're fighting, you're separated, her dad gets hit by a car. You pick up the phone and call, usually, you know? So there's a rigidity to this no contact thing. It just strikes me as very, very odd. She is, I know you said, hey, I wouldn't take that personally. I'm not taking it personally. We're done. I get it, you know. But what I am taking it as is, it almost looks guilty to me. It looks really strange. Why wouldn't you call for putting these kids to bed for the last 6 months? I've been riding around in a minivan with them. I care about these kids. She knows that. Even if we're over, not a text message, not a phone call.
By the way, just an example of Wendi needing someone else to help with the kids because you know she can't do that shit herself. So
it looks strange to me. So
right, and even more so in lieu of recent events.
Well, that's what I mean. Is that when that happened, I didn't expect to hear from her that day. You guys had her on, you know, into the night. I know all that kind of stuff, but I still haven't heard a thing. That just is very, very strange. Maybe she's just a cold-blooded, damaged, needy woman that decided she was done with me, maybe. But if there's any interest in her at all, there's a lot of sociopathic stuff here, it seems like. The ease with which she lies is really disturbing. So that's all I had to say. I just thought you'd want to know that.
Okay. Yeah, well, I got you here. I did want to run down on some of your, I printed out your stuff that you sent me here. Let me just flip through it and try and find it. Okay. And this actually is a little bit better to kind of have something tangible to look at, to kind of see where you are and where you were going and stuff like that.
They're a little out of order because of when they cleared, but yeah.
Okay, so this day's in was actually, even though it says the 18th, I talked to the clerk and she said you were there on the 17th.
Yeah, Thursday night.
Thursday night, which is what you said.
Yeah.
You know, so this is mainly done for exclusionary purposes.
I'm not worried.
So I got you here. And then when did this transaction occur? Like, it doesn't have a time. Can you give me kind of more of a specific time?
Thomasville?
Yes.
That would have been on the way there, so 9, 10 o'clock.
PM.
Yeah.
And do you remember what time you got into the Days Inn?
Before midnight. Let's think about it. I left here around 8. I wasn't going to drive past midnight. It might have been 12:15 or something. But I went from here to South and landed, average of 75 or something like that.
And then $37 in gas on Friday.
And where's that at?
At Ayersville, Georgia.
Yeah, that would have been somewhere between Atlanta and Tennessee.
And this was actually on Friday.
It was.
Okay, so even though this one says transaction date, it was close enough to the 18th that it may not have went through until after midnight.
You know what, it might have been 12:05 when you pulled the trigger on it or something.
Okay. Well, you just said anywhere between 12 and 12:15 you got there.
Yeah.
Okay. And then you said you got out of here about 9 o'clock.
Yeah, it was about almost exactly 9. Just as a thought experiment. I would have stopped in front of a truck for this woman. I'm a mature 42-year-old guy who's dated a lot of women and I just got caught into the spell. So that combined with just the, I think that's kind of unusual when you have 2 boyfriends.
By the way, let's all take a step back and realize that, like, we are all aware of this behavior and aware of this spell. So we're like, yeah, that makes sense. But think about, like, Detective Isom. He's probably like, what the fuck is this guy talking about? A spell? What is this, a witch that she's with? What is he talking about? Like, he has no idea. He just, I mean, maybe he has an indication from his interview with her that she's a little nutty, but all this stuff that he's just learning for the, like, first couple of times, I mean, he must be like, what is going on? Remember, they don't find Tuto and Tato for a while.
So I think that takes a certain lack of conscience, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So that's how easily she did that. Just makes me wonder. I really hope she's not involved at all.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think she is, but I mean, time will tell.
I don't think she'd be directly involved, but as an accessory at this point, I gotta tell you, that's in my head. So I just wanted you to know that. I don't know. You know a lot more data than I do.
Sure, yeah. Well, if you don't have anything else,
nope, that's it.
I appreciate you coming in. Sure. And if you want to go ahead and send me that email, if you still got it.
Yeah, I'll find that email.
And then, like I said, you got my email, you got my phone number. Anything else arises, let me know. If you do have subsequent contact with her, and you guys have a conversation that you think is of note,
I'll let you know.
Yeah,
but
I
think we're probably done. If you need anything from me, let me know, but that's all I had.
Okay.
All right.
I appreciate you coming in.
By the way, that's just him voluntarily going in there. Like, he's trying to help. All right, folks. Now we're going to get into March 2015. This is when, if you missed the trial, Jeff made a bunch of notes for this meeting because Rashbaum got on him like, where are the notes? Why don't you have the notes? Where are the notes? When really, I mean, it's his, like, he's not an investigator. He doesn't have to keep his notes. He's a guy trying to help. He's not the police. And Rashbaum got him for that. But anyway, so now this is March 2015. He's had it all in his head after these first 2 times to kind of put together what he thinks. He makes a bunch of notes, and now we're back. We're back in front of the police for this interview. Again, this is on Mentor Lawyers page. Deep dive true crime. It's in the description. Make sure to check it out. Veronica says Jeff is awesome. He figured out the whole case in 3 days. You're not kidding. All right, so here we go. And again, thank you so much for being here, everybody. Hit that like button on the way in. Like, share, subscribe. You know the dizzle.
So it was Jeffrey or Jeff?
Jeffrey.
J-E.
R-E-Y. J-F-F-R-E-Y.
And it's L-A-C.
A-S-S-E.
Let me get your date of birth, Jeff.
Sure, 10/18/71.
And I just realized he has the same birthday as Brian.
Okay. So what's up? Corey said, and we talked on the phone a little bit that you wanted to, and you start at the very beginning.
Oh, from the future. Lisa getting a coffee. 3 a.m. Lisa in the future in Australia. Lisa Allen. 3 a.m. here. I need a coffee. Nothing better to wake up to, even at this ungodly hour. Thank you so much, Lisa. You rock. Well, I don't have the sound effect on. Hold on. Whoops. Let's have the sound on for that one. Thank you so much, Lisa.
However you want to do it.
I got some notes. Do you mind that?
No, absolutely not.
I don't want to forget stuff, so I've been writing stuff down last few months. So that we might end up in well, here's the thing, and just to give you the broad overview quickly. I felt like when I first talked to Investigator Hale, I was shattered. I mean, you can imagine, you see violent crime all the time. So I think he saw a lot of noise, and a lot of the stuff I told him, but I don't know how it came across. The last couple of meetings we had, he seemed to think I was a disgruntled ex-boyfriend that got my heart broken, and that was why I was upset. And there was some truth to that. I was upset. But over time, I've got some clarity on some things. So I guess I'll just give you my overall impression, and just want to tell you things I saw with my own 2 eyes that were very suspicious to me that I didn't feel really heard previously. Or maybe they were heard and not seen as credible, I don't know. But just so you get the context for it, as far as the relationship stuff, that sucked. But, that last 3-4 months, I moved on with my life, Actually, her moving away was the best thing that ever happened to me in terms of my personal life. It was a bad relationship. So this isn't any animosity towards her for being an unfaithful girlfriend. This is more deeply concerning stuff about someone getting killed. So I started dating Wendi in fall of 2013. We have mutual friends, because a lot of our friends are in the Jewish community at the School of Social Work. So we both talk to a lot of the same people. Throughout the investigation, your name came up a couple times. And we just have a lot of mutual friends and stuff. So that's how we met. So we dated casually in the fall. She just got divorced, so had I actually. And at the time, I came in here before, I thought Mark Hill was a dick. That's what I had been taught by Wendi. Over time, I've realized I was kind of misled. But in the fall, it was interesting. Let me start. Danny had been describing Wendi as a pathological liar and a mentally ill narcissistic sociopath in a semi-joking manner, but
to you?
To other people. I just heard that through the grapevine. Because people said, be careful with Wendi. She's a little unbalanced. And I said, well, she seems upset about her divorce, but I don't know if she's unbalanced. I didn't take it seriously at the time. It sounds extreme, right? I thought these two people were having a nasty divorce. He's calling names. I thought it was totally out of line. It's one of the reasons I was upset with him because you see in the court documents. I mean, he got sick of her and really went after her legally in a really aggressive way, and not knowing the background, I thought it was inappropriate. I thought it was taking things too far to try to disbar your ex-wife. But one impression I'm left with is, I don't think I said this before, like in December or January, I thought that was totally out of line. By May, I don't know if those are technically the correct words, but by May, I knew exactly what he was talking about. And this is a very troubled person, Wendi Abelson, deeply troubled person. And at first, she's gorgeous, she's smart, she's funny. I fell for this girl like a ton of bricks. Most men would. That was one of the reasons I stuck around too long. But just an overall impression of her. And Danny says this in court documents, actually. Very manipulative person, a pathological liar. Wendi was an alcoholic while I was with her. She drank her dinner most nights. Extremely fragile, extremely depressed. Mm-hmm. Many, many nights hated Tallahassee so much that thought we're a bunch of country bumpkins and we liked Tallahassee because she's from Miami. Didn't hide that fact. Thought it was bizarre that I moved here from Phoenix. And the 2 conversations that we had every single day for 9 months were, Danny is an evil monster, and Tallahassee is the worst place in the world to live, and I can't believe I got stuck here because of Danny Markel. And she was obsessed with those 2 concepts. So I got really tired of hearing that, but I heard that every day for 9 months. Wendy's very manipulative in that she plays the victim very, very easily. Whenever we got into a confrontation, she'd pour me. Very sensitive to that. I work with DV victims, women that have been raped as a social worker, all that kind of stuff. So I'm a sensitive Mr. Rogers kind of guy. So it's a very, easy way to manipulate me, or Markel for that matter. But she just wasn't stable even in the fall, and able to cover it up here or there. One of these people, the first 100 hours you spend with her, you think she's amazing. 101 on, you're like, shit, what did I get myself into here? This person's kind of crazy.
You talk a little fast for me.
I'm sorry.
100 hours?
Yeah, first 100 hours you think she's amazing. Then after that, wait a second, there's some tremendous flaws here. So she puts up a very good public face. But as far as seeing stuff pertinent to the crime, I met her brother Charlie when I was down there in Miami for Immokalee. You may recall that I said I found him to be a very strange person, very aggressive, verbally. He takes sex tourism trips to South America to have sex with underage prostitutes.
Wait a minute, back up a second.
Yeah, he takes sex tourism trips to South America to have sex with underage prostitutes.
Sex tourism?
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah, South America.
I'm kind of a sheltered guy.
Well, I was shocked not only that he would tell people he did that, but that he would tell his younger sister. That was strange to me. Very odd. And there's this odd dynamic between them. The whole family is real weird. He talked in the hot tub about punishing a girl by anally violating her in front of Wendi and I, like bragging about the fact that he'd hurt this girl because she had got him in an uncomfortable situation. So he came off like an offender to me. He came off like a, kind of sociopathic, like this is strange. He just met me, he's telling me this. It was really, really weird.
Okay,
Yeah, go ahead.
I know, I'm just trying to rein you in a little.
Isom is like, what is this man talking about? Isom's like, sexual tourism?
Bit, so I can make sure I get it right.
Yeah,
I do recall something about a hot tub.
Yeah.
But I think it may have been something I read from Corey Hale's report.
It might have been, yeah, I talked to him.
But are you saying you're in the hot tub after the Immokalee retreat?
Exactly. We went from Immokalee to Miami and hung out with their brother.
Okay.
For the first time.
So you're in Miami at his place, I guess?
Exactly. It's very wealthy. He's got a really nice house in Miami Beach area.
Miami Beach.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're there and you're in the hot tub.
Yeah.
She's in the hot tub.
Yeah.
And the brother Charlie's in the hot tub.
Yeah.
Okay.
Charlie's talking about punishing girls through anally violating them in front of his sister. It's just.
Is it braggadocious?
Yeah. Like she got him punched out at a wedding. He had a Korean girlfriend and brought him as the only white guy to 400 Korean people and just him. Some of the men took offense and he got punched out.
Charlie did.
Yeah. So the way he handled that was to anally violate her and then brag about it the next day. I mean, it was really, really weird.
That had happened the day before y'all got in the hot tub?
No, I misspoke there. It was pretty recent. It wasn't that day, but
Okay.
it was last month, the last couple of weeks, something like that.
So he goes to a Korean wedding
Yeah.
as the only Anglo,
Yeah, exactly.
and some men took offense because he was a date for one of
Exactly.
the Korean girls that was at the wedding.
Exactly. And he got punched.
And he probably opened his mouth or something. So,
He says he got sucker punched, but I don't know.
okay, so he gets, and so his way of getting retribution is the girl that brought him to the wedding is to
Yeah.
rape her, or
Well, it
just,
did not rape. It wasn't rape. It was consensual sex. But he was bragging about the fact that he made it hurt a lot and that kind of stuff.
oh, okay.
And that was just
and that was anal penetration.
Yeah.
He's bragging about.
And it was 20 minutes after I met him.
I got you.
So I'm just like, this is not normal. This is strange. Guys will talk to their guy friends. Although I've never said anything like that. I would never want to hurt a woman. It's,
Right.
you know, so it's, so it just struck me as very, very odd. Fast forward to May, we have that incident in the coffee shop that we discussed, that Officer Hale and you were, I assume that's one of the reasons you guys were interested in talking to me in the first place. But just to remind you, I just walked into All Saints Coffee and there's my girlfriend with another guy. But that was a big deal in our relationship. And
Right, because you see her there and she's with this guy, and
yeah.
and you don't know who the guy is. If maybe I got that wrong. You knew that she was
Well,
seeing a guy.
That's one of the things that concerned me, is that she would bring him up from time to time, and there was other signs. I mean, there's, I think, 5 to 10 other men. I was in denial about it in this time period. That's not a crime, obviously, but it was. She's very impulsive, very erratic. Doesn't think things through. She will do them and then worry about the consequences later. She was remarkably sloppy about cheating on me in terms of. Well, that's what was interesting. Up until about early June, she was covering her tracks pretty well, actually. And, after that fight, we had not a huge fight, we had a mild fight about that. And things started to get really, really strange. And this is what I think I had a hard time getting across to Investigator Hale. So we have that fight. She goes to Portland for a weekend. She comes back. It's now June. And in June, I was walking around saying to all my friends, I don't know what is going on. Something is going on. We had that very frank talk about that and decided to stay together. She said, it's one guy. He's gone. He literally moved out of the area, as you probably know. So in June, I was walking around saying to my friends, I don't know what's going on. It's just uncanny to think back on it now. I said, I don't know what's going on, but something's gonna happen. Like, it feels like there's drum beats. It feels like we're moving towards something. It's really, really strange. I don't know what's going on. And one of the strange things that happened was we had a trip to California scheduled to see my.
Thanks so much for being here, everybody. Good to see you. I figure since there's the YSL trials off and there's really no trials going on, I think, today we'll do this, see how far we get. And then I definitely want to do the same kind of thing with Tato. Watch Tato's police interview. Watch his separate testimonies. I want to get all the things out there. I want to review all the things that show that Wendi was involved with this, that piece of trash Wendelier. Because for folks who don't know, just coincidentally, I did a video on why I thought Grandma Gotti, Donna Adelson, was going to get arrested. And she did the next day. Now, it had nothing to do with my video. However, I mean, what the hell? Might as well keep doing it. Maybe I should do one every day until she gets arrested. I mean, that seems a little crazy, but I just want her to get arrested so freaking bad. Like I've said before, I want to get a shirt that has her face when she's like, I'm not going to get arrested. I want that face, and I want the quote on the shirt with a big LOL, and I want to wear it. I want to fly from New York to Florida for the indictment as I wear that shirt. Anywho, thanks for being here, everyone. Let's continue.
Parents the week that Danny was killed. And in early June, she rescheduled that trip. And I said, what's the problem with the trip? She says, well, I'm worried we'll get stuck in the airport and we won't be back on Friday. I have to pick up the kids from school. And I said, but we're coming back Thursday night. It's not winter. We're not going. Lantern in the winter, I would understand. There's no way we're going to get stuck. We can rent a car. We have friends that could babysit. This is strange. I said, fine, cancel the trip.
And that was going to be in early June?
The trip was going to be the week that Danny was killed.
Oh, okay. That was the trip?
11th to 19th was supposed to be the trip. So we had a trip planned, and she was real strange about the fact that we had to reschedule this trip. It just didn't make sense. And I even said, if you just don't want to go because you don't feel comfortable right now, just tell me, that's cool. She goes, no, I have to pick up the kids from school that day. I just have to. I don't want to do anything that would stop that. And she said, I'll miss.
Yes. And for those who are new to the channel, this is my beautiful wife, Shannon, who brings up a good point. I did not watch true crime up till, and Shannon always did. I got into it from the Murdoch case, and this was the second case that I really got into. We watched a 2020 or a Dateline, and then and then we started watching the archive trial back in April, I think. And now I need Wendy to go down so bad. That's what she said. I didn't mean that, though.
The kids at that point. I said, okay. A couple of days later, I say, well, she said, but I want to spend that time with you. I was leaving for Tennessee on Friday. And she said, I want to spend that Monday through Thursday with you. I said, great. You want to go to St. Augustine? She loves the beach. She hates Tallahassee. This, again, is just very strange and suspicious to me. Wendi Edison tells me, what I want to do is a staycation. I want to stay home in Tallahassee. I said, you want to stay in Tallahassee the hottest week of the year? He goes, yeah, we'll go to Tom Brown Park, we'll do this. I said, you hate it here. I'm offering to take you away. Why wouldn't you? It's just really strange at the time. I remember saying to my friends, like, Wendi wants, people laughed. I said, Wendi says she wants to stay in Tallahassee. Like, she leaves town. Sure, you know, every chance she gets, she leaves town. Why would she want to stay? I said, I don't know. I have no idea. I finally managed to convince her to do a trip to St. Augustine, but we had to schedule it so that we were back basically by the time of the shooting. So that was just strange. It was peculiar at the time. And she was, when we scheduled that trip to St. Augustine, I was sitting her, she has her calendar open. You have to schedule everything with her. That's just how she was. There was just, at the time, I can remember sitting in her office trying to schedule this, and there was this weirdness about that weekend. We're scheduling other things, no problem, but that weekend, she just was intent on. That day meant something to me before Danny was shot. Like, there's something weird about that week. I don't know what it is, but there's something weird about that week. If we keep going through June, other things I noticed in June that were really crazy.
Let me back up a second so I get this right.
Yeah.
July 11th through 19th, you're supposed to go to California.
Yeah.
Leave on the 11th, come back on the 19th.
I can look it up for you. It might be 12th to 19th, but it was the week that Danny was shot. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So when is she saying, I can't do it? What date? What date are we talking about when she's telling you I can't do it?
Early June. I can pull up the exact
Early
date.
June.
Early June, yeah.
So you're supposed to go to California with her, just you two.
We have plane tickets purchased. And she sat me down, I think it was June 5th or 7th. I will find out for you if you would like.
Yeah.
And she just said, I can't do that, and it just didn't make sense. It just didn't make any sense.
So she'd already said that date was that window of
She said, this is the one week I have to go see your parents. And I
11th
said,
through the 19th.
But that was in May we booked them. So 3 different times she canceled plans with me in the 2 or 3 day period with Danny.
What you're leading to is this is highly suspicious that she needs to be here on the 18th of July.
Yeah, just anecdotally, subjectively, whatever it's worth, it was really weird. It was really strange. I know this woman. I know her really well. And there was something at the time with me saying to my friends, what's going on? It's just really, really strange. It's just really...
She'd never done anything like this before?
No, she had canceled and recanceled, and she did that all the time. Completely disorganized person. But it usually made sense. It usually had a reason. And usually the reason was something about court with Danny, or her parents wanted to come down to South Florida. Every other time but this, I understood. This time I was completely puzzled. It didn't make sense. And it was very, very strange.
Okay, so she cancels this trip to California. Did you go anyway?
I did
No,
not.
of course you didn't. You were
Okay. Wish I had.
Yeah. And so what happens to these plane tickets?
Her ticket, I have no idea.
So she bought her own?
Yeah, we bought separate plane tickets. As a matter of fact, I don't know that she did buy a plane ticket.
Oh.
But she told me she did.
Same airline? Same
So.
flight?
I can find out for you. I can send you my reservation. Because we had a discussion about getting our seats moved together, so I think she probably bought a ticket, actually. But I never saw the ticket.
It wasn't discussed any further?
I can't recall.
Okay, so that's the first thing. In early June, she says, Jeff, I got to be back on that Friday the 18th.
Exactly.
To pick up the kids. I guess that's going to be the first of her week with the kids, maybe?
Yeah, she gets the kids back after having, because they went to 7-day schedule in the summer.
Right.
And she's, I don't know, miss the kids. I said, we'll be back. It's not, I said, if you don't want to go, just tell me I don't want to go. No, I want to go. I just got to be back for the kids. There was a special.
Okay, why not adjust the flight or adjust the...
Well, she had the kids the previous week. This was her one free week. She's also booked all summer.
Well, the 18th is a Friday.
Yeah, it is.
Okay, so, going backwards, the 11th should have been a Thursday, I'm thinking.
I can look it up, but it just wasn't. She was booked week by week throughout the summer.
She doesn't even have any school stuff, right? I mean, I don't know if you're off during that time.
No, I'm completely off. She has a lot of obligations to her parents. Her parents want her down in Miami every chance she gets. So all through this county, there's parents.
All right,
so three different occasions. This at the time, it's like, oh, what's going on with the 18th of July or the week of the 18th? What is this? I don't understand what this is.
Okay, so the first thing is the California trip, and it's next.
Yeah.
Then you want to take her to St. Augustine,
She
because
says, yeah, she wants to stay, and that's just bizarre.
But did you ever make plans to go to St. Augustine?
Yeah, so a week later, again, we sat in front of the calendar, and it was really strange. There was this hesitancy about that weekend. She says, I'll go to St. Augustine, but we have to be back early on Friday.
Early on Friday?
Early on Friday.
What does early on Friday mean?
We were going to wake up and come straight back from St. Augustine, so we would have got up at 7, been here by 9 or 10.
Okay.
She had to pick up the kids from school until 4. It didn't make sense.
Okay.
But I said fine, and my thing was I was going to drop her off and then drive up to Atlanta. I was going to drop her off and go. So that was just strange. It just stuck in my head. Like, what?
Because your trip to your friend up in Tennessee, what was the date you were supposed to go?
I was supposed to leave at about 10 or 11 a.m. on Friday the 18th.
Okay.
Because I was supposed to the original trip was to go straight to Atlanta, stay the night in Atlanta, then go up to Tennessee the next day. So I was supposed to leave here at 10 or 11 and get there at 4 or 5.
On Friday afternoon?
Friday afternoon, yeah.
Okay.
That changed, but that was the original plan.
No, because you left on Thursday.
Yeah, I did.
All right, well, let's jump to that so I can fill in this blank.
Yeah.
Why did you leave on Thursday?
We'd had a huge fight in late June. I discovered some other cheating. I was very upset with her. And she had sent me we had sort of broken up, basically. But she put me on a 7-day hold.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
Okay, I remember that.
yeah.
She sent you an email or
Yeah,
something?
Exactly. So the night before, I was so upset. I was just like, fuck this, I'm going. I said, get out of town. I was upset. But that's something my friends have said to me that I've never said this, but my friends have said, Jeff, because sometimes it's hard for me to see this clearly, they can see it more clearly. Jeff, you do realize that if you left Friday at 11 a.m. for Atlanta, what this would have looked like, you would have been in custody. You're really.
Oh. Okay.
Now, I'm not saying that, but some of my friends, it was like a clumsy attempt to.
Yeah, there it is. Yeah, his friends that I tell him, yeah, Jeff, if you left when you were planning on leaving, guess what that looks like, Jeff? Looks like you killed Dan. And man, oh man, Wendi sure seemed to want that to happen, didn't she?
Take attention off her, put it on me. I'm not saying that's true. It sounds a little far-flung to me. It sounds a little clumsy to me. But she knew exactly when I was going to leave. I'm a late riser, and she didn't know I changed my plans, obviously. So I'm glad I changed my plans. I wouldn't blame you guys for being a little more suspicious if you didn't. I mean, if I leave at 11, you just see me driving north 10 minutes after Danny showed up. So that looks suspicious to a lot of people. I know it makes it sound like a criminal mastermind. It may sound crazy to you, but that's what my friends say. So can I go back to the stuff in June? Just
Absolutely, I'm sorry.
You know, any questions you want to ask? And I know I talk fast, and I.
Just a little faster than I'm used to.
My dad's from Boston, so
Okay.
I'm an adopted Southerner, but I haven't slowed down yet. So.
That's pretty funny. The northerner talking to the southerner. He's talking too fast for him. I may have been told I talk too fast sometimes.
In June, these are just my impressions, but there was 5 or 6 times in June I'm playing with the kids. We had a good family life, terrible romantic relationship because she was cheating me all the time. But I'm home with the kids with her, nice family life.
You're at her house out on
Every time, yeah.
Cameron.
Exactly, off Aqua Ridgewood Lane, yeah, nice house. So 4 or 5 times in late June, I'm playing with the kids, reading them stories. I was very close to Ben in particular, spent a lot of time with those children. And I look out of the corner of my eye, and Wendi would be in the kitchen crying for no reason whatsoever. And at the time, what it looked like to me is she's like taking it all in, and she looked like she was grieving something. And I would say, "What's wrong?" And she'd say, "Nothing's wrong," or make up some bullshit story. And I never. She lied so much; it was hard to know. But in retrospect, it makes me worry a lot because it looked like she was wrestling with something. It was very. It wasn't suspicious. It was just weird. But in retrospect, it's like, wow. Let's assume she knew something was going to happen. That's how a person might react. You know, she made a choice, but.
That's late June.
That's late June. That's late June. So that happened enough times that I talked to my friends about it. What she was talking about in June, relocation to Miami. How terrible it was to be stuck in Tallahassee. Crying like, I got stuck here, I didn't choose this, I can't stand it. And she talked about the fact that the only way she could ever relocate is if something happened to Danny.
Now, did she actually say that?
Yeah, she did. Yeah.
This is the first time you've mentioned that.
I don't think so. I think I did mention that to Investigator Hale.
Okay. I think I missed it.
Well, no, it wasn't. I had 3 interviews with Investigator Hale.
Okay.
The next 2 was me trying to tell him things like this, and I don't think he was hearing me.
Okay.
So, no, she didn't say I'm going to kill Danny. She didn't say that word for word. But it was, because I was saying, hey, we're about to, like, get serious here. Are you going to be here? Because she hated it so much. I need to know what's going to happen. And she's like, well, the only way that, let me give you the context. The only way I could leave is if something happened to Danny. But if that did happen, that would be a tough decision. I would probably need to go back to Miami to be with my parents. So that scenario came from her, but it was a response to a question from me. So, I mean, I guess I need to be fair about that one.
Sure.
But it was, and it's true, right? I mean, it was, I asked if Danny might move with her. She said she would not be willing to do that. But she was talking about that.
She would not be willing to do that?
No, she didn't. Well, Danny had job offers from all over the country constantly, and she didn't want to live in Houston or St. Louis or things like that. I mean, she was miserable here. She was here just because she came with Danny. She didn't like her job. She didn't like the area. She didn't like split custody. I don't know that people knew how upset she was. I mentioned to you before you came into the room when I said this, but this is the time period. I don't know the exact day. I'm so distracted by relationship stuff, I can't quite remember it. But she told me that Charlie had looked into having Danny killed in the summer of 2013. She meant it dead serious. I wish to God I'd follow up on that. At the time, trying to figure out us, and I thought, well, Charlie's crazy, I can imagine that, but certainly he's not crazy enough to do that, so I didn't worry about it.
That's your interpretation.
It's not mine.
No, let's back up.
Yeah, go ahead.
Let's get into the context of your conversation with her where that comes up about Charlie.
Please.
So
She just, she's talking about Danny. She is completely...
where are we at?
We're at her house in the living room in late June.
In late June of 2013.
Yeah, 2014. Yeah.
I'm sorry, 2014.
Yeah, late June. And you know what? This might have even been... This is sometime between June 20th and the Monday before Danny was shot.
Okay.
And I want to say it was right before, but I don't trust my memory on that, the date. And she's talking about Danny because that's all she ever talked about. Danny wasn't a human being, he was Satan.
He was what?
He was Satan.
Satan,
Yeah.
okay.
And what was real strange about this was that in January, February, March, they had a lot of court stuff, and I could see why she'd be so pissed off at Danny. Danny had calmed down. He liked his new girlfriend. The judge had read him the riot act in court when they went to court the one time and told the other attorney, you need to calm your client down and stop having your client write his own legal briefs. I'm sick of reading this crap. You know, Danny was going to get his butt handed to him by the court, and Wendi was going to have to concede a couple things, but she was going to win, everybody thought. And he had calmed down. He really had. So I was trying to say, maybe we could talk about Danny a little less. Danny's chill. Danny's happy with Amy. This is good. This is good for us, you know? And I was starting to see Danny a little more realistically at that point. So she's in the middle of these conversations where she's just ranting and raving about Danny. Very angry with Danny. She's very sensitive, and the worst thing you could do for Wendi is point out that she's not perfect. And that's what Danny represented to her.
That is quite the statement right there. I got to rewind that statement. That is so interesting to hear. You know, from a psych kind of guy with a psych background. I mean, just a very interesting thing to say.
And he had calmed down. He really had. So I was trying to say, maybe we could talk about Danny a little less. Danny's chill. Danny's happy with Amy. This is good. This is good for us, you know? And I was starting to see Danny a little more realistically at that point. So she's in the middle of these conversations where she's just ranting and raving about Danny. Very angry with Danny. She's very sensitive, and the worst thing you could do for Wendi is point out that she's not perfect. And
the worst thing you could do for Wendi is point out she's not perfect. Which, I mean, just think about her testimony. Just think about her testimony in that statement.
That's what Danny represented to her is, he said, you're a liar. You know, things like that. Anyway, she just comes out of the blue, and I said, well, I just wish something, I can't remember exactly what I said, but I was like, you know, this isn't going to ever be fixed in the way you want it. This is, you're linked to this man for your life. You know, there's no fix for this.
Oh, shit. Catherine coming in hot, giving out 10 memberships. Thank you so much, Catherine. Get the Capri Suns out.
Because I'm going to bunk with
Thank
you,
you
buddy.
so much,
We're going to be
Catherine.
buddies. We're going to be pals. We're going to wrestle around.
But you have to fix what you think and feel. And she said, well, you know, Charlie did look into having him killed last summer. He said it would cost about $15,000.
$15,000?
That's right. Seems cheap to me, but you would know better than I. And
It's, I want to make sure I understand
yeah,
this
please.
completely. So, June, what was the date?
Between June 20th and March 14th, let's say. I think it's probably, I think it's closer to July, between June 20th and July 14th. I think it's closer to July 14th.
And guess, if you want to be gifted a membership for all the new folks in chat, I'm going to put a link in. Make sure you click on it and click on allow subs. And potentially if someone gives out memberships, you can get one. So here comes the link.
Okay. She says, you know, Charlie
Charlie did actually look into having him killed last summer. And he was told it would cost $15,000. And one of Charlie's...
This is just paraphrased, but I want to make sure I understand.
Yeah.
Charlie did look into having
Danny killed last summer. It would cost about $15,000. And that's not exactly word for word, but that's pretty close to what she said. Wish to God I had followed up. But how do you respond to that? What do you say?
What did you say?
I changed the subject to us. I was interested in working our relationship out.
She ever bring that up again?
No. Never again. But what worries me is that the speech pattern, I'm not trying to play FBI profiler here, but...
It's kind of like, I told you half a truth instead of half a lie.
That's how she lies. That's exactly. I'm sure you've got that a lot in your life. So it doesn't have the impulse control just to say nothing in high-stress situations, but gives you this half-ass version. Yeah. So I thought about that a lot.
But you do remember the amount is $15,000?
I do remember that.
No further than that, nothing else?
There was nothing else. I wish I followed up. I beat myself up about this.
No, you didn't.
What am I going to do? Call you guys and say my girlfriend said something crazy? I don't know, you know.
No.
The thing that worried me about Charlie is he has a very close friend and goes on these trips with him who's ex-special forces and is known for being kind of deranged. And the whole thing was done by somebody who knew what they were doing. So I told you guys that already.
What's his name, though? I never got a name.
I don't know. I assumed you guys investigated it. I don't know. He's a tatted up, known affectionately as a deranged guy. Guy just didn't come back the same like some of these guys do, unfortunately.
But he's a close friend of Charlie's?
It's on his Facebook page. That's what I told investigator Hale.
Okay.
When I heard the crime occurred, about 12 hours I was shocked, and then as I'm driving up I-75, in my head I was like, holy shit, Charlie did it, and he got that guy, I can't remember his name, to do it.
You're saying this guy's on Charlie's Facebook page, or was?
Was. I don't know if he is.
Okay.
These are really smart people. I wouldn't be Facebook friends with them anymore if any of this is true. Other thing that happened in June, our relationship isn't doing well. All of a sudden, from nowhere, you know, like a 5-year-old kid will try to manipulate you in a very transparent way, and it's like obvious what they're doing. She started doing that kind of stuff. I got the sense we weren't going to make it. It was obvious to me, and I never going to trust her again. All of a sudden, she throws me the world, and I thought at the time I said to my friends, I've been very careful not to develop like a hindsight bias. I've checked back in with my friends. What did I say? I said, you said in June it felt like Wendi was stringing you along for some reason, and you couldn't figure out why didn't she just break up with you? She's like, this ain't gonna work, you know. So all of a sudden, she's telling me I should move in.
Move in with her?
Yeah, she's talking about moving in. And I wanted a family so bad. She knew that. She manipulated me with the kids constantly. She said the kids should start calling you daddy. I'm going to talk to my mom and dad, and I'm not Jewish. That was the whole thing. I'm going to get approved by the parents. I'm going to give you the passwords. I'm going to give to all my computer accounts. She started acting like this was going to be a permanent thing.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's okay. I can give you a sec.
Oh, Mike just signed up for a membership. Thank you so much, Mike. Appreciate you. Thank you, Mike.
I'm just going to have to respond to
I
this
understand.
right now.
I understand.
Okay, that'll suffice for a while.
No problem. So it just at the time I felt like I was being manipulated. I couldn't figure out why she'd want to keep me around. It was really strange. Just all of a sudden, here's the world. Just all of a sudden being over the top sweet.
I hate it. Jeff, I'm confused about this timeline here.
Yeah,
Maybe
but-
we should try to get that.
Yeah, okay, go ahead.
Okay, where's this week off? What
That's
is
in
the-
July. I've been going.
Okay.
I've been going in order.
Okay.
So we're still in June right now.
Okay, so we're in, but this comment from late June of the 20th through the July 14th is before or after what you're telling me now?
I can't remember exactly.
It's
when
my fault.
No, it's okay. No, it's not a fault. I can't remember. I want to be as honest and accurate as I can.
Sure.
I think that's the Monday before he was shot, but I can't be certain. So this would be preceding that.
Preceding, okay.
Preceding that. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So it just felt strange. These are just my impressions, but it's like, what is going on? It just didn't make any sense. It was just really strange, erratic behavior.
She wants you to what, though?
Well, I was threatening to leave at this point.
Okay.
So, and I guess if I'm putting on my cop show hat, I'm wondering if it would have looked weird if you break up with your boyfriend and then a week later someone gets shot. You know what I mean? I don't know. So, get to mid to late June, She went down to South Florida. She came back. I could tell she had cheated on me. I was very upset. It's very obvious. And we went to Gainesville, June 27th. She accompanied me down there for a work trip.
Okay. 27th?
Yeah, that weekend together. Tried to, thing was she was going back to Miami for 2 weeks. As soon as we got back, we drive back to Tallahassee, then she drives down to Miami with her mom.
Oh.
So that was because her mom has to come up to take with her because she's not allowed to go herself. I knew it was the worst time in the world to have a fight. I just finally lost my mind on her. The only reason this is relevant to the investigation is it precedes this crime by a couple weeks. I did not touch her, I did not call her names, but I lost my shit on her. I told her exactly how upset I was. I chewed her ass. She decompensated in a way that I've never seen an adult do before. She ended up in the fetal position, sobbing like a 3-year-old. So I was really upset, as you can imagine. I mean, and it put me with the kids on Mother's Day and the next day. I was really upset. So anyway, I was pretty angry with her. And you may have seen the email. She actually was manipulative enough that I ended up apologizing for that. Because,
Was this on her Gmail account?
Yes. There's a lot of...
Other investigators have looked at those.
Gotcha.
And so I'd have to figure out which one.
Yeah. I'm just saying, if you see it, it's a little
I
embarrassing.
just didn't know if it was her Gmail account or her work account or a different account.
Yeah.
If I want to go back and look at it, I'm going to look at the Gmail.
Yeah, it's Gmail. It's on Gmail.
Did she give a reason?
It's deeply important to her she be perceived a certain way.
No, did she give a reason why she was having multiple sex partners?
Not a good one, no. I mean, she said she didn't, actually. She said she was very upset by my behavior in Immokalee when we had what you or I would probably consider normal range, uncomfortable conversations for 30 seconds. So she said, I was afraid in Immokalee you were going to be a jerk. I said, could you please be more considerate to me? That's literally all I said. She's a hair trigger. I think she didn't want a boyfriend, is my suspicion. I think I was awful helpful with the kids and stuff like that.
Okay, I got you.
I think she enjoyed using me as her...
Okay, let's narrow this down.
Yeah.
Okay. June 27th, you're telling me, is the date that you're in Gainesville and you have this blow up.
Yeah, we have a total blow up.
Okay, so is the comment about Charlie and the 15 grand after that?
It is after that.
Okay, so we can narrow it down to the 27th and
Yeah.
after.
You know what? I just want to be as conservative as I can, but I'm almost positive that was July, the Monday before he was shot. If I had to bet money on it, that's where I'd put my money.
Okay.
So, when I was talking to her about that, I was struck by how cold and callous and basically sociopathic she was. Here I am, I was crying, I was very upset, and I said, you're not a sociopath, you must feel bad about this on a certain level. And she goes, I don't know if I'm a sociopath, I don't feel bad about any of this.
Had there ever been a confusion about, okay, Jeff, I'll just be simple, elementary terms. Jeff loves Wendi, Wendi loves everybody. You see what I'm getting at?
No, that's what
you understood her that she was supposed to be strictly with you?
Yeah, just from March on. Before that, I knew I knew what she was doing before that. March on, I've been to 50 dinner parties where I'm introduced as her boyfriend. She took me out in public constantly, continually.
Give me a minute here.
Yeah.
You need something?
If you had a water, I'm going to drive it. I'd appreciate it.
Oh man, Jeff gets into a relationship with Wendi, the murderer, and then he has to have, this is now his, third or fourth police interview. He's going to have 5 trials he has to testify. He's going to be happy when they're all in jail, that's for sure. And thank you so much, everyone, for being here. Really appreciate it. See a lot of new names. Thank you so much for being here. If you're lurking, say hi. I promise we have a friendly group here. And thank you all for being here and watching this. And again, mods, thank you. And if you haven't, if you could hit that like button, hit that like button. And don't forget to change from live chat, from top chat to live chat. Otherwise, you won't see all the messages because for some reason, YouTube does that.
Known guys like this. I know. He's a very interesting guy, and you may have known guys like this. I know some in Tallahassee. He's friends with people on both sides of the tracks. He's got friends that are physicians and professors and all that. He's got guys he hangs out at his gym that don't have a high school diploma, and he's able to buddy up with them too. He's very good socially. Charlie is street smart. He comes off kind of like a con man. He's really good with women. He's one of those con man womanizer types. Different girl every night. Very socially smooth. So he enjoys flowing from one side of society. He has a Ferrari. I mean, he could just hang out in the upper crust. He doesn't. He enjoys slumming with these other guys, you know. So I think he's taken trips with that guy, though. If you're going to look into it, I believe he's part of the crew that like went to South America.
I have somebody checking right now to see if maybe we're talking about the same person.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, by the way, Charlie is so industrious and so street smart that if it wasn't that guy, it wouldn't make me any less suspicious that Charlie was involved. He just was the natural first thing that popped into
So
me.
what do you think, Jeff? You don't, okay, so when you first started talking to me today, and don't take this the wrong way, but when you first started talking to me, I thought we were fixing to crucify Wendi right here as far as everything, and that she was directly involved. Not necessarily that she killed her ex-husband, but had solicited for someone to do it.
I still believe that. I'm 100%, I never say 100%, I'm a researcher. I was 90% sure when I talked to you guys.
Colleen asked, was this his first interview? No. His first interview we watched, if you want to rewind or watch later, his first interview was the 21st of July, 2014, which was, 3 days after the shooting. Then he did another one the 23rd July, and this is now March 2015. So this is not his first interview.
In July, I was waiting for you to catch somebody, because then maybe I'm crazy, right? So then when Myron May happened, I thought maybe it was Myron May. I'm just wondering. At this point, I'm pretty confident.
This is an email that I think you're referring to. I'll give you an opportunity to read it.
Yep, that's the one she sent. That's where I'm going right now.
Okay. So this is July 15th. Is that accurate?
That's right.
Okay, July 15th is the Tuesday before.
The thing she told me about Charlie would have been the night before this.
Okay, so we are on the 14th.
Yeah, I think that's right. Yeah, it would have been Monday, July 14th. That's actually just where I was going right now.
Go ahead.
So she goes to South Florida for 2 weeks. We barely talk. It's hard on both of us. You guys have emails. It's bullshit romance stuff going back and forth. We had one long conversation and decided to patch things up. She sounded very calm in this conversation.
These are phone conversations?
Yeah. She says,
she's in Miami.
She's in Miami. And while she's in Miami, she always says, she would just disappear for 14 days. I wondered if there was another man down in Miami too. It seemed plausible because her parents take care of the kids. It doesn't make sense how busy she is. Come back Monday, we go on a date. That's the 14th. That's the night that...
Okay, you're on the date here.
Yeah, we're on the date here. It was real awkward. And she was a little strange, but it was overall a pretty positive date.
That's on the 14th.
It's on the 14th. So
you're having this conversation during or after your date?
After the date.
Back at her house?
Back at her house.
Okay.
Back at her house. And didn't have wine that night. She was sick. She got back cold. She was really stressed out and sick. So the next day is Tuesday the 15th. Wake up in the morning, I call Wendi, and I told investigator Hill this. I don't know if there's anything here, but it was kind of bizarre. Talk early in the morning, maybe 9 or 10, and I said, I'd like to see you today. I was a little encouraged. And she said, yeah, I'd love to see you. And she'd walked herself out of her house. I said, well, come hang out with you. She said, I'd love to spend time with you. And then I waited. 3 hours later, I get a phone call, and she's like, actually, I got into the house. Let's not do the afternoon. Let's just go to yoga together. So
where?
Yoga.
Okay.
So I went to yoga together. It was awkward as hell. She was cold. She was done. I could tell. So I'm sitting there yoga going, okay, this is over. Walk her to her car at the end of yoga, and I say, I love you. don't know what else to say. And she goes, I know. I was like, well, that's not an idea you want.
So, I love you, and she goes, I know.
Yeah.
Of course you do. I'm a goddess.
Talking about narcissism.
Yeah.
So I literally went, okay, and I just turned to leave, and this.
It's the Han Solo. She hit him with the Han Solo. I know.
All hail it is, but I want to say it again. She goes, hey, Jeff, are you still going to Tennessee?
Arthur hitting it with the $10 chat, super chat. Thank you so much, Arthur. I really appreciate that, Arthur. Thank you. Thanks, Arthur.
On Friday. And I say, I'm thinking, why the hell does she care? It's obvious.
You're walking away, you're separating?
Yeah, I went 10 paces away from her, and she says, hey, Jeff, are you still going to Tennessee on Friday? And I say, I lie. And I say, actually, it's up in the air, because we talked about if we broke up, I should come over and say goodbye to the kids. I was hoping she'd invite me over. And she said, well, she was deeply interested. She asked me 3 or 4 questions.
But this is after this, right?
It is after. No, that's not. I get this email at the end of the night. She goes home and she sends this email. This is after this. This is after the conversation. The conversation I'm telling you about right now happens an hour before I get this email.
An hour before. Okay, so we're still Tuesday the 15th?
Yeah, at 7 o'clock at night.
Okay.
I got out of the yoga.
Okay.
So she asked 3 or 4 questions about under what circumstances would I go? Why am I thinking about not going? She seemed deeply interested in what I'm going to do on Friday. It just was bizarre. I was like, well, whatever. Got home, got this email. What was so strange about this? We had just spent 16 days away from each other, thinking about things. Then I get this. I told her, if you don't want to do this, send me a text and say I can't do this anymore. Why would you string me along for a week? It's real strange.
I just want to make sure that we're on the same page.
Yeah.
I'm going to read this aloud, so if there's something, it pains me to be writing this to you now, but here we go. I need some space to clear my head and to figure out how to move forward. I am heartsick, but my head and my heart are having 2 different reactions to us being together, and I can't reconcile them to be in this like you would want me to be. So she's saying you're coming on too strong, basically, is what I'm reading. You want a full commitment.
No, that's not how I read it, but I mean, it's...
Well, I mean, that's how I'm looking at it. Is that not true? I mean, okay, do you want a full commitment from her?
I wanted to continue the relationship, yes.
Okay.
But we had discussed just breaking up. We just spent 16 days apart thinking about things.
Right. You're 16 days apart. Then you go on a date on the 14th. Mm-hmm. She makes the comment about her brother was looked into killing Danny the previous summer, which would have been summer of 2013. She didn't specify a month. You didn't question her any more about that.
I was too focused on this stuff. Yeah, I didn't.
No, you make when she's making this statement on the you're saying the Monday.
Yeah.
Which would be the 14th.
Yeah.
When she makes this statement that Charlie had looked into having someone do this for 15, it was going to cost. Hey, how much does it cost to kill this guy? And the answer that Charlie gets is $15,000. He shares that with his sister.
Yes.
Okay. And then she says that to you. And that was in the context preceding that conversation was basically, what do you want to do? You don't like it here. I'm talking in your...
that was part of the conversation. There was constant conversation about Danny is awful at Tallahassee, sucks. That's about all she ever said.
And I can't do anything. I'm stuck here because, I guess she got denied relocating with the kids.
She did.
And she's saying, I'm stuck here unless something happens to Danny. That's what you're getting at.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm getting at.
And then she just spills this out.
Yeah. And then I think, by the way, she just went to the bathroom. I think there was something like that where
But you're saying that, I mean, there was no more conversation about this. Is huge to me. This is like, my brother's already checked into it and it costs this much.
Yeah,
is it like this is still available and open, or 15 grand is too much we're too cheap?
This family's rich. I mean, it's nothing.
No, I know, but
what's... He's got petty cash at his office.
Okay, but was this like, this option still available? Is that how it was?
It was just said in passing, and I've mulled it over in my head 100 times. I didn't know what it meant.
Okay, so my brother checked into it, and it was going to cost 15 grand.
I'm just heartbroken in this situation. I'm not thinking about that. I'm thinking about how do I get this woman back.
I realize, but I'm trying to glean this
Yeah.
from what the
Yeah.
interpretation that you got from it.
Yeah.
I know you told me you didn't ask her anything more
Yeah.
about it. I mean, you know, a statement like this, don't take this the wrong way, but if I was in your shoes, I'd be like, I'd be saying, what the hell are you talking
I
about?
got used to her craziness.
Okay.
To get her eyes. I mean,
All right.
she's all over the place all the time. So I think I just wrote it off as another crazy thing Wendi says.
But you recall the amount.
I do, and I went back to a couple friends because I told them about this
Right.
after Danny got shot. I said, "Holy shit!" You
Right.
know, I mean, that's what happened. So I beat myself up about that.
No. I don't want you to beat yourself
Yeah.
up. I just want to make sure that you didn't. I'm just trying to get you to see. Is there anything else that you can recall? I'm not saying you did anything wrong.
I know, I get that.
I'm saying, are you sure you didn't miss something else in that conversation?
No, because it was right back to her and I.
Okay. All right.
Since you're going to be here, and that's not going to happen. You know that.
So this comment is made in passing as she's traipsing off to the
Something
bathroom.
like, yeah, or her bedroom or something.
Comes back out. It's all
And
okay.
I say, I had a good time last night, or something like that. You
Okay.
know, it was that kind of thing. So she sends me this email, and I don't know if it's coming on. I didn't know what to make of it. I sent it to some of my friends who know her pretty well. And said, she's crazy, is what they said. I mean, why wouldn't she just break up with you? It doesn't even make sense. I should have broke up with her. But we've been apart 16 days. She wants another week. But recall that when she left Danny, she just moved out while he was gone. So confrontation isn't her thing, you know. So maybe that's why. So Wednesday goes by. There's Thursday. Thursday, she.
You're still up in the air about leaving. You've told her, I don't know for sure if I'm leaving Friday or not.
That's right. She doesn't know for sure. I don't know if she would have or would have known. We have mutual friends that I told on Wednesday or Thursday that I was going, that it wouldn't shock me if she were able to find out that I was going. I mean, we have mutual friends.
But your answer to her was, I don't know yet. It's still up in the
That's
air.
right, that's right. But the next day I decided to go. So it was all
On Wednesday.
Yeah, I decided to go for sure on Wednesday. Thursday, she changes her Facebook picture. I'm sure you've seen the picture of her in the beautiful purple dress. It's all over the media. It was suspicious to me after the fact that picture was changed 12 hours before Danny shot, and that's the picture that was distributed to the media. She's very concerned with her appearance and how she looks. So I know that maybe sounds crazy. Investigator Hale seemed to think it was, but I thought this is so strange. She changed her Facebook picture twice in 2 years, and the night before Danny shot, and she's going to be all over the media, she looks like a Victoria's Secret model, you know?
Okay.
So, but I was bothered enough by that picture.
It's very interesting. I don't know if I got this far, but it's very interesting. The Facebook thing, definitely something a narcissist would do if she knew that she was going to be on, her Facebook and stuff was to be out there, change the picture so that it's one that she looks really good in. Although you would think she always had one that she looked really good in.
What was the prior picture?
Something that looks more like a 35-year-old woman with 2 kids would have on her Facebook page.
Okay.
All the other pictures, and she looks pretty in them, but that one looks, she looks amazing in that picture.
Okay.
She's not even that pretty in real life. That picture, I think her dad
Photoshop.
Her dad photoshops that stuff. He does that kind of thing. So it was a picture produced for her by her father, I believe.
I wonder if Harvey has moved on to AI pictures. Maybe he can get a good AI picture of Charlie in his jail cell. Maybe he could do some work with Charlie and Donna's mugshots. Get AI on it and touch it up for Facebook.
So Friday I leave. Thursday night I leave. About an hour after I saw that picture, I said, fuck this, and I just drove out of town. The next day, Danny shot at 11 a.m. No one contacts me, which we have a lot of mutual friends, and they didn't. I talked to some of them after the fact. They tell me that they were under the impression that I was very likely an actual suspect in this case. I posted on Facebook from Tennessee Friday night at a time where it would have been impossible for me to ever have been here at the time of the shooting. She didn't contact me for 10 days. She told me that the police had instructed her that I was a suspect and she was not to return a text message that I sent her. that she could not do that. I actually recently dated a criminal defense attorney, just coincidentally, and she thought that was bizarre because she said they want you talking, you want to incriminate yourself, they're going to get access to this stuff. But
That didn't come from me.
I don't think it came from anyone. It was very strange. Well, I know legally you can't do that probably, but
No.
I mean, it's why would you want to? So I wasn't in the room with her. I don't know how she acted or whatever, but it was implausible that I did this. And I don't know if she told me I tried to protect you from the police. They want to know where your house was. They want to know this. I said, I don't need protecting. How come none of your friends called me or texted me? Well, they told me later that she seemed to be concerned that I actually did this.
Why would you do it?
How can I know? Why would I do it?
Well, what did she say? Well,
Crime of passion. We're breaking up and Jeff's upset. I mean, so I don't know if she said that to you guys. I know you can't tell me that. But she was telling people in her social circle, apparently, that they shouldn't contact me, I guess. That, this was really a possibility. And that just seems deeply suspicious to me. A lot of these people aren't really close friends with me, but I found out about this crime third hand. And that just struck me as incredibly strange. And suspicious, very suspicious. I just got a couple other things and then I'll answer your questions you have. Called Officer Hale, said, hey, just so you know, Wendi has a key to that house on Trescott. So I know there was some mystery and discussion and speculation. How'd the guy get in, or I don't know the crime scene details, but Wendy's constantly losing keys and rediscovering them, all the time.
Right.
So she had keys. He didn't call me back on that, and I don't know if it was helpful or not. And then here's just a list of strange things that she said after the crime. I talked to her 3 or 4 times. She said, I love Tallahassee. I wanted to remain in Tallahassee for the rest of my life.
these are phone conversations?
Yeah, these are phone conversations. Danny has so many enemies, it will be impossible to figure out who did this. He's a pretty beloved man, and he was an abrasive guy, but that's a strange thing to say. I've never heard any sympathy from her one time about Danny. She still seems enraged, obsessed, and defiant about Danny. I told Officer Hale that her and Charlie went to dinner maybe 3 weeks after the crime. Charlie called it a celebration dinner via text. She puked on the table during the dinner after Charlie said something. She wouldn't tell me what he said. She said Charlie made a remark and I just puked everywhere.
Celebration dinner?
That's what Charlie called it. You can look up, if you have access to text, you can find out. Yeah, that's what she called it. She said the kids are having problems, but not because of Danny's murder. So the kids are peeing the bed and having natural kid stuff, not because of Danny's murder. That's a really weird thing to say. Most people would say they're upset because their father just got killed. It seems to be important to her that it not be because of that. She was very upset that I attended Danny's memorial service. When the Tallahassee Democrat ran the story, they put, must have been her worst nightmare, front and center picture of Jeff Lacasse. Go through all that in my head. I come to the conclusion, as you said a minute ago, that she was at least aware this was going to happen, and I think probably involved in it.
This is the first time after the interviews in 2014 where Jeff looks at the camera. I wonder if did they get out by that point and he was like, oh, this is on camera too. Because he never really acknowledges the cameras. And he says a couple times.
To get that photograph. I don't know if it's still going to be on
He says a couple times, can we do this off the record, even though he's on camera?
his Facebook page or not. I just want to see if, I just want to confirm this is the individual.
I think I'd recognize it if I saw it. At least it was the same photograph I saw.
Yeah.
The photograph I recall was 4 guys like this.
Okay. Okay. All right, I got the men that you're talking about. She made, well, first of all, does she still have the same phone number?
She switched her phone 3 or 4 days after the shooting because she thought you guys had bugged it.
Okay. All right, do you have the new number?
I don't. I think she has the same number. She has a different phone. She just
Oh,
wants
different handset?
Which is silly because they want to. You don't need to put a bug on a phone physically.
Right.
I mean, it's funny.
Why would she be concerned about people bugging her phone, or the police bugging her phone, I guess is what she's specifically concerned about?
She's real concerned about that. She told me that.
Did you ask why?
No, I knew I immediately thought she did this, and so she told me 50 times, Jeff, I had nothing to do with this. And I always just let it be silent, sorry. I just let it be silent because I didn't want to go there. I didn't want to play my hand. I've never said anything to her. I just wanted to listen. I was hoping she might give me something interesting and I would come tell you guys. Because she's erratic enough, I thought she might say something stupid. She must have said 50 times, I had nothing to do with this. And you saw her statement in the press. She's worried for the safety of her and her children. No one's suggesting a serial killer looking for Jewish lawyers, you know? I mean, this was pretty targeted, so...
Yeah, you think, she's concerned for her children's safety.
Wendi plays the victim so well. To me, it looked like classic Wendi. Everybody else felt bad for her. I thought, holy crap, she did this. She plays the victim instantly. She's great at it. And those names I give you, I mean, that's so you have all the data I have. Wendi with Charlie. I don't know who pulls the trigger, but there's a very strange relationship between those two. Yeah. I acknowledge this might all sound real crazy to you, Mr. Gary.
I'm not, no.
Yeah.
No, I'm very interested in this.
Yeah.
I want to make sure that I understand it completely and thoroughly.
Yeah.
And I can see that it's been weighing on you heavily.
Well, it has, because it sounds crazy to people, obviously. Although I told a couple of people the whole story like I told it to you start to finish, and no one else has said I'm crazy. My therapist said, one thing I forgot to tell you, I had to go get a damn therapist. It was so crazy. So to try to manage her, I tried to get some advice on relationships. And in April of 2014, he tells me, look, he's real blunt. I gotta be honest with you. There's two possibilities. One is she's just getting over a divorce and drinking too much, and she'll settle down over time, maybe live happily ever after. Second option, she sounds an awful lot like a sociopath to me. That's an objective person.
Right.
And I said, a sociopath? He said, yeah, high functioning, but she doesn't seem to have a conscience. And I said, oh, Jesus, what I got myself into, because I was in love with her and I wasn't going to leave at that point. But that's the kind of feedback I've gotten when I tell people what she's actually like.
Okay.
I prefer that you guys catch somebody else, obviously.
Right. When's the last time you talked to her or had any conversation?
I could find it for you. It would have been in around August 20th.
Oh, that long ago.
Yeah. She cut off all contact because I didn't tell her I was dating. It was just bizarre. That was the time, it was about the time of commencement, summer semester commencement. That was another thing as far as narcissism and a crazy person. You know what Wendi was mostly upset about? And she told me this. The fact that she had to cancel her commencement speech because Danny was shot. Her attorney said it's a bad idea to get yourself in front of the media like that. Inside Edition will show up. You can't do it. She was devastated. It's bizarre.
I went back and looked. Apparently you all have somebody, McPherson?
Jay McPherson.
Yeah. What's the relationship? She has something to do with Wendi?
They claim that she was in the room with Wendi in the 9 hours you guys interviewed Wendi.
No, she came up here. She was not in the room with her.
Wendi told me she was in the room.
Well, okay, let me correct that.
That sounded weird to me.
She came in the room, I think it was over the children. The children had to be picked up.
Gotcha.
And there was two ladies that were up here, and I can't remember if that was McPherson or not.
Well, Jane was with her that day, and coincidentally, Jane's one of my doctoral students in our program. So she's getting her PhD in social work. I teach in social work, so I know her professionally.
Right.
Jane is the one I talked to for about 3 hours, maybe 2 weeks after the crime. they told me that Wendi and her circle of friends thought I did this.
Jane told you that.
Jane told me that. She said you had to be there if you were, and she basically made it sound like if you, and she's a confidant of Wendi. But Jane knows Wendi as well as anybody. Jane doesn't think any of this. Wendy's pretty good at fooling people. Although some of this information is publicly available, I should add. Like, she's a Truman scholar. If you go on the web and look at her statement, she says, "I hate Tallahassee, you're a bunch of country bumpkins." That's basically what she says. You know?
Although I think she told a lot of the locals
What they
that
wanted
she
to.
was satisfied, she wanted to make the best of things, and that she actually.
No, that is what she said. And not when the door closed and it was just me and her in the
Yeah.
house. That was, I mean, I got tired of listening to it. I think it's a great place. I deliberately moved back here. I couldn't went anywhere. I mean, so.
But it wasn't for her. And she made that clear to you, is what you're saying.
On a daily basis. You couldn't pull it to the movie theater without hearing about how the movie theater in Miami is better.
Okay.
She was obsessed with it. You know, her and Danny thought they'd be here a semester. Got stuck here. So.
And then and all she'd been wanting to do is get back to South Florida. And she made that quite clear to you.
I mean, it was kind of cold, actually. She basically told me, if it's between you and South Florida, I'm going to South Florida.
Okay.
I'm trying to think if there's anything else. So there's just some sick dynamics where Wendi at one point told me that Dad was extremely violent. And I thought, well, this makes sense why you're so gun-shy and, you know, hair trigger. And then later I said, well, with your history of family violence, she said, I never said that. So there was a lot of inconsistencies in line, but I don't think Charlie's been up here. If you were, with your experience and instincts, you were to talk to Charlie, I assure you, there's something off about that guy.
What about this FBI?
I heard through the grapevine that the FBI talked to Rob up in New York.
That's what Wendi told you?
No, I think that's what Jay McPherson told me.
Okay.
So, and I try not to believe everything I hear because misinformation's everywhere. You know?
Well, if Jane McPherson heard it, she most likely got it from Wendi.
Yeah, well, that's true. That's true.
But he's like an outside. He's not really a part of the core family.
They don't have a relationship, basically. Okay. And the impression is he's a guy who wants nothing to do with his family. There's something that happened in that house and he wants nothing to do with it.
Okay.
And I just think there's, I mean, that's the other theory, which will sound super crazy, but the people that have visited the house in Miami, they said to me, has anyone considered maybe the whole family's in on this? I mean, this is I said, people don't do that. I said, well, you go in that house, it's real strange in there. It's real secretive. It's real weird.
Have you met her parents?
I have.
Is there anything that you can tell me about them?
Everyone in that family suffers from a severe lack of empathy for other people. Okay. She learned that somewhere. You know, pillars of the community. You get on his way.
I mean, he pinned that family. He just didn't pin Wendi fast enough.
Website. I mean, years ago I went on it. He was polite to me, but Dad's polite. Mom's kind of rude, actually. I know that Father has been speculated about. They hate Danny in a way. I have a life. I've been through a divorce. I get life. I've never seen this kind of obsession. Like their hobby is hating Danny. It was like really strange. I mean, and I fell into this because Wendi could convince you of it, and maybe she convinced the parents. But they were going to put a. You said you looked at some emails, but not others. At one point, Wendi was going to get a restraining order against Danny, which in retrospect is bizarre because he was a good dad. But she had Gary. You know, Gary is a lawyer that he's one that.
Wait, who did she have? Oh, I know who she had. Not you, Gary. Gary, it's not you. No. Get off the screen, Gary.
Offered Wendi the job so she could relocate in the summer of 2013. He runs a tort firm suing drug companies. He offered her $1 million job, and I wondered about him too. It's not sexual; it's more of a father-daughter thing. But they're close.
Gary,
I don't know his last name.
where does he work?
He's a lawyer. He works in Miami.
Okay.
He owns a tort firm, and there are emails. I mean, she sent this document. It was she had compiled every email, like between Danny and Wendi for like a year and a half. And the idea was to make this legal case that Danny is harassing her and stalking her. She always goes to this. She told me Danny was a stalker because he looked out the window one time and saw her walking down the street without the kids, and he goes, "Where are my kids? I have right of first refusal. If you don't have the kids, I should have the kids." Wendi claimed that was stalking because he said, you know. So anyway, all these emails, and the idea was we're going to persuade some judge that Danny needs to be reined in. I read this document, and at this point I'm a little skeptical because she's screwing everybody else. And I said, this is an indictment of Wendi Adelson's character. You read this thing, you get the impression this woman is a total loon. You know, it was interesting because she thought, like, from her point of view, it showed what an asshole Danny was. If you were to read this, it's like, this person is crazy. So that was when I started to figure that out. But there's that different perception. At first she seems really together, and then just loses her mind. So my worry is that she had something to do with this. And has no conscience. And it's hard for me to believe she could, I know you can't give a polygraph. I can't believe she'd pass a polygraph. I can't believe she would stand up to repeated questioning if you guys had any leverage. I understand that this was done in a smart way. I don't have any leverage. But my experience with her was over time, she just collapses, you know. But if the question is, did he threaten Danny? No. If the question is, was he pathologically upset with Danny in a way I found disturbing and it put me off and it was different than, say, even Wendi or her mom? Yes. Incredibly intense about it. Incredibly intense. Charlie's so difficult to get along with, he doesn't have one dental office. He works at 5 dental offices, and they can only handle him 1 day a week in each office.
Really?
Yeah. And he seems to know this and strategize it. He's figuring out how to make it work for him. But he was a special ed kid, I believe. He was very difficult to get along with. And he is fiercely protective of Wendi. He had suggested seriously that they convert to Islam.
The whole family?
Just Wendi and the kids.
Islam?
Islam or Christianity, one or the other. Just to screw with Danny.
So they're not very devout in their
No,
Jewish
they're
religion.
they're atheistic Jews.
Pardon?
They're atheistic Jews, you know, Jews that don't really believe in God. They do it culturally, they eat the food. These people don't have ethics or morals. I mean, they don't.
Okay. Immediately after the homicide, you came back. I'm with that,
Yeah.
and then you reached out to Wendi, or she contacted you.
10 days later, she texted a mutual friend, acting as if I would be upset with her.
Right.
And I said, tell her to call me. She did. At 3 in the morning. She wasn't sleeping well. And we had a very awkward conversation. Mostly just, I think literally she talked for an hour and a half, and I said,
Wow.
I just listened.
300 people in here. This is amazing. Thank you all so much for being here. Really appreciate it. If you like the content, hit that like button, share, and subscribe. Thank you so much, everyone, for being here.
Mostly. It was real. She wasn't sleeping. It was real crazy. But that's where she told me a lot of things that weren't true. I mean, she was, and that could just be a relationship thing. I mean, she just, I couldn't contact you until Jimmy Judkins talked to you,
Right.
I believe. And I don't know. I thought it was really strange not to. All my friends were texting with her, and she wasn't writing a lot back, but everyone else she acknowledged. if I think of anything, I'll get back in. I actually had two quick questions for you, if you don't mind.
Yeah.
This is completely selfish, but I'm concerned about me in this situation. I'm wondering how long it is, in your opinion, before the media, before journalists are poking around looking at this case, and I'm worried about my potential exposure as a professor and as a person.
This is an open case. I don't. They can ask all they want to. They're not getting anything.
Okay. And that's for the foreseeable.
I mean, I may call you. I mean, you at some day you may be.
Fuck your life. Bing bong.
Thank you so much, Joanne, coming in with
'Cause I'm gonna
5
fuck with
more
you, buddy.
memberships.
We're gonna be buddies. We're gonna be pals. We're gonna wrestle around.
Thank you so much, Joanne, as always. Welcome to the new members. Make sure to get the Capri Suns in the chat. Thank you so much, Joanne. You rock.
Called as some type of witness.
I would do it in a second. Yeah.
Okay, I want to make sure that we're upfront about this. I mean, this. Let's say it goes from here to an arrest to a prosecution.
I'm there.
And for some reason, you know, your testimony is needed.
I would say anything I said today under oath. I would.
Okay.
So that's easy.
All right. But as far as anything prior to, you know, anything that you're telling me, if for some reason that was, you know, leaked to the press or anything like that, then I got an arrest to make of somebody else, no matter who it is.
I got you.
Okay.
I got you.
That'd be.
And then one other email I sent him, I pretty much accused her.
Okay. But I mean, obviously, it's more than that. I mean, yeah, you more than just suspect her at this point. That's what you've been telling me this afternoon, right?
No, that's true. That's
what I've basically gotten from you is this woman is directly involved.
She is.
Now, I don't think you're saying necessarily that she killed her ex-husband,
No.
but she either had something to do with orchestrating it or had knowledge that it was going to happen. That's the whole point about I have to be back on the 18th, right?
No, give you a thumbs up, and then know what's going to happen. There's something weird about that date. So I don't think she doesn't have the skill to orchestrate it, but Charlie does. So that's correct, and
But you left on Thursday, and your last conversation with her was on Wednesday.
My last conversation with her was on Tuesday. Right, an hour before that email where she says, look, I need a week.
No, on the email she says she needs a week.
Oh, wow. Veronica B. coming in hot, gifting 5 memberships. Thank you so much, Veronica B. Welcome to the new members. Thank you.
We're gonna be buddies. We're gonna be pals.
Yeah.
We're gonna...
An hour before she sends the email, she says, "Are you still in town on
That's
Friday?"
exactly right.
And you said, "I don't know. It's still up in the air."
Yeah.
But you did not. She did not ask you to stay in town.
No, she did. But like the next day, I see Jay McPherson at work, and maybe there's all kinds of possibilities how she would have found out I was leaving. Do you have any suggestions if I know they're doing a dateline on the Frosch guy that killed his wife out in Thomasville, and they already came to town. Any just advice from being an experienced investigator what I should do if I'm approached by the media? Because it's not unimaginable.
Go talk to Investigator Iceland.
Okay.
How simple is that?
That's easy.
Okay. Yeah, you know, don't have to say yes, no, nothing. You're a U.S. citizen. You don't. There's nothing that. Yes, they have First Amendment in their favor, but that doesn't mean you have to say a thing.
No, I appreciate that, but I watched Dateline enough that I can just imagine that me being presented with these pseudo suspects. That's how they do it. They show.
Nah. There's that's.
By the way, Jeff didn't have to do this. Yes, Judy, I am going to play his testimony too. Jeff wrote a bunch of notes and came back almost a year later. He first was there July 21st, 2014. Now it's March 2015. He didn't have to do this. He was trying to help. So, I mean, Jeff is all around a good dude in my book, telling the truth. What's up, Chris? Good to see you. McKinley Melicon asks, is the Capri Orange Sun for Murdaugh? Yes. If you missed the Murdaugh trial, Alex requested Capri Suns, which whatever, but he requested orange Capri Suns, and that was the first time we knew that there was something wrong in his head and clearly a murderer. That
would be. I don't think they're going to do that. There's a lot of. that could be libel a lot. I mean,
All right, folks, that is the end of this interview. At least that's on, again, this is Mentor Lawyers page, Deep Dive True Crime. I have his link in the chat. Make sure you're subscribed. You probably already subscribed if you're here. And now it's time for Jeff's first testimony. Thank you so much, Joanne. You're awesome. Now it is time for Jeff's first testimony in the trial.
Keep this witness safe.
Judge, I'd like to
Whoops.
release him to go about his business, but I'd like him to.
There's
I'm a
any, it's not for the,
Sir,
did you contact any of your friends after this conversation?
I'm employed at Florida State University as an assistant.
This is from, as you could tell by the attorney there, unless you're, this is from October 1st, 2019. So remember, folks, that last interview he went to with the police was 2015. This happened in 2014. Now it's 2019, and this is Jeff's first testimony in the trial of Sigfredo Garcia, Tuto, and Katie Magbanawa. So this is the first time. Think about what he has gotten into from getting caught in the Adelson web, particularly Wendi the Liar's web. Now he's had like 3 or 4 police interviews, and now this is his first of 3 trials to date. Probably going to be 4, and hopefully 5, maybe 6. This is 2019, October 1st, 2019. And there's the Queen, Georgia.
Sir, please introduce yourself and spell your first and last name.
Yeah, I'm Jeffrey Lacasse, Jeffrey. Excuse me. Last name spelled Lacasse.
How are you employed, Mr. Lacasse?
I'm employed at Florida State University as an associate professor.
All right. What about back in 2014?
I was an assistant professor at Florida State University.
All right. And did you have a relationship with Wendi Adelson?
I did.
What type of relationship was that?
We started dating in the fall of 2013. She became my girlfriend around March of 2014.
Okay. And when did that relationship end?
July of 2014.
Okay. And when the breakup occurred, was there a big argument that occurred that precipitated the breakup?
We had a argument in late June. She went to South Florida for a couple of weeks, and when she came back, we tried to make things work, and it didn't really work. She sort of cut off contact.
All right. And during that argument when she went to South Florida, was she in South Florida on July 1st, 2014?
I believe she was. I dropped her off at her house on June 29th, I believe.
Okay. And during the course of your relationship with Ms. Adelson, did you ever meet her family?
I did.
Who did you meet?
I met her brother. We went to South Florida for an alternative spring break, went to Immokalee, and I had dinner with her brother. And I met her mother at her house just very briefly, maybe 10, 15 minutes at dinner. And when I would pick her up and the kids were there with the grandparents, I would have just a couple moments interaction with them. I didn't have a lot of contact.
Okay. And what about Catherine Magbanawa? Did you ever have an occasion to meet her?
Yeah, I went to dinner with her. I believe it was on March 11th when we went over there to meet Charlie.
Okay. So who was present at that meal on March 11th? And that's 2014?
That's correct. It was myself, Wendi Adelson, Charlie, and Katie.
Charles Adelson
Charles
and
Adelson and Catherine Magbanawa.
Thank you. What about Sigfredo Garcia? Did you ever have an occasion to meet him?
I did not. I've never met him.
Veronica, I do have Sound Booster, but for some reason, it hasn't been working. It was working for me. I mean, I'll try it again, but like it just stopped working. I don't know why. Sorry, guys. This is as loud as the Sound Booster's not working, and
was Ms. Adelson very close to
installed
her
it and reinstalled it.
Extremely close.
I want to ask you about June 4th, 2014. Do you recall a event that occurred that day that was unusual?
Yeah, I remember a couple of unusual occurrences on June 4th.
Could you tell us about that, please?
Yeah, I had met Miss Adelson at the Red Eye Coffee Shop in Midtown for a coffee about 1 or 2 o'clock in the afternoon. We were going to talk about our relationship a little bit, and she canceled a trip we had planned to California to visit my parents, which was scheduled for July 11th to 17th.
All right. And was she acting strangely that night?
Yeah, that night, she was a nervous wreck, to the point, I couldn't put my finger on why at the time, to the point where she lived kind of way up Centerville, where there's no convenience stores or anything close, and I actually took about 35 minutes and drove to a convenience store to get her Pepto-Bismol because she was such a nervous wreck and had a real nervous stomach that evening.
Okay. And did she ever tell you what the problem was?
No, she's very nonspecific about it.
All right. Were you aware during the course of your relationship with Ms. Adelson about her efforts to relocate to South Florida with the children?
I certainly was.
All right. And were you in her life when she learned that the court was not going to permit her to take
No,
the
our
children
first
to
date
South
was
Florida?
September 27th, 2013. So that was a topic of conversation on our first couple of dates, but it was in the past when we discussed it.
All right. And was Ms. Adelson happy about the fact that she was not able to relocate?
No, she was quite bitter about it, actually. It was, as I said, a topic that came up, that tone came up on those first 2 dates.
All right. Did she make any statements to you in reference to her brother considering options to take care of this problem with her not being able to relocate?
Yes, she did.
Okay.
All right, Mr. Lacasse, when we broke, we were talking about statements made to you by Wendi Adelson about her brother considering options to take care of her relocation problem. What, if any, statements did she tell you to that effect?
Yes, ma'am. On July 13th, 2014, Wendi and I were speaking, and she asked me if she could share something with me confidentially. I told her sure. She mentioned, or she said, that Charlie had explored all options to take care of the problem, and that he had looked into having Professor Markel killed. It would cost about $15,000. I later talked to Investigator Isom and said that could have been $50,000. They sound an awful lot alike.
Okay, so you're not sure if she said 15 or 50.
That's right, but I'm confident she made that statement. I just can't remember the exact dollar amount. And she did state that was during the relocation battle the previous summer is when that had taken place.
All right. And the day that she made the statement to you was July 13th of 2014.
Yes, ma'am.
Did Mrs. Adelson tell you anything about the celebration dinner? Anything about a celebration dinner?
Yes.
Could you tell us about that, please?
Yes. A couple weeks after Professor Markel was murdered, we spoke on the phone, and she had mentioned that her and Charlie had gone to, these are her words, she said, Charlie and I went to what he described as a celebration dinner.
All right. And that was the dinner where she vomited?
That's right. That's correct.
And are you aware, Mr. Lacasse, that Ms. Adelson suggested you as a possible suspect in this homicide?
Yes, I am.
And where were you when Dan Markel was murdered?
I was on the road to Tennessee. I originally had a trip planned for 11 a.m. on Friday the 18th, and I had, at the last moment, changed my trip to Thursday night.
So you left early?
I left early without telling anyone, other than the people at the destination. Miss Adelson was the only person I had told in Tallahassee about the time that I was leaving, which was 11 a.m. on the 18th. I had informed her about that in around June 10th.
All right, so originally it was going to be July 18th at 11 a.m. would be your departure?
Yes, ma'am.
And would you be flying or driving?
I was driving.
All right, and it changed to Thursday night, so you left the night before and were in Tennessee at the time of the homicide?
That's correct.
No further questions.
Cross.
Oh shit, Giovanna gifting
I'm
out
gonna bunk with you, buddy.
a membership to Unsolved Crimes Uncovered. Thank you so much, Giovanna. Appreciate it very much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Welcome, Unsolved.
Still morning. Good morning, sir. How are you?
Good morning.
pronounce your last name for me again?
Lacasse.
Lacasse. Okay. Just want to make sure I got it right. Mr. Lacasse. So Wendi Adelson knew you were leaving. Well, you told her you were leaving Friday morning.
Friday morning at 11, we had discussed it because we had some plans that got canceled, so we had discussed it in some detail, actually.
And your plan was to leave Tallahassee and to drive northbound?
Thomasville Road, eastbound, yes, sir.
Sure. Let me rephrase that. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
So your plan was to travel north of Tallahassee to Tennessee, correct?
That's correct.
And you told Wendi that, hey, listen, I'm going on this trip and I'm leaving Friday morning around 11 a.m., correct?
That's correct.
And do you recall what time the actual shooting took place?
I believe it was right around 11 a.m.
The same exact time that you'd be leaving the area?
That's correct.
And although it was for a business trip, if people didn't know what your plans were, would you agree with me that it may look like you're leaving the scene if you're traveling outside of the jurisdiction?
That's what I was concerned about, that if I had taken my trip at the scheduled time, I would have looked like I was fleeing because I would have been driving, I would have taken Capitol Circle to Thomasville and been very close to Professor Markell's house, actually.
And when did you find out that Ms. Adelson, Wendi Adelson, had suggested that you may be involved in this?
I suspected it from the police interrogations, but they didn't explicitly say that. Eventually, I was able to view her interrogation video.
And by her, you mean Wendi Adelson?
Yes, sir.
And by interrogation video, you mean interview, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Because, as you're aware, she has not been charged in this case, correct?
I'm aware of that, yes, sir.
And obviously, you haven't either.
Right.
Right. You've been cleared by law enforcement?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, let's talk about your relationship with Wendi Adelson. You started dating her, give me a time period.
September 27, 2013 was our first date.
And how long would you say that your relationship with her lasted?
Well, there was different phases of it. In that fall semester, we weren't exclusive. It was more casual. It became more serious late February, early March. So as far as a serious, I'm your boyfriend, you're my girlfriend sort of thing, just March through July.
Okay. So you started casually dating in September of 2013, and it got more serious at the beginning of 2014, correct?
That's right.
Okay.
That's right.
And how did you meet Miss Adelson? How did you guys first have a date?
Yeah, through mutual friends.
Okay, so it wasn't like on a social media dating app or anything else?
No.
Okay. Were you aware if Miss Adelson was participating in online dating?
I think I knew that, well, I knew that she had dated online in the past. I did not know the time frame.
One of your concerns, okay, so once you guys became exclusive, and by exclusive, I mean you called her your girlfriend and she called you her boyfriend, is that fair?
That's correct, and I was involved with the kids at that point and things like that.
And it got to the point where she introduced you to her family, right?
That's right.
And you indicated that there was a dinner where you met Charlie Adelson?
That's right.
Kind of a good-looking guy, right?
Sure.
Right. Works out?
Yes.
When you went on, when you had your double date, where it was you, Wendi Adelson, Charlie, and Miss Magbanua, did you see what kind of car Mr. Adelson pulled in?
I don't recall seeing his car in the parking lot. We then went to his house, so I saw his garage and got a look at some of the vehicles he owned, but not that at dinner.
What kind of vehicles does he have?
Ferrari is the one that stood out to me.
Do you remember the color of the Ferrari?
I don't.
Did you make any comments to Wendi about the Ferrari?
Well, Wendi used to talk about Charlie having a Ferrari. I mean, that was...
Oh, Wendi used to talk about Charlie having a Ferrari. That's funny because in the trial, she didn't know what kind of, when she was asked about it, she didn't know what kind of car it was because she is a liar.
She would say, my brother's a character, he has a Ferrari, he has an undercover cop car, he has, I think, a nice Benz in addition or some luxury car.
So she knew what a Ferrari was, right?
Sure, well, sure.
So it's not like, she didn't say he's got a Porsche and you saw a Ferrari, right?
No, it was It was a Ferrari, and I actually remember discussing the cost of maintenance with Charlie. There were some downsides to having a Ferrari.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
It's tough. So, pretty extensive car collection, right?
He had multiple cars, yeah. I don't know exactly how many.
And did you learn what he did for a living?
Yeah, I knew he was a periodontist from speaking with Wendi.
And was that the only night you had direct contact with Mr. Adelson, Charlie Adelson?
That's the only contact I ever had with him that night.
Did he appear to have, did he appear to be intelligent?
He had, that's a difficult question. I just met him the one night. That's a big
I'll
judgment.
withdraw that. Let me ask a more important question. Was he socialized? Was he drinking that night?
I don't recall if he was drinking. He was holding forth. He was talking a lot. He was confident. That was my impression of him.
He was talking a lot?
Yes.
Did you ever see him go to the bathroom?
I don't recall.
Did you ever see him, was he perspiring more than a normal person would during dinner?
This is 5 years ago. I don't remember. We were outside, and it was, not cool that time of year, but yeah.
Okay, so you're outside in like an open area restaurant?
Yeah, we were at the Yardbird on the patio.
Okay, the Yardbird in South Beach?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Did you witness Charlie Adelson doing cocaine that night?
I did not.
So this is a guy who's in South Beach, right? Drives a Ferrari, right?
Yes.
What, had Wendi previously described him as having a lot of girlfriends?
Sure.
Handsome guy, probably could get attention of women.
I would presume so.
Perhaps Sigfredo was found guilty for not only being guilty, but for the fact that his attorney clearly has a crush on Charlie. I mean, relax, bro.
But your only face-to-face meeting was that dinner, correct?
Well, that dinner, and then we went back to his house and hung out in his hot tub for a little while, but that was it.
And during that time that you went to his house to hang up in the hot tub, did you see him ever go to the bathroom, or was he ever outside of your personal space?
Yeah, I think all of us were in and out of that hot tub at various points because we were sitting there a little while.
At any point did Charlie Adelson? Now, look, you're a law professor, correct?
Professor of social work, actually.
Correct. Okay. I'm sorry. You're a professor at the university, correct? I apologize, not law professor.
Yeah.
You're an educated person, correct?
Sure.
You'll agree with me that a lay person wouldn't solicit you to commit a murder, correct?
Objection. Argumentative.
I'll re-ask this. Did Charlie Adelson ask you to kill Dan Markel?
Did Charlie ask me to
Did he
kill him?
ask you?
No.
Of course not. And I apologize. I'll withdraw the of course not. And you'll agree with me that at no point did you give him any reason to believe that you would be someone that would do such a nefarious act, correct?
No.
Okay. When the prosecutor asked...
Interesting story about the hot tub. When Jeff saw Charlie by himself in the hot tub at the beginning, flies would go by the hot tub and just die because of the diseases that were emanating outside of Chuckles, just dying into the hot tub. That's a joke. I'm not serious.
You about June 4th, 2014. You recall that?
Yes, sir.
And you said that you guys were at the Red Eye Coffee Shop, right?
That's correct.
And around what time was that?
I had a hair appointment at 2 or 3, so it was at 1 or 2.
And so in the early afternoon...
Could have been as early as 12:30, sir.
12:30.
Yeah.
Okay. So around 12:30 on June 4th, 2014, correct?
That's correct.
You indicated that she was and by she I mean Wendi Adelson, that she was acting unusual.
That's correct.
Would that be a fair assessment?
Yes.
Did you ask her what was wrong?
I did ask her what was wrong. It was very nonspecific. That happened with Wendi quite a bit with it, where she was upset and there was not an exact name put to why.
Was she upset often?
Yes.
Would she get these kind of physical reactions often, that her stomach would hurt or that she would ask you to get her medicine?
I got to know her better in the spring, so I saw more of it than I would have in the fall. That was the only time I can recall that was not an average thing. I think that's why I remember it, because it was unusual.
And you said that you drove about 35 minutes to get her medicine?
Yeah, it could have been 25, 35 minutes, but where she lived was not convenient to run to the store, so it was a discussion like, do we want to do that? It's all the way down there, and she was so nervous. I thought, no, I'm going. So.
Did she go with you?
No, she did not. She had the kids that night, so she stayed with the children.
Did she make any kind of doctor's appointments shortly thereafter, to your knowledge?
Not to my knowledge.
Now, you indicated that you guys became boyfriend and girlfriend at the beginning portion of 2014. Is that a correct statement, sir?
Yes, sir.
And when would you tell the members of this jury that your relationship with her ended?
Well, that's a little complicated. On July 14th, we went on a date. And when I got home, she had sent me an email saying, I need a week to think. Please don't contact me for the next week. And so that was the Monday before Professor Markel was killed. And then we didn't talk for maybe 10 or 12 days after the murder. So I assumed it was, internally, I assumed it was over, that night when you get an email like that, you're probably figuring it's over. But in subsequent phone calls, she acted as if it was still a slightly open issue. And we closed that down by phone calls that, obviously we're going to move on here.
Did you ever question her loyalty to you in your relationship with her?
With regularity, yes.
And when you say with regularity, when did you first become suspicious? Now, let me ask this question first. You were concerned that she was seeing other men, right?
I was.
Okay. And when did you first start getting this concern?
Probably March, April time frame, I started to wonder. So not too long after we became a couple, I guess what I was wondering is, have we really become a couple, or is she still doing what she was doing before?
Was it like, did you find like text messages or direct messages on social media that made you kind of go, what's going on here?
No, I didn't see any text messages or anything on social media. Her behavior was just erratic. She would disappear. She would get home very late at night. So there were signs like that.
Would you talk to her about it?
I tried to.
Okay. So let me ask it this way.
Yeah.
Did she understand that you were concerned about her being loyal to you, or your relationship being a monogamous one?
To be completely honest, I think we kind of pussyfooted around that until we had that big fight at the end of June. That's what that argument was about.
Let's talk about that big fight.
Yeah, sure.
Why don't you walk the members of the jury through what happened?
Yeah, I had taken Wendi to Gainesville with me. I was teaching in the off-campus program at UF for the weekend, so I took her with me.
I'm sorry, was it just you and her, or did she bring the kids?
No, it's just me and her.
So like a romantic getaway to Gainesville?
Well, work/pleasure. I teach during the day. She works in a coffee shop. We have dinner with friends at night, that kind of stuff. It's a nice area down
Sounds
there.
nice.
Yeah, it was nice. And weekend started off fine. The Saturday night, we sort of got into it over this stuff. I confronted her about the fact that I suspected that she had been seeing other men.
Okay, so let's talk about that.
Yeah.
So you're at dinner?
We were actually up in the hotel room. The night was basically over. It was pretty late. It was 9 or 10 o'clock at night when this discussion happened.
Okay. And had she had any alcoholic beverages at that point?
We both had, but I think just 1 or 2 glasses of wine a couple hours earlier.
Just socially with dinner, maybe?
Yeah, that was.
Okay.
There was no more drinking than that.
And did you say, listen, I think this, that, or the other? Did you have any specifics, or were you just giving a vague, I'm concerned about where this relationship is?
The latter. I was pretty specific. I told her I was very concerned. I was particularly concerned because the way she had framed our relationship was, you're not just becoming my boyfriend. I have children. I'm a mother. It's like I was auditioning for the job of husband and father is actually sort of how it felt in retrospect. So I bonded with the kids pretty tightly, and as you can imagine in a relationship, that kind of discussion gets more complicated when you're serious and there's kids. And she had been talking about me moving in. She had told me not to buy a house. She had told me not to buy a Jeep, that I needed to buy a vehicle that 2 car seats could fit in. So
So it sounds like you guys were heading down that path.
yeah, hence why I raised the issue, because I had some intuitions everything wasn't quite right. Her behavior had been a little erratic, and I was worried about moving in and ending up in a really bad situation, actually.
So would it be fair to say that she was saying the wrong things, but her actions were speaking louder than the words?
That's not a bad summary. I was getting 2 very different messages based on behavior or what she was speaking to me, what she was saying. Yeah.
Did that argument or that discussion, did you feel it the next morning?
What do you mean by feel it, sir?
Was she acting any different the following morning?
Oh, the next day was probably the most awkward car ride I've ever had in my life. We rode from Gainesville to Tallahassee. She was crying. I was very upset. It was a very awkward 3-hour drive.
It's a 3-hour drive?
3 or 4, however long it is to Gainesville.
Okay, from Gainesville to Tallahassee,
Yeah.
however long that was.
Yeah, exactly. Sorry.
And this was in June, you said June 20?
That would have been June 29th. That's the Sunday, the last Sunday in June.
2 weeks later, on July 13th, Wendi tells you, or Wendi has this discussion with you that the prosecutor elicited, right?
Yes.
From June 29th to July 13th, would you say your relationship with Wendi after that awkward, that long 2 or 3 hour, 4 hour, however long it is, from Gainesville to Tallahassee, emotional car ride, right?
Yes.
She's crying,
Yes.
upset,
Yes.
and I would assume, well, let me strike this. Did you believe that she was upset? Because like I said, she was saying all the right things, but she wasn't acting like she was talking.
It's very complicated, and she was all over the place, to be frank, in that at one point she was confessing, at one point she was saying, I never did that. She was saying she couldn't remember some things I wanted to talk about, which was frustrating. So, go ahead, I'm sorry.
No worries. You said she was confessing. Was she admitting to potential talking to other men?
More than talking the night before when we were having the argument, but it was...
What was she saying?
You know, it was a heated discussion, so I don't remember every word of it. But at points, she kind of let it slip out that my concerns were well-founded.
Okay.
And then 5 minutes later, she would say the opposite. And when I've had to explain the story in the past, I've had to say it doesn't sound like it makes sense because she was just all over the place. She was hysterical, really.
Okay. So would it be fair to say at some point she admits to talking to other dudes, to talking to other men, and then shortly thereafter denies what she just confessed to?
Well, then that repeat as needed on the car ride back, she was like, I never did any of that stuff. I don't know what you're talking about, which was kind of crazy making for me because she had confessed to some of it the night before.
Okay. So from June 29th till July 13th, would you say you were fixing the relationship at that point? Was it getting better or was it getting worse?
It's hard to tell because on the 29th I left her house and I didn't see her again until July 13th. She went to South Florida for those 2 weeks.
Did you guys talk on the phone?
We talked on the phone once in a while. We did some video chats. I talked to the kids via video chat and things like that. But it was very up in the air where the relationship was going to go. I would get a mixture of messages verbally and by text.
Would you agree with me that your level of contact with her between June 29th and July 14th was less than it was before?
Oh, it was minimal. It was minimal. Days and days would go by at points without us talking on the phone at least. I may get the random text or something, but we weren't talking a lot.
And then on July 13th, Wendi, in essence, tells you that her brother, Charlie, had looked into hiring a hitman to kill Dan Markel.
In 2013, yes, sir.
In 2013?
Yes.
What was your reaction to this?
It was in the context of a relationship discussion. It kind of just blurted out when he has a habit of blurting things out that are kind of tangential or whatever. And so I didn't know what to make of it. My stomach kind of flipped. It was like a chilling statement. And then we kind of ended up talking about the relationship again, and so I didn't give it a lot of thought at the time. It was just like a crazy thing that someone would say, you know.
Okay. Very crazy thing.
Yeah.
But let me ask you this. Did you take that statement as a threat to you? And let me kind of clarify this. She indicated that because of her bad relationship with Mr. Markel, correct? And you'll agree with me that they had a bad relationship, correct?
That's how she characterized it.
You'll agree with me that she said, based on a bad relationship, that her brother had looked into hiring somebody to kill him, correct?
Well, that was specifically about the relocation, is
Okay.
what she said in that statement. I know they had bad blood otherwise for other reasons, certainly, but that was specifically tied to the relocation battle being lost. That was what prompted Charlie to look into it, according to her statement.
This conversation that you had on July 13th, where was it?
It was in her house on Aqua Ridge.
Was anybody else around when she made the statement?
No, sir.
Did you contact any of your friends after this conversation and discuss the fact that Wendi Adelson had indicated that her brother had looked to hire a hitman?
In what time frame?
Okay, so on July 13th, when the conversation's over, do you stay there that night?
No,
You left.
we ended with me telling Wendi, if this isn't going to work for you, you can text me and we can just break up. I don't want a big thing, like confrontation. And I left for the night. I did not stay.
Do you have like a family member or a best friend that you talk to about personal issues?
I have several, sure.
Okay. Did you call or contact any of them on the way back to discuss what had transpired about? And I'm not talking about the breakup.
Yeah.
Okay? I'm sorry. I am talking about the breakup.
Yeah.
Okay. Did you call your friends and go, hey, listen, it ended with me and Wendi?
It's summertime, and at FSU, a lot of these people were out of town. Some of them were even overseas, so there was less contact than there ordinarily would have been. But I'm sure I discussed the fact, well, not that night because it was so late. What I remember is the next day when I get this email saying, don't contact me for a week.
For the people who may just be listening, this is a great comment from Patricia Burns. What a truly appalling way to treat a person. Jeff was looking for the real deal, and Wendi was contriving only to set him up for a life in prison. That's pure evil. So true, Patricia. These Adelson, they just used people as pawns for what they wanted. They could care less about them. Just absolute garbage human beings. Unlike Jeff here, who is a genuine, self-aware, compassionate person who just got caught in the web. But great point, Patricia.
I certainly shared that with friends because I found it really frustrating and surprising and thought it was weird.
Did you share with any of your friends the comment that Wendi Adelson made to you with regards to her brother and the murder for hire?
Yeah, I'm sure I did. I just couldn't tell you who or when I did that. But certainly, after the murder occurred, certainly I shared that with people. I also shared it with the police the first day they brought me in.
Right. So you were interviewed by law enforcement in this case, correct?
Yes, sir.
During your interview with law enforcement, did you mention this statement?
I did.
Okay. Did you tell it was Detective Isom that interviewed
It
you?
was him and Investigator Hale.
Okay. Did you indicate to them who you had shared this information with?
I don't know that I was asked to.
Hearsay.
Judge, it's not for the...
Overruled.
Can you restate the question?
No worries.
Yeah.
So when you tell them what Wendi told you about her brother's murder for hire plot, did you say, yeah, listen, I spoke to my buddy, because the murder happened on the 18th, correct?
That's correct.
And so 4 days prior to that is when you got that breakup. Was it an email or a text message?
It was an email.
Okay, so you get a breakup email. And so you call your friends, which is normal, right?
Sure.
And you indicated just a few minutes ago that you probably mentioned the murder for hire to some of your friends, right?
At some point, I just don't know when.
Okay. What about, was that before or after your interview with law enforcement?
Was what before or after?
Your discussions with friends.
Well, after I had told it to the police, I certainly discussed it. I'm confident, I may have done it before as well, I don't recall that. But after I told the police that, I did share that with some people confidentially, yes.
Now, she told you, and by she I'm referring to Wendi Adelson, during your July 13th conversation, that he had looked and the price was either 15 or 50,000, correct?
That's correct.
So it's either one or the other, correct?
Right.
And would it be fair to say, based on your testimony, that she said that that price was too high?
No, she didn't offer any further context or explanation. It was kind of a thing that was blurted out. And then literally 20 seconds later, she started talking about something else, and I can't recall what that was. I think it was the relationship stuff that I was very focused on.
So out of nowhere, she tells you Charlie was going to go look to hire a hitman. It was going to cost $15,000 or $50,000, and you don't go back to that.
I don't know that it was out of nowhere. I believe preceding that was a discussion that if anything ever happened to Danny, she would move to Miami. I think I've spoken to the investigator. I asked him about that previously.
And listen, I have to ask Mr. Lacasse, at no point did you contact law enforcement after you heard of this threat so they could contact Mr. Markel to see if there's any need to protect him in any way, shape, or form?
I didn't.
Give me 1 second, Your Honor. Good night. Just a few more questions, sir.
Sure.
Would I be correct or incorrect in assuming or in saying that you were interested in having a monogamous relationship with Wendi Adelson?
I thought I had a monogamous relationship with
And you wanted to keep it, correct?
Depends when you're asking.
On July 13th, 2014?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay.
That's right.
I'm sorry to ask such personal questions. I know it's difficult. Did you think it's unusual? Well, let me ask this. At some point, did you ever see a picture of Dan Markel?
Sure.
Do you think that there's a resemblance between yourself and him?
Everybody always says that. When I was dating her, no one ever brought it up. I see it from the pictures. In real life, I was never told that while we were dating.
And as you indicated before, you're also a professor?
Yes, correct.
Do you feel wronged by Wendi Adelson?
Do I feel wronged?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
No further questions.
Dr. Bannon.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
So with that, good morning.
Good morning.
The questions I'm about to ask you are about the investigation into you, not that we believe you're a suspect, okay?
I understand.
You would agree with me at the beginning of the case in July 2014, there was a thought that you were a potential suspect.
That's what I've been told, yes.
You were contacted by the police.
I was.
You came in, you were interviewed.
Yes, I came straight from my trip into the TPD station.
3 separate times you were interviewed, right?
Yes.
Now, they didn't handcuff you at gunpoint and drag you into the station, right?
No, they asked me to come in, so I came in.
Voluntarily went in?
Yes.
You told them what you knew? You explained the information, right?
Yes.
Eventually, you helped them get bank records to show where you were. It was in Tennessee, right?
Yeah, I believe it was cell phone records and a receipt from a Kmart that had surveillance video of me, was my understanding of it.
So they get your bank records. They see a transaction at a Walmart, right?
Yeah, credit card records, yes, sir. Yes.
There's then a receipt.
Mm-hmm.
And then they go actually to the Walmart, get their surveillance footage that shows you there.
Yeah, it was a Kmart, but yes, sir.
And then you were cleared.
That's correct.
You would agree with me that they objectively investigated you.
Yes.
Now, had they not gotten the bank records, the Walmart video, or anything like that, one could paint a picture that you were involved. Just the fact that you left town right when the murder happened and you had this connection.
Well, except that I wasn't in the state at the time of the murder, so how could I have done it?
The picture
Okay.
without all the evidence.
Yeah, if they don't have all the evidence, sure.
All right. Let's go to something you said on direct talking about June 4th.
Yes.
And you appear to have a very good memory of all the instances. You said that Wendi had the kids on June 4th, the night of June 4th.
Yes.
You spent a lot of time with Wendi, spent a lot of time with the kids. You knew their daily schedule of the boys, right?
I knew not so much because I usually got there in the evening. So at the time, I would know what days she had the kids. But as far as pickup times and things like that, I usually saw them at the end of the day. I accompanied her just a couple times to pick up the kids. So I don't want to sound like I'm an expert in that because I'm not.
So June 4th, she has the kids. The next morning, June 5th, she would have taken them to creative preschool.
She would have, but I never stayed over there. So when the kids were there, so I wouldn't have known that because I left at the end of the night if the kids were there every time.
That would have been consistent with the custody setup that she had with Dan Markell, correct?
Yeah, depending on what the days on the schedule were, which I don't recall. I used to know that. I don't anymore.
It wouldn't have been that he'd come and pick them up at her house and then bring them over to creative preschool.
I never saw that kind of scheduling anyway.
So it would have been consistent with on June 5th, she would have dropped the kids off.
It would have been consistent if I don't have any primary knowledge of what she did on June 5th.
All right. Let's talk about Charles Adelson. Understanding that you didn't have a close relationship with him, you did meet him and you hung out with him.
Yeah, for a few hours.
To you, and I'm going to use your words, he seemed like somebody that hung out on both sides of the tracks, right?
That's the way he presented himself in that hot tub. Yes.
And you took that to be accurate.
Yes, I took his self-presentation to be accurate. That's correct.
During the day, he's wearing a lab coat or scrubs, whatever dentists wear, right?
Right.
And then when he's off work, he's going out, he's hanging out at the gym with less savory people.
Yeah, that was sort of his characterization. I was sort of repeating what he said. Yeah.
In your words, less savory
Well, not
individuals.
less savory, gritty. I don't remember his exact words, but gritty, something like that. I don't remember his exact words, but yeah, that's how he presented himself in that hot tub. It seemed to be almost a braggadocio kind of thing, like, look at me, I'm on both sides. Yeah.
And you took him to be a street smart guy.
I did.
He had friends that were ex-special ops.
Yes, that's what he said. Yeah, that's what him and Wendi said. Yeah.
His gym friends that to you almost came off as nefarious.
Well, yeah, and I don't remember the details at this point, but he was talking about deals they were doing. There was a lot of hinting and innuendo. But yeah, you're accurately presenting how he presented to me.
Let's go now to the dinner on March 11, 2014.
Sure.
It was outside. It was on Miami Beach.
Yeah.
If you remember, and you may not, do you remember seeing a pickup truck with two gentlemen outside of the restaurant watching you guys?
No.
Let's go now to July 14th, 2014.
Okay.
Now, you had met Catherine McBanwa several months prior to that.
Yeah, I met her in March.
So March, April, May, June, July. Wendi is opening up to you and saying what her brother had looked into doing, right?
I think you're talking about the 14th. You're talking about the 13th, I think.
July 13th?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Go ahead.
So July 13th, 2014, she's talking about her brother hiring a hitman. She's giving you incriminating details, right?
Yes.
Never said anything about the involvement of Catherine McBanwa, right?
No, it was 3 sentences, so no, she didn't.
All right, let's talk about now the options that he looked into doing to take care of the problem, right?
Right.
On direct examination, the state attorney's office asked you what year it was. But there was more specifics to that. It was specifically the summer of 2013, right?
Yes, it was attached to the relocation, so whenever it was after relocation had failed, where she'd been denied the motion for relocation.
But I want to make sure it's clear because we didn't have the full information from direct examination. What Wendi told you is that her brother looked into hiring a hitman in the summer of 2013.
That's correct.
And that would have been before he even knew Catherine McBanwa.
Yeah, I don't know when they met, but if you say so.
One brief moment, Your Honor. No further questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Redirect.
Yes, Your Honor. The breakup email on July 14th, 2014, I know you had some phone contact after that, but was that basically the end of your relationship?
That's the last time I ever saw her.
Okay.
We did have some, it was in August. It was after, we didn't talk between then and after the murder.
Okay, and you never got back together and resumed your relationship?
Oh, no.
No further questions.
All right, did you ever have a question of this witness? Write your question down. We'll go sidebar.
Yes, folks, this is the first trial, and interestingly enough, if you're new to this, in the first trial and the second trial, the judge allowed the juror to ask questions of the witnesses after their testimony. The third trial,
Series
Judge
of
Everett did not.
From the jury, the email, the July 14, 2014 email, was that on a FSU website or a private website? Do you have any recollection?
I think that was from Wendy's Gmail account.
Okay, what about to you?
Oh, that would have been to my Gmail as well.
Okay. So the answer is no, it was not on an FSU website?
Correct.
Okay.
To the best of my recollection, Your Honor.
Okay. Did Ms. Adelson indicate that she wanted to relocate to have the children full-time?
She talked about, she didn't talk directly about relocating because she knew that was no longer a possibility. But the other side of that coin, how unhappy she was in Tallahassee and how frustrated she was by the child custody, were issues that came up, if not every day, every week, that came up very frequently.
Okay, so that was actually the next question about, she frequently spoke about the divorce and the custody battle.
Yes, consistently throughout the entire relationship.
And did she appear distressed when she didn't have the children with her?
Sometimes, yes.
What kind of vehicle were you driving back in July 2014?
I was driving a 2004 four-door silver Nissan Sentra.
Ms. Kaplan?
No further questions.
Garcia? McBanaway?
Nothing, Your Honor.
All right, you can step down. Do we need to keep this witness any further?
Judge, I'd like to release him to go about his business, but I'd like him to remain under the rule.
All right, you can remain under the rule of sequestration, so don't discuss the case with anyone, but you're free to go about your business. You have a phone number for him if you...
All right, folks, that was trial 1 in 2019. And by the way, thank you so much, everyone, for being here and watching this. If you could hit that like button if you haven't already, we'd appreciate it. If you could subscribe and join. If you like what you're watching, subscribe and join us. Love seeing a lot of new names in the chat. If you're lurking, that's good too. Say hi. I promise we don't bite. A bunch of friendly folks. All right, so now we're going to, and it's interesting that it just occurred to me when we played Wendy's, all of her testimonies, I did it because I wanted to see like her inconsistencies. We'll do the same thing with Jeff, but to me, Jeff is telling the truth. So what he says is going to be the same. All right, this is not who I want. This is the crime scene officer.
Let me ask you a conversation that's in the
and there's Jeff. And this is on June 9th, 2022. June 9th, 2022. And this is the second trial. Mandy, good to see you. Hope you're feeling better. This is June 9th, 2022, the second trial of Catherine Magbanawa. And if you are not aware, in the first trial, there was a hung jury for Catherine Magbanawa. So they had to have a second trial, but not Sigfredo Garcia, who was found guilty in the first trial. So here we go. There's Jeff with his merce. Jeff loves a good merce. Or a satchel, if you will.
Good morning. Please come up to the witness stand. Before you have a seat, we're going to swear you in. Please raise your right hand. Respond to the
And if you didn't, this is actually a different judge from the first trial. So there's been 3 different judges so far.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give shall be the truth, the say nothing but the truth.
Please have a seat.
Sir, please say your name and spell your name.
My name is Jeffrey Lacasse, Jeffrey Lacasse.
How are you employed, sir?
I'm currently an associate professor at Florida State University
How long have you been so employed?
since 2013.
Right, and I want to draw your attention back to 2014. Did you have a relationship with Wendi Adelson?
I did.
What type of relationship was that?
She was my girlfriend for about 4 months.
When did that relationship begin?
We dated in the fall of 2013, but casually, we became a serious couple, I would say, around late February of 2014.
And when did the relationship end?
Well, that's a little tricky, but in July of 2014.
Right. And during the time that you were together with Ms. Adelson, did you become aware of her recent divorce?
I did. On our first couple of dates, that was the topic of conversation. That's in the fall of 2013.
All right. And did you get an impression as to what type of divorce that was or how it would be characterized?
An extremely contentious divorce.
All right. And during the time that you dated her, were you aware of any specific ongoing litigation with her ex-husband?
I was, particularly in February of 2014, because Ms. Adelson would react badly as that litigation proceeded. Yes, ma'am.
All right. And what specific litigation was the topic of discussion in your relationship with her?
Can you restate that, please?
What was there specific litigation that was the topic of discussion?
I recall a motion filed in February of 2014 where Danny had made some accusations that seemed serious, and Ms. Adelson reacted poorly. As a matter of fact, every time he filed something, she tended to react poorly.
Specifically, did you have knowledge through your relationship with Mrs. Adelson about a motion that had been filed by her ex-husband that was requesting that her mother not have contact with the children unless it was supervised?
Yes, I do recall that.
All right, and was that one of the items that she was really upset over?
Yes, there were many, but that was one for sure.
Okay, so fair to say she took that litigation or that filing very seriously?
Yeah, she took every filing and every point in every motion very seriously, was my impression.
What about her mother, Donna Adelson? Do you have any personal knowledge as to how Donna Adelson took that particular filing about her having contact with the kids?
No, I do not.
Did you know Dan Markell?
I didn't know Dan Markell. I met Dan Markell on a handful of occasions for a few minutes on each occasion.
Any issues between the two of you?
No, I mean, he was my new girlfriend's ex-husband, so I was listening to Wendi Adelson describe him in terrible terms regularly. But in terms of us having an actual conflict, no, ma'am, never.
No negative words ever spoken between the
two
of
you? Oh, no,
you?
always very polite and cordial to one another when we interacted.
Were you specifically aware of the litigation concerning Wendi Adelson's desire to relocate to South Florida with her children?
Yes, that was a big topic of conversation on our first couple of dates, because it had just been denied a few months previous.
Okay. Why, if you know, did Wendi Adelson want to relocate to South Florida?
She despised living in Tallahassee and wanted to live in Miami.
And what was in Miami?
Well, her parents, well, there's multiple reasons. Chief among those reasons would be the fact that her parents and brother were down there.
How would you characterize her relationship with her parents and brother?
Extremely close.
Did Wendi Adelson ever make a joke in your presence about her TV?
Yes, ma'am, she did. In October of 2013, the first time I went to her house on Aqua Ridge, and we were going to watch a movie, she made a joke, which she characterized as her brother's joke, but she was the one telling it, that, her brother had looked into hiring a hitman, but a TV was cheaper. And I heard her repeat that joke at a later occasion.
All right. So you heard that joke a couple times?
At least twice, yes, ma'am.
All right. During your time in your relationship with Wendi Adelson, did you ever have any occasion to meet her family members?
Yes.
What family members did you meet?
Donna Adelson came in, I believe, October, November of 2013, and we had dinner. Spoke to her very briefly.
All right. Is that the only family member?
No, I also met Donna and Harvey would travel up here, and I would have very limited small talk with them. because they took care of the kids when we would go on a date. But I didn't have a lot more interaction than that because it was sort of a secretive thing they seemed secretive in nature when we would return from one of those dates. Wendi Adelson would never invite me inside the house. And when we were all in a group setting, say at the circus or downtown Get Down, Wendi and I would talk, the parents would be over here, and they just never said much to me.
All right, so they didn't have too much interest in you, it seemed.
No, they were polite but cold.
All right. And what about in Miami? Did you ever take any trips to Miami?
I did take one trip to Miami with Wendi in March of 2014.
And what family members did you spend time with on that trip?
We met with her brother, Charles Adelson, and we stayed at his house for one evening.
All right. And was that the same evening that you came to meet Catherine Magbanua?
Yes, we had dinner with Catherine Magbanua and Charlie Adelson prior to going to his house, yes.
All right. And this is in March of 2014?
Yes, it was during spring break. Wendi Adelson and I had went for alternative spring break, and it was Wednesday or Thursday of that week. We traveled to Miami to meet Charles. Charles Adelson was the point.
All right. And how was Ms. Magbanua introduced to you?
I don't recall exactly the word. It was clearly a dating relationship and a fairly new one. I couldn't tell you whether he said girlfriend or not, but it was a new romantic interest.
Of Charlie Adelson?
Of Charles Adelson, yes.
All right. So the four of you have dinner in Miami, is that correct?
That's correct.
And do
Miami
you know
Beach.
the date of that dinner? It's okay if you don't. Definitely March of 14?
Yes, between like March 10th and 14th of 14.
All right. And so you had dinner with was that the only time you ever had any contact with Catherine Magbanua?
Yes.
All right. So you may not be able to identify her, but if you can, is she present in the courtroom today?
Oh, I can identify her. Catherine Magbanua.
Please point her out and describe what she's wearing.
Catherine Magbanua is sitting in a dark suit between her attorneys, who I recognize as Christopher DeCoste and Tara Kawas.
All right. Thank you. Let the record reflect the witness has identified the defendant. When you and Wendi Adelson had dinner with Charlie Adelson and Catherine Magbanua, did you get the impression that this was the first time that Wendi had ever met Magbanua?
I got that rough impression because there was, I don't recall a great deal about that meeting, but I do remember some getting to know you talk that would have been abnormal if they had a long-standing relationship. So they were talking about their life situations and such.
All right.
In an introductory way, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did Wendi at any time express to you any particular enthusiasm about this woman as opposed to any of her brother's other girlfriends?
Yeah, prior to the meeting, she seemed very excited about the fact that her brother was dating Catherine.
All right. And was that surprising?
Yes, a little bit. After dinner, it seemed a little surprising. It wasn't quite what once we had dinner, it wasn't quite what I had expected given Wendy's descriptions.
All right. And had you been through this with Wendi before? Your relationship was relatively new as well. Do you have personal knowledge about the way Wendi typically reacted to Charlie's girlfriends?
I don't recall exactly that. I don't.
Okay. Did anything unusual happen at the dinner?
Well, there's two things that stuck out to me. The first one was that Wendi Adelson had kind of a complex about being a single mom because Charlie had told her that no man wants to date a single mom. So we had this conversation repeatedly. And then I show up to dinner and Charlie's dating a single mom. So that was a little surprising. The other thing go ahead, I'm sorry.
Specifically, did the fact that we talked about the fact that she's a single mom,
yes.
Did it come up any information about her child's father?
Yes, exactly. So that was the second thing that was surprising, that sticks out to me, is during that getting to know you small talk, Ms. Magbanua had mentioned that the father of her children had interactions with
I'm only going to object because this is a discovery violation. It's the first time I'm ever hearing of the statement of my client being made.
What's your objection?
It's a discovery violation. I need a Richardson hearing. I've never heard this statement of my client ever in the past 6 years of this case.
Did you have the opportunity to take his deposition?
Yes, and it wasn't mentioned.
All right. Well, if it's not asked, then you can't mention it. So that's overruled. You can proceed.
Mr. Lacasse, is this the first time you've ever mentioned this statement?
It is not.
Okay, when have you mentioned it before?
I talked to Investigator Isom in between March and May of 2015 because he had called inquiring about Miss Magbanua about a year and a half before she was arrested.
Okay, and you previously given some testimony in this matter as well?
Wait, again, please.
Have you previously given testimony in this matter, the same case?
Yes.
All
Yes.
right.
Yes.
And what statement, if any, did Ms. McBanoa make about her child's father?
Yeah. So I cannot recall every exact word. I remember references to fighting, the word police, and that he definitely had a criminal record, which didn't sound like speeding tickets. It sounded serious.
Okay. And you never had the opportunity to meet her child's father, did you?
No, I never met him.
Okay. Did Charlie participate at all in that conversation?
We were all there. We were all engaged.
But he didn't specifically say anything relevant. Like,
I don't recall
hey,
anything.
I know that guy.
No,
for
I
example.
did not say anything quite like that I recall. This is
Okay.
a dinner, almost 9 years ago now. So, yeah.
I know. Do you recall who paid for dinner?
Charlie did.
And do you recall how he paid for dinner?
I do not.
All right. Do you know whether Charlie carried large amounts of cash?
I do not know if he carried large amounts of cash. Wendi mentioned the fact that he certainly stored large amounts of cash in shoeboxes in his home.
All right. And did you know, or do you know, whether or not Charlie Adelson runs a cash business?
That was what I was told by Wendi Adelson.
Okay. All right. So what happens after dinner?
After dinner, we go to yogurt, had a quick dessert, and then Miss Magbanua departed, and Wendi Adelson drove me to Charlie Adelson's house, at which point I do recall observing that she was unusually jittery and being strange. I didn't know what to make of it at the time.
And we're talking about Wendi Adelson.
Yeah, Wendi Adelson driving me to Charlie's home.
All right. So when you go back to Charlie's house, is it just you and Wendi and Charlie there?
Yes, as well as Charlie's then roommate, Jerome Obed, was there as well.
All right. And that's the dermatologist?
Yes.
Okay. And so during the time that y'all were hanging out at the house after dinner, did the topic of Dan Markell come up?
It did.
In what regard?
Well, he didn't go anywhere with Wendi without hearing about Dan Markell, so it wasn't atypical, but there was talk about the divorce, the post-divorce litigation. There was negative talk about Danny. I recall Charlie getting a little heated up in the hot tub about Danny.
So y'all were in the hot tub?
We were in the hot tub.
And Charlie was expressing some negative words against Dan Markell?
Yes, strong negative words. And I also had a constant stream of comments from Wendi about what Charlie thought, that Charlie hated Danny's, guts.
Okay. I want to talk about the incident that occurred at the coffee shop on June 4th of 2014. Does that sound familiar to you?
Yes, ma'am.
What happened at the coffee shop? Was that here in Tallahassee?
That was at Red Eye Coffee. I had met Wendi for a cup of coffee. I had an appointment in the same building later, so we just met up. And a couple of things happened on that day, but at the coffee shop, Wendi canceled a trip that we had planned for her to come meet my parents in California, which was scheduled for July 11th to 17th. And she said she canceled that trip because she was concerned we wouldn't get back on the 8th in time to pick up the kids on the 18th, which didn't make a whole lot of sense. But we then discussed, rescheduling the trip. It wasn't anything I objected to strongly or anything like that, but it was weird.
The plan originally was for you to return to Tallahassee on the 17th?
Yes.
And then for her to take custody of her kids from Dan Markell on the 18th?
Yes.
Okay. And she canceled the trip because why?
Because our flight might get delayed in the middle of summer and we would get stranded and not be able to be there to pick up the kids, and she had to pick up the kids on the 18th.
Okay. Did you see her later that night?
Yes, I went to her house and hung out with her and her children that night.
All right. And was there anything unusual about her behavior on the night of June 4th, 2014?
Definitely. She was a nervous wreck. And I actually traveled to the store to buy her, I believe, some Pepto-Bismol because she was such a nervous wreck. She was having stomach problems. So she wasn't food poisoned. She didn't have the flu. She wasn't sick. She was just so nervous that she was having stomach problems.
All right. Tell us about the way the beginning of the end of your relationship.
Can you give me a date?
My understanding is there was a big fight on June 29th.
Yeah. So we traveled to Gainesville together. I had a work trip in Gainesville, and Miss Adelson accompanied me. And the relationship had been it'd been a huge roller coaster of up and down and love bombing, and I perceived a lot of manipulation and lying. And on, I guess it was the night, June 28th, that Saturday, we had a relationship conflict. We had I don't know if argument's quite the right word, but I was kind of tired of being strung along, and which is what it felt like. I couldn't figure out why I was being strung along, but that's what it felt like, and we sort of had it out.
All right. So when was the next time you saw her after the big fight?
Well, the next day we drove from Gainesville to Tallahassee. So I saw her then, and I dropped her off at her house. It was a very awkward, multiple-hour trip from Gainesville to Tallahassee.
All right. And did that feel like the end of the relationship at that time?
It wasn't great, but no, it didn't feel like the end. No, in fact, she said otherwise. I mean, I actually distinctly remember departing her house and her saying that this was not the end. But as I said, I felt like I was being strung along, where it was a constant roller coaster in a way that seemed purposeful and manipulative.
All right. So that takes us to June 30th of 2014, when you part ways after this sort of bad trip to Gainesville.
Yes, I dropped her off at her house on Aqua Ridge, and yeah, right.
When do you see her next after that?
I see her next July 13th, after she had spent 2 weeks in South Florida. We did have communications in that time period, but I didn't see her.
And do you know the dates that she was in South Florida?
She told me that the day after I dropped her off, which I guess is June 30th, that she had headed to South Florida and that she had returned July 30th. I don't know if that's true. That's just what she told me.
July 30th?
No, excuse me. June 30th to July 13th. Supposedly I was seeing her upon her return to Tallahassee.
Okay.
I just don't know if that's true. I don't know what day she actually got
Okay.
back.
She represented she'd been in South Florida, so you see her. So it's been a couple weeks since the big fight.
Yes.
And where did you see her?
I talked on the phone in the interim, and long story short, decided to keep going, to not break up, to continue to pursue the relationship. So we had a date. I picked her up at her house, and we went to the movies and dinner.
All right. And did you return back to her residence after your date?
I did. We did.
Was there anything unusual about her behavior that evening?
Well, she made a very strange statement to me at the house.
Tell us about that, please.
Yeah. So we're walking into the house, and we're having chit chat, and she says, "Can I tell something to you confidentially?" And I said, "Sure." And she tells me that last summer, when the relocation got denied, Charlie investigated multiple ways to fix this problem of Danny Markel, including hiring a hitman, and that it was going to cost about $15,000. And I'm unsure if that number is 15,000 or 50,000 because they sound similar, but she told me that the previous summer that Charlie had looked into having Danny killed by a hitman.
All right, so that would have been the summer of 2013.
Yes.
Okay, and when she told you this statement, you previously characterized the TV statement as a joke. Mm-hmm. Was this statement also in the characterization of a joke?
No, these are two discrete, completely different things. She had a joke she would make about a TV being cheaper than a hitman. I knew that joke. This was a separate statement. This was chilling. This wasn't funny. This made my stomach flip. I found it disturbing at the time. It's completely different.
And the statement was made 5 days before the murder of Dan Markel.
That's correct.
By a hitman.
That's right.
All right, I want to talk about the next day, which is going to be July 14th, 2014, the Monday before the murder. Did you see Wendi Adelson that day?
I did. I had left the previous night by saying, I had some hope for the relationship. I said, if this won't work out, just send me a text, and I won't be offended by that, and we'll just move on. But she contacted me the next day and said, I really want to spend time with you. So then she canceled plans in the middle of the day, and then we went.
I mean, why does Wendi tell him 5 days before Dan Markel is murdered that Charlie talked about hiring a hitman seriously if she's not trying to pin this on Charlie and not her? Like, why would she tell that to Jeff? 5 days before he's murdered, seriously take him aside and tell him that, if not for her wanting Charlie to go down for this.
To yoga.
Went to a yoga class together?
We attended a yoga class together, the most awkward yoga session in history.
Okay. What happens after the awkward yoga session?
Well, during the yoga session, just as a 43-year-old man that's been in a few relationships, I'm thinking, okay, this looks like this is over. The vibe I was getting. We walked to the car and exchanged words, and she didn't want to spend time with me Tuesday, Wednesday, or Thursday, and she had the whole week off without the kids. And then there was a couple other words exchanged, but it was clear to me I thought it was over at that point. So I turned and started walking away.
Okay, and did she call you back?
Yeah, she called after me. I turned around and she asked me, are you still going to Tennessee on Friday? Because she had previously known that I was leaving for a trip to Tennessee at 11 a.m. on Friday, July 18th. And she had a series of questions about whether I was going. If I didn't go, why wouldn't I go? She, despite seemingly just breaking up with me and not wanting to see me for the next 3 days, had a deep interest in what I was going to be doing on Friday.
All right, and your plan at that time was to leave Tallahassee by plane or car?
By car at approximately 11 a.m., and Wendi Adelson and I had discussed that in some detail previously because of other plans that eventually got canceled. But she was the only person aware, other than the people in Tennessee, that that's when I was leaving.
And had you followed that plan, is it correct that you would have been departing Tallahassee and getting on I-10 at approximately the same time that the killers were?
Yes, not only that, but I would have driven within probably a couple miles of Dan Markel's house.
All right, and what?
I mean, again, a lot of people will be like, whoa, Wendi has use immunity. They can't use it against her, blah, blah, blah. Well, first of all, something comes up with, I mean, she perjured herself. We have proof of. But also, we don't have to have just Wendi to take herself down. This testimony to me is damning. Jeff, it's very clear. If you believe Jeff, which I do, very much so, why wouldn't you believe she was part of trying to set him up to be the patsy? She wanted to make sure she knew she was, and she's texting from her parents' house to exactly when Dan is going to be there. She said, even though they break up, she's saying to Jeff, whoa, they're leaving the yoga and they're breaking up, and she's like, whoa, Jeff, before you go, I just want to make sure. And Jeff's like, why are you asking me this? We just broke up, but I just want to make sure you're still going to Tennessee, right? At 11 o'clock, exactly the time that Dan Markel is murdered. I mean, come on. I don't know.
What type of vehicle would you have been in had you gone with that plan?
At that time, I was driving a 2004 four-door metallic gray Nissan Sentra.
All right, and are you familiar with the suspect vehicle in this case?
I am.
And would you characterize your vehicle as similar in appearance to that vehicle?
Yes, especially in profile, yes.
And are you aware that in her law enforcement interview, Wendi Adelson suggested you as a potential suspect?
I am aware of that.
And did you cooperate with the police in this case?
Yes. When I came back from Tennessee, they called me. I came in immediately and cooperated with them from the very beginning.
And were you able to provide an alibi that eliminated you as a suspect from committing this murder?
Yeah, pretty solid one. They had me on videotape at a Kmart in Tennessee a couple hours after the murder, using my credit card with my cell phone showing me there. So it was pretty good alibi.
And is that because you did not follow the plan to leave at 11 a.m. on July 18th?
That's right. I left the previous evening about between 6 and 8 p.m. I changed my plans. I didn't tell anybody except the people at the other end. I certainly didn't tell Wendi Adelson when we were speaking. And so I was already out of the state by the time of the murder.
Do you have any knowledge about a celebration dinner that was had after the murder of Dan Markel?
I do. I eventually spoke to Wendi Adelson on the phone about 10 days after the murder. I had a couple of phone conversations with her. And in one of them, she described attending what Charlie Adelson described as a celebration dinner.
And was that the dinner where she vomited at the table?
Yeah, she said she hadn't eaten food in so long that as soon as the food hit her stomach, she started vomiting.
All right. And were these couple phone calls after the homicide the last contact that you had with Wendi Adelson?
Yes.
No further questions.
Cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I apologize, Mr. Lacasse. I'm going to have to read off my laptop for my questions. Okay. How are you doing today?
Good. How are you?
It's been a while since we've seen each other.
Oh, wow.
Everything all right?
Everything's good.
Okay. So, Mr. Lacasse, you are testifying today in this case under not only a state subpoena, but you received a defense subpoena as well, correct?
I did.
Okay. And you're testifying more specifically to explain to this jury what you know about Wendi Adelson, right?
Among other things, yes.
Yeah. And you were dating Wendi Adelson up until, you okay? Up until 4 days before her husband was murdered.
Yes, well, that's a little tricky because Wendi Adelson had sent me an email after that yoga date saying, I need to think about things for another week, so please don't contact me until the following week. So when the murder happened, I was in a state of limbo as far as the relationship, even though I had a pretty bad feeling that this was over. Obviously, it's not good to get an email like that, but for some reason she wanted us to be technically in limbo for another week was my perception.
So it was kind of like I guess a soft breakup, like it wasn't definitive, but hold on for a week until I get back to you kind of vibe.
Well, it was more, that's correct, ma'am, but it was more than that. It was bizarre because we just had 2 weeks apart to think about things, and I could not figure out why she would want to drag it out for one more week at the time.
And you'd characterize her behavior at this time as being strange, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you previously said that if there was someone aside from her parents that spent a lot of time with her leading up to the murder, it was you.
In the spring of 2014, yes, to my knowledge, yes.
Okay, and you had previously told the detectives that during the 9 months you were dating, you were spending about 80 to 90% of your nights with Wendi, right?
I don't recall saying 80 to 90% of my nights. Wendi was frequently in South Florida, and frequently traveling for business and things like that. So Wendi wasn't even in Tallahassee 70, I don't know percentage of the time, but she was infrequently here actually. So I spent a lot of time with her, but not so much in the fall, to be clear, and much more in January through June.
And would it be fair to say that any night that she didn't have the kids with her when she was free, she'd spend those nights with you?
A lot of them, not all of them.
Oh. And at that time, you didn't have any kids of your own.
Correct.
Okay. And you saw firsthand how hard it is to be a single mother, right?
Yes.
From Wendi. And Wendi is different because she has a lot of help.
When her parents were in town, she had a lot of help. When she traveled to South Florida, she had a lot of help. When she was on her own, it was sometimes difficult. Yes, ma'am.
And Danny, or Professor Markel, he wasn't an absentee father, was he?
No.
Not at all, right?
No.
So she also had him actively helping her out as well, too, with the care of the boys.
Well, she had a standing offer from Professor Markel to see the children more often and to be more actively involved than was strictly, allowed by the court paperwork. Yes, if that's what you mean.
Did you ever get the feeling that Wendi would use her children as almost like tools to get on Mr. Markel's nerves or to, upset him in any way?
I hate to say this about a mother, but I saw her doing that in multiple domains, including as bait for me. I mean, I saw her doing that in multiple domains, yes.
And you got close to the boys too, right?
I did. And whenever we had a fight or a problem, Wendi always invoked the children. That was her...
her go-to excuse?
That was her way to continue stringing me along, it felt like, because I had grown very close to the children.
And let's talk about her parents.
Yes.
Now, they live in South Florida at the time, right?
Correct.
You ever made that drive before?
Yeah, I made that drive a few times.
It's about 7 hours, right?
Yes, it's a drive.
A long, treacherous drive,
yes.
Right?
Yes.
And I only say that because Florida is just a very, not too much to see. It's just flat going straight for 7 hours, right?
Yes.
Okay. And isn't it true that her parents, anytime they would want Wendi to come down with the boys, they would actually drive up to Tallahassee, pick her up, and drive her back down?
That's what she reported. I want to be cautious because I know her to be a person that doesn't always tell me the truth, but that's what I was told. Yes.
Well, you just brought me into a whole new line of questioning.
Okay.
Okay. Let's talk about her ability to tell the truth.
Okay.
You know her very well. You were dating her for a long time.
Well, a few months, seriously, but go ahead.
How would you describe her when it's, trying to determine whether or not she's telling the truth?
I found her to be a deeply deceitful person and not that great at it. That was my impression.
Would she occasionally just put on a show, try to get people to feel sorry for her?
Wendi adopted the victim role as her default social role, her way of getting attention, sympathy, etc. Yes.
Did she play the victim role to you about how awful Danny was to her?
Yes.
And did she constantly complain about that? What a terrible person he was to her?
Endlessly, yes.
Okay, and this is, of course, the only information you're getting from this is through Wendi Adelson's mouth, right?
95% of it. I mean, I also live in Tallahassee. We have a community. I heard some other things, but she had managed to persuade most of the rest of the community that what she was saying was true at the time. So, yeah.
So, would you say she did that frequently? Like she'd speak openly about how upset she was with her divorce?
Yes, it was the topic of conversation. If we went to dinner with friends, that's what we were going to talk about. Frankly, it got old.
And
well, there it is, folks. I did a poll that said, do you think Jeff is telling the truth? 63 votes in. 98% think yes, Jeff is telling the truth, which I also agree with.
She worked at the same place he did, right?
Yes, they both worked at the College of Law.
So she was disparaging him amongst his colleagues as well, too, right?
I can only, as far as what I witnessed, yeah, we went to dinner with some law professors where she did that, certainly.
And she'd actively talk badly about her divorce in front of them?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Now, one thing that Wendi was very vocal to you about during their relationship was how much she hated Tallahassee, right?
Yes.
Okay. And that was almost a daily conversation, how much she hated living here.
Yeah, Danny was part one, how bad Tallahassee was part two. That was the plot of every day, basically.
And that's why you kind of say it started to get old, because those are basically the things that she would talk about over and over and over again.
Yes.
Okay. And she blamed Dan Markel for being stuck in Tallahassee. There's no question about that.
No, she did blame, well, she blamed Dan Markel for getting her stuck in Tallahassee, yes.
Had you ever heard her say that if something happened to him, she'd be able to go home?
Yeah, on that night that I related to Miss Kappelman, July 13th, part of that conversation was if anything ever.
And let me just make this clear, because I know we have new folks in here, and I love the new folks in here. Thank you so much for being here. So many new names chatting. It's awesome. We do not mind if you don't agree with everyone else. That's fine. We are open to different opinions. We want different opinions. Just be respectful and you're good. And also try not to spam, but as long as you're respectful, that's fine. Everyone doesn't have to agree all the time. It's never going to happen. So, we really try to keep it respectful and kind in here. So, and everyone has been. So thank you so much. Appreciate it. Catherine says the poll didn't come through. Yeah, Catherine, I've heard that. Dizzy too has problem with the polls. I don't know why. Some people have issues with the polls on YouTube. I'm not sure why, but anyway, thanks so much everyone for being here. Hit that like button if you haven't already. And yes, and I've seen this note from a few people that Richard just put that Jeff Lacasse and Luis Rivera were the state's best witnesses. I mean, both of them. I completely agree. Both of them tell the truth. And by the way, since it doesn't look like we have a trial tomorrow or the rest of this week, because it's the week right before the holiday, and there's really not a lot of new live trials because courts usually don't schedule it, I'm thinking maybe tomorrow we'll do the same thing, except instead of Jeff Lacasse, we will do Luis Rivera Tato. So, anywho, let's continue.
Ever happened to Danny, she would probably, not probably, she would return to South Florida.
No, and that's actually what happened in this case, right?
It's exactly what happened in this case a week later. Yeah.
As soon as he was murdered, less than a week later, she was in South Florida.
That's my understanding.
Right. Now, you love living in Tallahassee, right?
I love Tallahassee, yeah.
All right. And you chose to move here from Phoenix.
I did.
Didn't she think you were crazy from leaving Phoenix, a bigger city, than coming here?
I don't know if she said I was crazy, but it was, I'll put it this way. It was not possible to persuade her that Tallahassee had some redeeming attributes, and also that this wasn't the rest of her life. That at some point she would be able to leave when the children were older. That it was a very immature sort of take on it.
And you tried sometimes to highlight the wonderful things about Tallahassee to her, but was that a fruitless effort?
That was always unsuccessful. I mean, I did my best, but it was like talking to a wall. She wrote a book where she shreds Tallahassee. I mean, she really doesn't like Tallahassee.
Isn't it true that she thought that she was better than the people that lived in Tallahassee?
Yeah.
And did you ever catch her crying uncontrollably because she felt that she was stuck here?
Multiple crying episodes. Yes, she would cry sometimes because she was stuck here. She also used to cry, especially in the months preceding the murder, for no reason that I could discern.
It was just crying. Did you ask her and she just wouldn't give you an answer?
Yeah, that was Wendy's typical pattern, to be very non-specific.
Okay. And then so, I've already asked you these. Did Wendi explained to you that Danny was emotionally abusive to her?
She used that term very frequently. And at the time, as the boyfriend, I sort of accepted that.
You were taking what she said as true?
Yes, it's a new relationship. But in retrospective, I can't think of a single thing she ever described that I would consider emotionally abusive.
She did tell you once, though, that, she felt this was emotionally disturbing to her, that Danny would make her sit in silence if they were to drive down to South Florida. She would drive, he would be in the passenger seat doing work, and that she would complain to you that that's something he would do, would make her sit in silence on the 7-hour drive.
Yeah, she said he did that one time, and I don't know if that's true or not, but she did say that, yes.
And to be clear, this is just coming from Wendi Adelson. You have no evidence to support that what she's telling you is the truth?
I don't.
Okay. Now, did she describe him as a complete control freak?
That rings a bell.
Okay.
Yeah.
And did she ever describe him as an absentee father to you?
What she described was that during the marriage, he was not quite as involved with the children and arguably would meet that label. And then after the divorce, became very engaged with the children. which instead of seeing it as a positive, she saw as a rather annoying inconvenience that he wanted his share of the time with the kids.
Now, Wendi was in her mid-30s when you two were dating back in 2014, right?
That's right.
Would you describe her as being self-sufficient?
No, I think I described her in past police interviews as a highly dependent person who seemed to struggle with adult decision making and would often seek advice on things that you might expect from a 15-year-old or 18-year-old, but not a woman in her mid-30s. So that's right.
And did your relationship with Wendi, was it so tumultuous that you actually ended up having to see a therapist about your relationship with her?
That's correct.
Would you also describe her as having a public persona, being one way in public and another behind closed doors?
Yes, superficially charming, but I had reported to the police that just a characteristic I found disturbing. We would have dinner with some people, the door closes, and people gossip, but it was like a 180 flip, and it would be vicious and very mean-spirited at a level that...
Completely different from how she was a moment before.
Yes, not a way I talk about people, yeah.
Okay. Now, and you'd say she's good actress, she's good at putting up a facade for people. Now, she's also admitted to you that she has lied in a deposition before, right?
Well, that's tricky because she may have lied about lying in a deposition.
Okay. But she told that to you, right?
She did.
Oh, that was such a great moment. I got to rewind that. Jeff, we love you, pal.
Lied about
you that she has lied in a deposition before, right?
Well, that's tricky because she may have lied about lying in a deposition.
Okay. But she told that to you, right?
She did, but my understanding is she lied about that. So there's lies on top of lies.
So it could be a lie about a lie.
And maybe a lie about, yeah, it gets real confusing with, but it brings up an important point. She really enjoys mind games. And so I think that might have been a little bit of a mind game.
Oh, okay.
It brings up an important point. She really enjoys mind games. It's, man.
Okay, so she may have just been throwing.
Again, we are watching all this, or at least the reason I'm watching all this is to let's just think about all the things that are going to be hopefully presented against Wendi Liar Adelscum during her trial. And man, Jeff is going to be huge in that case.
Throwing that out for some other ulterior purpose.
I don't know why she would disclose to me that she lied in a legal proceeding as an officer of the court and then turn out not to have lied in it. I mean, I got 100 stories like that.
No,
I mean,
and I would ask you, it would be as an attorney.
Yes.
I mean, it would be a violation of her ethical duties as a lawyer to lie under oath, right?
Right, but then I go to the police in my first interview and I go, well, I really got one for you. She told me she lied in a deposition, and my understanding is she didn't. So there's a plotting kind of thing going on here.
All right. So have you previously described her as a pathological liar?
Yes.
Now let's talk about the one time that you came down to Miami.
Yes.
And met Charles Adelson.
Yes.
Okay. So let's be clear. You met Charles Adelson once.
Correct.
You met Catherine McBanwell once.
Yes.
All right. And that was on that date that we talked about.
Yes.
All right. So let's talk about that. So, because that dinner that night ended up getting a little strange when you guys went back to Charlie's house, right?
Yeah, that's fair.
Now describe for the jury, because they don't know anything about this restaurant. Describe Yardbird, because it's a restaurant that's on South Beach, correct?
Yeah, it's on South Beach. We were outside on a patio. You probably know Yardbird better than I've only been there once. It's a very nice restaurant.
They have all type of American-based food.
Yes. Yeah.
And you.
Excellent point from Charlotte for those who are just listening. How amazing must it feel to be able to tell the whole world what was done to you and be believed, particularly when you're dealing with a narcissist, a sociopath, and they've been gaslighting you for years and years and years, and you've had to deal with this, and now you're presenting this information to a court, and Charlie is found guilty, and like your testimony, people believe your testimony, and now the whole world is seeing what you've had to deal with for how long. I mean, but you know, I'm sure Jeff would rather not do this, but he now has an audience to tell people, and folks like us who are like, yes, Jeff, we believe you. You had to deal with succubus, Wendi liar, Adelscum.
Said something important. You were sitting outside.
We were sitting outside.
Okay. You and Wendi got there before Charles, right?
That sounds right, but I don't remember for sure.
Okay. And if we had text messages between, for example, Charles and Wendi that would indicate you guys were outside, those would be reliable, waiting for them to get there, right?
I mean, that sounds right.
Okay. And he meets up with you there, and then Catherine meets up, and that's when you guys get introduced.
Right.
You remain outside while you're having dinner, right?
Correct.
Okay. And would it be fair to say, I mean, I know what Yardbird looks like, but the members of the jury do not. So where the patio is, it's right at a four-corner intersection, if I'm saying that correctly.
Mm-hmm.
So there could be cars across the way, correct?
Yes.
Cars parked to the right, cars parked to the left.
Yes.
But you're all clearly visible sitting down outside, correct?
Oh, sure. Yes.
Okay. So you're sitting there with Wendi,
yes,
and Charles is sitting beside Catherine. Was he behaving as if, you know, that's his girlfriend and stuff like that?
Well.
And I'm only asking because, you know, if someone from the outside were just watching, would it appear that she was having a good time with her boyfriend?
I mean, it's a hard question for me to answer because it's been so long.
Yeah.
It does. You'd have to know Charlie. I mean, I don't know how. I met him the one time. Most of this dinner was Charlie informing us about the world. He's talking a lot. So I don't know how he acts with girlfriends or women he's dating. But go ahead.
And that's kind of important because it's the first time you're meeting him, right?
Right.
Tell the jury how much he talks.
Oh, you don't talk to Charlie Adelson. You listen to Charlie Adelson. I mean, I never say anything quite like it.
Right? Isn't he dominates the entire conversation?
Excellent point from I'm a Unicorn. The journey to accepting the truth for the boys, the Markel boys, is going to be a long and difficult one, in my opinion. I agree. I mean, I think it's essentially going to be the same as someone who was in a cult. They've been in the Adelscum cult. They've been in the bubble. All other news has been filtered out, just like in a cult. They've only been getting the information from their sources until probably recently, where they're old enough now to be thinking about this stuff, being on social media. But yes, it's going to be hard. I think so. I agree. But once they're going to get out of that cult and they're going to start seeing and you know, hopefully learning that that their family did this, and hopefully that leads them to, you know, be able to be in contact with the Markels more often.
He dominated that conversation. I don't remember what was said at that conversation, but there was interaction in that conversation. There was other people talking. I mean, I don't want that to be taken too far because Charlie was certainly a character and someone I had a bad feeling about immediately, honestly, but it wasn't like 99% was just Charlie talking.
Yeah, of course.
Him and Katie were relating things they had done together. I don't remember the specifics 8 years later, but yeah.
And you had said on direct examination, he introduced Katie to you as his girlfriend.
I don't remember him saying the word girlfriend.
But you know, like you said, we was talking about how things that they had done before, that it was obvious to you that they were dating, right?
Yeah, and then it was fairly new, yeah.
Okay. It wouldn't be too smart for him to be introducing people if he's conspiring them, right?
Can you restate that?
It wouldn't be very smart of him to be introducing someone he's conspiring with to commit murder to other people, right?
I mean, I'm not an investigator. I'm not an expert on what's smart when conducting a criminal conspiracy.
So let's talk about now so you're all sitting outside. It was nighttime, right?
Very early evening.
That was such a good answer to that question. Seriously? Sorry, I'm going to rewind this. I'll stop, but this was such a good answer.
About how things that they had done before, that it was obvious to you that they were dating, right?
Yeah, and then it was fairly new, yeah.
Okay. It wouldn't be too smart for him to be introducing people if he's conspiring them, right?
Can you restate that?
It wouldn't be very smart of him to be introducing someone he's conspiring with to commit murder to other people, right?
I mean, I'm not an investigator. I'm not an expert on what's smart when conducting a criminal conspiracy.
So let's talk about now so you're all sitting outside. It was nighttime, right?
Very early evening. This was like a pretty early dinner. Sun was still out.
Okay, and then but going into evening, kind of like how the sun here, like it doesn't, especially around this time, it doesn't set
between 4 and 6. I don't remember exactly when.
Okay, so it wouldn't be any problem if anybody that was around to be seeing you guys having dinner.
No, sure.
You leave that restaurant and then you all go collectively to get some ice cream.
Yeah, but
yogurt.
I don't have real clear memories of that, but we walked to a yogurt place, and that wasn't very long, and then we headed to Charlie's house.
Now, how did you guys get to Charlie's house? Were you and Wendi in the car by yourself?
Wendi had driven a rental down from Tallahassee, and she was driving.
So Charles got into his own vehicle and drove and met you back at the house?
Yes.
Okay. And so you and his house is in Fort Lauderdale, correct?
Yeah, he's on Well Harbor, that's right.
So it would be at least a 14-minute drive, 45 minutes. Just if you can remember, it's not a quick 10 minute
No,
drive.
it wasn't like 5-10 minutes. It was a ways.
Okay, and then so you go up to the house and you and Wendi go inside, right?
That's right.
Now, Catherine doesn't come back to Charles's house, right?
No, Catherine returned to her own house.
She went back to her own home.
Yeah.
But then Charles comes back and then you, Charles, and Wendi all sit down in the hot tub.
Right, I think we talked otherwise as well, but we spent a couple hours in that hot tub, yeah.
Okay, and this is where I think you said this is when he starts talking about some very weird things, right?
Yes.
Okay, he was very braggadocious, is a word you've used?
He was.
And wasn't he kind of like talking about inappropriate, for example, he was talking about inappropriate sexual things he's done with girls, was one of the things he talked about, right?
Yeah, that one in front of your sister, yeah, I was fairly stunned by him talking about sexual sadism in front of his younger sister, yeah.
You're sitting right there, he's kind of talking to you, but this is things he's discussing in front of his sister, right?
Yeah.
Okay, and then he also talked about going on trips and sleeping with young girls in other countries, right?
Don't think that was in the hot tub. That was information related from Wendi to me during the relationship.
Okay,
but
sorry, I apologize. But she was aware of that. Like, she's telling you how her brother is? That he goes to other countries and sleeps with really young girls?
Yeah, and she's supposedly a human trafficking activist, so it's pretty bizarre.
Okay. And he also talked to you at this, and in this hot tub, when you guys are talking, did he come across as being like, trying to brag that he was a person that has friends on two sides of the tracks?
Yeah, that's a nice summary overall. I don't remember a lot of the specific details, but he was more street smart or more street, if you know what I mean by that, than I would have expected from a millionaire Miami dentist, yes.
Okay, and was he doing that more in the hot tub than how he was when he was at dinner with everybody?
I don't remember much of the dinner, so I can't really make a comparison.
Okay, but the hot tub incident kind of stands out.
The hot tub stuck out, yeah.
Okay, and did you describe him as being very cocky, arrogant, and narcissistic?
Yes.
Okay, and he also talked about and this is the first time he's met you. He was talking about what he does with his finances, right?
Yes, he was bragging about financial crimes, essentially.
Basically like, yeah, I'm a dentist by day, but I also dabble in these other things that I'm not supposed to.
Yeah.
And was bragging to you about that.
Yes.
What kind of impression did that leave with you?
Well, when Danny Markel was murdered, I went to the police immediately and said, you need to be investigating Charles Adelson. Said that on the 3 days after he was murdered. So.
And that is what I wanted to talk to you about. So you only met him once, and the first time that you heard that the police wanted to talk to you, you immediately, now let's talk about that. How did you find out that the police would like to ask you some questions about what's going on?
I was called, he was murdered on July 18th.
Right.
I was on my way back down south to Tallahassee, and I received a call from TPD asking me to come in, and I actually drove straight to the station.
When they called you on your phone, and did they identify themselves as
yes.
the Tallahassee Police Department?
Yeah, Investigator Corey Hill.
Kale. Okay. And he actually said, I'm with the Tallahassee Police Department, and we would like you to come in and answer some questions, right?
Something to that effect.
Did they tell you what it was about?
I don't recall, but I don't know that he needed to.
Okay. Oh, had you heard already what had happened?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So you immediately went there, but they kind of like, gave you the option and invited you to come in, right?
They
didn't go and arrest you.
They did not arrest me.
Okay.
No.
And when you first came into your first meeting with Corey Hale, he started out the meeting by saying, hey, listen, we're working to exclude you as a suspect.
Yes, we had a conversation about
Yes.
excluding me.
Yes.
And the impression I got was that, and I guess I've learned a sense that they already done some investigating, with my cell phone and so forth, so that the investigation of me had reached a point where that was just, that we're at the point where they were trying to exclude me. That's right.
Now, they haven't heard from you yet, right?
Say,
They haven't heard from you yet. Like you haven't provided them any information yet.
no, they haven't, but my cell phone shows me in another state when he was murdered. So,
But at that time though, you hadn't realized Wendi had kind of named you or implied that you could have been a suspect in this case, right?
I didn't realize that when I was heading into the station. By the time I left the station,
So it's pretty clear.
I mean, no one said that word for word, but I'm not stupid, and I could tell pretty quickly that, yeah.
You'd agree with me, people don't have to say things directly sometimes. You can just leave little crumbs and you can pick up on what they're trying to get at, right?
I mean, yeah, sometimes, and I mean, I'll say this: I was never quite sure until I was able to view Wendy's interrogation video, in which case it became 100%.
Okay.
I suspected that previously. I thought maybe, but once I saw her video, there it is in black and white. So.
Now, even though now you know they considered you as a suspect, you walked into a room at Tallahassee Police Department, correct?
Yes.
And they reported you, right?
Yes.
I mean, now we don't have to go back in 2014 to wonder what it was that you said.
Right, I guess.
It's there in not black and white, but in color. So
yeah, my first interview was video recorded. The first interview I did with them, yeah.
So was the second one, right?
You mean the one the 21st?
I have July 21st, July 23rd, and March 6th.
Yeah, so I had a videotaped interview the 21st. I had a videotaped interview the 23rd where I came back and added Wendi to the list of people I thought they should be investigated.
Okay. But on that first day, even though you'd only met him once, you thought it was imperative for you to tell these detectives, if you're going to look at someone, you need to look at her brother.
I did that reluctantly. I was worried about my safety, but I did. That's right. That's correct. Yeah.
You were even in that point, even though you'd only met him one time, asked if you could speak to them off the record, right?
Yeah, I got a feeling about Charlie. I had a bad feeling.
And explain to the jury, it wasn't that, I want to tell you something that, may be bad for me. I'm scared that Charlie may come back and do something if I call him out.
Yeah, it's also just caught in the crosshairs of a criminal investigation, which is like being thrown into a weird movie. It's a very bizarre sort of thing. I didn't know how realistic that threat would be, but I thought Charlie was potentially a dangerous person.
And this was, like I said, and I'm going to stress it, only after meeting him once.
Yeah, about 4 hours is all it took.
Oh, 4 hours. All right. So now going back to, I want to talk about those dates leading up to when you guys, when Professor Markel was murdered.
Yes.
So you talked about the trip to Gainesville, and this is when things started to get weird with the fighting between you and Wendi, correct?
Correct. That's when the big disagreement was, yes.
Okay, and then on the drive back, you had described that as the most awkward drive ever?
Yes.
Okay, and so you return to Tallahassee, and the next day, she leaves to Miami.
That's what she told me she was doing, yeah. I assume that happened.
So on July 1st of 2014, she would have been in Miami, as best as you can recollect.
Yes.
Okay. And all the way up until July 13th.
Yes.
All the time she's texting with you, communicating with you while she's in Miami, right?
Yeah, we had 5 to 10 communications, some phone calls, some video chats with the kids. She was cleaning out her childhood room in Coral Springs. I remember video chatting with her and the kids. So yeah, that's right.
Nothing in those communications indicating to you that something was amiss? That she was going to probably come back and the next day ask to take a week break?
Oh, I mean, we had some heart-to-hearts. I got these long emails. This is what I'm talking about, being strung along. This is what I'm referring to. It would make sense. You have the big fight, you break up. It wasn't like that. I'm getting texts that say, I miss you. I'm getting 1,000-word emails. We're having video chats with the kids. We're on the phone. And it seemed like we were going to work things out, which is why that breakup date is so hard to pin down.
Which is why it was so odd to you.
It's extremely strange.
So she gets back to Tallahassee, and on the Monday before Dan Markel is killed, that's when you guys have dinner, right?
What's the calendar date, ma'am? I know it is the
13th.
The 13th is the
Sorry,
dinner.
I tried to go back 5 from.
So that's, July 13th we had dinner and saw a movie. That's correct.
Okay. And you watched the movie Neighbors.
We did.
Excellent movie. Okay. And another thing she did that was, and you had spoken to the Miss Kappelman about this, is that she specifically, after you guys broke up, or after the yoga session on the Tuesday, that she specifically asked you about your travel plans on Friday.
That's correct.
Okay. And you actually thought that was strange because you're getting the vibe that we're breaking up, but now you're asking me where I'm going to be on Friday at 11 a.m.
Which is why I went to the police on July 23rd and highlighted that as the first of many suspicious things I thought they needed to know.
And you'd agree with me that at the time when you first spoke to the police, and I mean, it's common sense that your memory of the details of everything that went on in 2014 were better in 2014.
Mostly, although I also, mostly.
Like if we went into details about what you did Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, you'd know back then better than you do now.
As far as memory, yes, but I also reviewed all my text messages and emails when I came back and talked to the police a few months later, and that did raise things that I did not remember in July.
And so you would agree with me that first time you probably weren't properly equipped to give them all the details. You needed to go back and review things, right?
I think I gave them the important details on those first 2 days, which is Charlie and Wendi also need to be investigated, but there were other details that I uncovered as I thought about it. It's also a pretty traumatic situation. It takes a little bit to get your head on straight, to think straight, obviously.
Now, so you leave Thursday, but you never tell Wendi that you're leaving on Thursday, right?
No, I did not.
So as far as she knew, you were leaving on Friday at 11 a.m.
Yes.
All right. And you'd agree with me that had it not been for your credit card receipts, the Walmart video, and other things, you probably could be sitting at a table between two lawyers, right?
I mean, if I had left town without a cell phone, not entered a store, not used a credit card, things could have been more complicated. But this was in 2014. It's a pretty unlikely scenario, it seems like to me. I worried that there was an effort made to, make it look as if, but there was also 10 other reasons that would have, that word exculpatory. There's 10 other reasons why I couldn't have done it that we didn't even have to go to because we had this videotape of me at a Kmart.
You didn't even have to go there because they gave you the opportunity to give everything over and for you to, explain your side of the story, right?
Well, they filed search warrants. That's what it wasn't. I mean,
they got a search warrant against?
That's
Did they tell you that before they spoke?
My understanding is they had search warrants for cell phones and financial records or some sort of court paperwork. I'm not a lawyer, but it wasn't as simple as I show them your cell phone and let you walk away. I showed them that to show, look, I didn't do it, and they did additional investigation after that.
Okay, and but you'd agree with me that had you had to get those things, I don't know, maybe 2-3 years after, they may have disappeared. There probably may not have been a video. If your cell records, for example, if you have Sprint, they only hold them for 2 years, right?
Yeah, I don't know anything about that.
Okay, but at the time is when you probably should be gathering as much evidence as possible before, it goes stale or expires, right?
Again, I'm not a criminal investigator, and
I'm only asking based on common sense.
Well, I hope I have some common sense. I mean, but maybe I don't. I'm a college professor. It doesn't always go together. That sounds right, but I worry that I'm giving you opinion based on no expertise on law enforcement or investigations whatsoever. I want to stick to what I know.
No, and I appreciate that, Mr. Lacasse, because I don't want anything to come across. I want
not an
to be
expert.
able to explain 100% to the jury. Now, another thing I wanted to make clear is that statement, the joke that Wendi made about, oh, my brother had joked about looking into hiring a hitman, but got me this TV as a divorce present. It was cheaper, right?
Well, that's the joke, not what I would call the chilling statement.
Right. I'm talking about the joke.
Yes.
She told you that he said that the summer that they were divorced, right?
Say that again, please.
That would have been in the summer of 2013, correct?
I don't know when the joke started. If Wendi told a joke once, she was one of those people, probably heard it 10 more times. So I don't know how long she's been telling that joke, how many times she told
But
it.
you'd agree with me that if, based on what she's saying to you, that it would have been around the time of the divorce that he made that representation or
Yeah, I
joke.
just don't know when she started telling that joke, although I heard it for the first time in October of 2013.
Okay, and you have no idea when he met Miss McBanwell, right?
Who's he?
Charlie.
Try. No, I don't know when they met.
And that one time that you were sitting there with Charlie, did he at all, I think you had mentioned it, he was vocal too, they were talking about Dan Markel in the hot tub?
He made some comments about Dan Markel that I can't recall word for word, but it was clear he was not a fan, that he was very upset with Dan Markel. Yes.
Now, when you said Katie had referenced talking about her ex-husband, right? Or ex-boyfriend, however she referred it, father of her kids.
Yes, I recounted the little that I recall, which is
of
that
course.
he had a criminal record and the word fighting, the word police, and that's all I remember. It seemed fairly serious.
Did it come across that she was still with him, or was she speaking about him like he was her ex?
I don't think I know the answer to that question.
Okay, and that's a fair response.
Yeah.
I'm just asking what you remember.
I'm trying to separate what I know from what I've heard since, and I don't think I would know.
Okay, and the things she had said was he has a criminal record, issues with the police. Did she mention anything about the fact that he was on drugs? Anything like that sound familiar?
You know, I really wish I could remember every word
course.
from that conversation. Seems important now. I
Mhm.
can't. But to your prior question, clearly Charlie was dating
Katie.
Catherine now,
Mhm.
so I didn't get the impression that she was still with the father of her children, but there was some sort of ongoing relationship due to the kids in custody, and there was a mention of some kind of court thing. I don't know what it was. So there was obviously still some sort of social connection, but I don't think they were dating.
Kind of like Wendy and Danny, right? Like if we were to look at, your phone records and Katie's phone not Katie, and Wendy's phone records. At the time you were dating her, right? She'd be in constant communication with you, correct?
Oh, well, that's funny. Wendy was notorious for not returning texts or phone calls. So,
but there'd be a lot of communications from you to her, though.
No, there would be communications both ways, to be fair. Sure. I don't know what you would consider a lot, but yeah, we're dating. There's going to be communications.
And there should be communications between her and the father of her kids, right?
That was an issue I think that was actually headed into court on what basis that was allowed when he could text her. They had a parenting coordinator. She was protesting. So I think I don't have personal knowledge of that. That was actually a contentious issue. Is how much should he be allowed to contact her was an issue in contention.
He wanted more, but it didn't suggest that he had no contact with them, right?
No, not that he had no contact, but she wanted as limited contact with him as possible, given that they were divorced. And I think Professor Markel was trying to be more collaborative as, co-parenting in that situation. So I remember situations where she would get a text and very upset that he texted her, for example.
Do you recall anything unusual about Charlie when Katie was talking about her ex?
No.
Did he say anything like, I don't know that guy?
I wish I could remember that conversation.
Fuck your life, bing bong.
Oh, shit. Mandy gifted out a membership to May of 9.
I'm gonna fuck with you, buddy. We're gonna be buddies. We're gonna be pals. We're gonna.
Thank you so much, Mandy. I'm so glad you're feeling better. Thank you so much.
I told you everything I could remember about that conversation.
All right. Can I have one more, Aaron?
Right.
Capri Sun's in the chat.
Thank you so much, Mr. Lacasse. Good to see you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Hold on 1 second. Any redirect?
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Lacasse, you were asked about the dinner. We talked about it on direct as well, where you met Catherine McVanoff and Charlie Adelson for the first time.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and they appeared to be dating at that time.
Yes.
Okay, and can you tell us the date, or is there anything that would refresh your memory of the date of that dinner?
It was during spring break 2014.
Okay, so sometime in that.
Like March 10th to 14th. Honestly, I think I've said it before. I've just forgotten it today. I apologize.
That's okay. I just wondered if there was anything that you could look at that would refresh your recollection on the specific date, because I think you have said before.
I think I have said it before. I don't know where.
Okay. All right. And when you departed the dinner, you went to a vehicle and Mr. Adelson went to his vehicle. Were your vehicles in close proximity to each other, or was he parked somewhere else where you couldn't see him?
I couldn't see his vehicle. I've been asked that before because Wendi Adelson and I had arrived in that area hours earlier. We're kind of walking around looking at shops and stuff.
Mhm.
So I don't remember the parking arrangement, but I don't think we were parked right up against it compared to them.
Okay. And once you returned to your vehicles, you returned to Mr. Adelson's residence. Is that right?
Correct.
And did you say you spent the night there that night?
I did. I flew out the next morning.
Okay. And when you arrived at Mr. Adelson's restaurant, you just traveled straight from the yogurt to his residence, right?
Yes.
And is that what he did as well, as far as you know?
I have no idea.
Was there a delay? Were you there for some time before he arrived back?
I don't recall.
Okay. When he arrived back at his residence, I guess once you got there, did you have to wait for him to let you in? Were you waiting outside for some time?
That could be true, but I don't recall it.
Okay. When he did arrive, did it appear that he was shaken or upset about something?
I don't recall that.
Did he have any obvious injuries that appeared he'd been in some type of physical altercation?
I don't recall any of that.
Is
no.
that something you think you would recall?
I think so. I mean, he was the same in the hot tub as he was in dinner, only more so, if that makes sense. It wasn't a slide towards a negative direction or injuries or anything like that. It was like he was holding forth even more once he got home. It seemed like more of
jovial.
Say again.
Jovial, outgoing,
Very
talkative.
gregarious, hyperverbal is what we call it in clinical work. Hyperverbal.
All right. And during his hyperverbal session of word vomiting all over the hot tub, did he mention that he had just been in an altercation of some type in the parking lot of the restaurant?
No.
Is that something you would have remembered?
I think I would have remembered that.
Is there any connection between you and the people that killed Dan Markell?
No.
You weren't on the wiretap, were you?
No.
You weren't captured at all on the wiretap?
No.
Judge, I'm going to object to the outside scope of cross.
Overruled.
You were asked on cross-examination about your alibi, right?
Yes.
I know if you didn't have that alibi, you might be a suspect in this case, right?
Yes.
Well, you don't have any connection to the killers, do you?
Zero.
All right. And you talked about the joke about hiring a hitman. It was made in 2013.
Yes.
And the chilling statement about Charlie's serious interest in hiring a hitman was made to you 5 days before the murder, correct?
Correct.
And it was referencing that he had done that in 2013.
That's right.
All right. But obviously, was the murder of Dan Markell accomplished in 2013?
No. Danny lived throughout 2013 and through half of 2014.
All right. And it was accomplished in 2014
That's correct.
when Charlie Adelson was dating who?
Catherine Magbanua, that's correct.
No further questions.
All right, we can release a witness.
I'd like him to remain under ruling honor.
Okay, you'll remain under subpoena. They'll let you know if you testify.
All right, folks, one more trial to go. And if you did not see this trial,
you might step down.
And by the
there.
way, I think in every trial, Jeff goes right after Wendi. I'm pretty sure. I know for a fact in the last one, I forget about the first one, but in every trial, Jeff goes right after Wendi. So I think Mentor Lawyer has a quick clip of Jeff waiting in this last trial, Charlie's trial, waiting to go in as Wendi comes out. Imagine having to see her. Imagine Jeff having to see this succubus Adelscum.
Well, Mr. Lacasse, you remain under oath. You may be seated.
Oh no, this is not his first testimony. Shit. He remains under. Oh wait, so all right. I'm sorry. Here's his first testimony.
No, you're not. Please call your next witness. Have a good day.
Jeffrey Lacasse.
Actually, I think he may have been after this guy last trial too, but right around the same time. I could be wrong. And all right, I can make the volume lower because this courtroom actually has good volume. And I'll just say this: if you did not see this testimony from Jeff Lacasse, I would describe this testimony this day as someone pissed in his cornflakes, Jeff Lacasse, because by this point, Jeff is done, as I would be. Well, you'll see. He's much more descriptive, and he just seems pissed. Which, I mean, not scorned ex-lover pissed, but pissed that he was framed for a murder. Now this is the third trial he's had to go to. You guys will see. Here we go. Jeff Lacasse, trial 3.
Please raise your right hand, sir. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
Yes.
You may take your seat.
Please introduce yourself and spell your name.
My name is Jeffrey Lacasse. Sorry. Jeffrey Lacasse.
How are you employed, sir?
I'm an associate professor at Florida State University.
How long have you been with FSU?
I came back in 2013. I was also there from 2000 to 2008.
Have you always lived in Tallahassee?
No, I'm from California originally. I went to Phoenix for 5 years from 2008 to 2013. Really loved Tallahassee, so when I got a tenure track job here, I was excited to return in fall of 2013.
Did you have a relationship at some point with Wendi Adelson?
I did.
What was that relationship?
We met in the fall of 2013. Apologize for my voice. Let me just get a little water.
You can have water.
We started dating in the fall of 2013, September 2013. We dated casually in the fall and more seriously in the spring and summer of 2014.
When did the relationship end?
Well, that's a little tricky, but basically July of 2014.
All right, we'll walk through that a little more in detail. During the time that you were dating Ms. Adelson,
is that me?
I don't know. Maybe we need to move it. Is it okay if I touch the microphone? Or you want me to?
Is this about the right distance here?
I'm not sure it's you, but
That's
I'm
not
just backing up ahead. I know,
Okay.
it's hard to get right.
Maybe if you speak up, it'll just help you.
Yes, sir.
All right. So during the time that you were together, did you become aware of Wendi Adelson's recent divorce from Dan Markell?
I did. On our first several dates, that was the primary topic of conversation.
And were you aware that this was an unusually nasty divorce?
Yes.
During the time that you were dating her, did you become aware that even subsequent to the divorce, there was ongoing litigation pending?
Yes.
Did you know Dan Markell?
I met Professor Markell. I did not know him. I probably spent 10, 15 minutes in his presence across the course of that relationship.
And were you specifically familiar with the litigation concerning Wendi Adelson relocating with her children to South Florida?
Yes, that was a topic of conversation, for sure.
If you know, did Wendi want that relocation to take place?
Yes, on our second date, the topic of relocation and being stuck in Tallahassee came up. and the date was ended abruptly when she went to the bathroom, returned with tears in her eyes, and just left the date because she was so upset. That was about 2.5 months after it was denied.
All right.
And it continued to be a topic, but that's...
But that issue seemed to be specifically what was upsetting her on that day?
Definitely was. She left a group date suddenly because it came up.
All right. And did she have family in South Florida?
Yes.
And what family was that?
Well, her brother, Charlie Adelson, Harvey Adelson, her father, and Donna Adelson, her mother, were the ones primarily that I heard about.
Were you also familiar with the litigation seeking to limit the exposure of Wendi Adelson's young sons to her mom, Donna Adelson?
Yes, in spring of 2014, yes.
And did you observe Wendi to be taking that filing seriously? Did she seem stressed or worried about it?
Every filing she took seriously, and she was stressed. I reported to TPD that every time a motion was filed, it affected our relationship because she's very upset.
During the time that you were in a relationship with Wendi, did you have an occasion to meet her family members in South Florida?
I did. Well, I met her parents mostly up here. So I met Donna and Harvey Adelson probably 8 to 12 times up here. I met the defendant down in South Florida one time.
All right, so you only met Charlie Adelson one time.
That's correct.
When was that?
That was the evening of March 11th, 2014.
And had you already met the parents several times at that point?
Yes, probably 6, 8 times at that point, maybe more.
So they came here quite frequently?
Yes.
What about Catherine Magbanoa? Did you meet her?
She was present at the dinner that I attended on March 11th, where it was myself, the defendant, Wendi Adelson, and her went to dinner that evening, March 11th.
You're saying the defendant. Do you see the person in the courtroom?
Yes.
That you had dinner with? Who's that?
That is Charles Adelson, known to me as Charlie.
Could you point him out and describe what he's wearing?
Yeah, he's sitting in the center of the defense table, wearing a light blue tie and a navy blue sports coat.
All right. And so Catherine Magbanoa, how was she related to this family or affiliated with the family?
I was introduced to her as Charlie's new girlfriend, essentially.
And was it your understanding that this was the first time that Wendi was meeting Catherine Magbanoa as well?
That was my understanding. She was excited about Catherine Magbanoa, and that was my impression, yes.
All right, so anything unusual happened at the dinner?
Well, at the dinner, Miss Magbanoa mentioned that she had I guess it was her ex-common law husband, who had a criminal history that sounded very serious, and I did raise my eyebrows at that.
Did Charlie Adelson seem disturbed or upset by Catherine Magbanoa mentioning that?
I don't recall him seeming disturbed, no.
All right, what about after dinner? Where did you go next?
We went to Mr. Adelson's home, and we sat in his hot tub and had a few drinks and talked for a little while.
Who's the we that sat in the hot tub?
Yeah, myself, Wendi Adelson, Charles Adelson was in the hot tub for a while, and his then roommate, Dr. Jerome Obed.
All right, so Dr. Obed was living with Charlie Adelson at that time?
That was my understanding. He was his roommate, yeah.
All right, and where was Catherine Magbanoa at that time?
She did not accompany us back to the house.
In the hot tub, did the defendant make some statements that were of interest in this case?
Yes.
What were those?
Judge, objection, motion to eliminate.
For folks who are new to the channel, when we have sidebars, even though I'll fast forward this, we do shots. Oh, I don't have the sound effect on. Hold on. We do shots. Could be water, could be coffee, could be gin and tonic, whatever you want. Little marijuana, whatever you want. That's what we do at sidebars. And now I will fast forward because we are not live.
Adelson in the hot tub mention anything about having connections to a criminal element?
Yes, he did. He mentioned having contacts on both sides of the tracks, meaning dentists, lawyers, professional class people, but he also had people he knew that were a criminal element, yes.
And did you get more specific about anything about these people that are the criminal element?
He mentioned specifically, I repeated it to TPD, about Cuban neighborhoods where you might find that criminal element.
Okay, so he had connections to those type of people.
That's what he said,
And
yes.
what was the context of this? Was he just seemed scared about it, worried about it, or something else?
Seemed to be bragging.
I want to ask you about a meeting with Wendi at a coffee shop that occurred on June 4th, 2014. Do you recall that?
I do.
What happened at the coffee?
Who is smiling now, you dumb piece of shit? Oh, you stupid piece of shit. Now you're not even fucking... Now you're a bald bitch, and I bet you ain't smiling, you stupid fuck.
Coffee shop.
We went to the Red Eye coffee shop to have coffee just to meet midday, and Miss Adelson canceled a trip that we had planned for July 11th to 17th to go see my parents, which was a big deal in the relationship, and she abruptly canceled it.
Did she offer an explanation as to why she needed to cancel the trip?
Not one that made sense. She said that she feared that we would not get back in time, and she emphasized, had to be back on the 18th to pick the kids up out of school, which would have been July 18th, 5 p.m., is my understanding. And I couldn't fathom why in the summer going through Atlanta you wouldn't be able to get back in time. It didn't make any sense to me.
So she was worried you could be delayed and she wouldn't be able to pick the kids up.
Right, and we had people who could babysit. It didn't make any sense at all, but that was what she said. That day was very important.
All right, and so that occurred on June 4th.
It did.
All right, did you see her later that evening?
I did. I went to the house to hang out with her and her children.
And is that her residence on Aqua Ridge?
Yes, ma'am.
And how was she that night? This is June 4th, right?
It is.
Okay.
She was a nervous wreck to the point where she was sick to her stomach. Asked me to get to her house as soon as possible. She was in that much distress. And she didn't have food poisoning or flu or anything obvious. She was just a nervous wreck. So I went to her house, immediately went to the store to get her Pepto-Bismol and a couple of things from the convenience store. I have the credit card receipt, is why I recall that so specifically.
And did you have any idea why she's acting? I assume this is unusual for her.
It was fairly unusual. The degree of severity was definitely unusual. But that whole week, June 4th to 9th, she was very nervous. So.
And she didn't tell you it was because killers were in Tallahassee to kill Dan Markell, did she?
No, I was stunned to later find out that there was hitmen in town at the time.
Okay. So let's go forward a little bit to this TV situation. Do you know anything about Wendy's TV being broken?
I do.
And when was the TV broken, if you know?
Between June 11th and 18th, I think it's closer to the 11th, but 100% in that week.
And how do you know it was in that week?
Because we rented a movie, How to Train a Dragon 2, to give the kids a special movie night, and I have text messages where I'm discussing having seen the movie by the 18th with friends.
So you were able to refresh your memory?
Yeah, I was able to
by going
refresh
through
my
those?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, so do you get the movie, or?
Well, it's back in the day. It was Redbox, so I rented a DVD from a Redbox. It was 2014.
All right, and go over there with the movie, and what happens when you arrive?
I walk in the door, and Miss Adelson asked me to look at her television because there's something wrong with the television.
And what was wrong with the television?
Well, I turned it on, and I was immediately confused because it really shouldn't have been a question. As soon as you turn the TV on, it's been struck by an object and is damaged and basically unusable.
Can you explain what the damage looked like?
Yeah, it looked like somebody stood in front of it, took their fist, and hit it like that, was my first impression.
So kind of like a shatter mark with spiders?
Yeah, there's like an impact crater, and then there's, out from that, and it's all pixelated and distorted, which makes it very difficult, or really no one would watch this TV unless you had to. And I had second thoughts about that. I looked around the room. Maybe the kids broke it, so I looked all around the room, and it didn't seem plausible that the children broke it. They're very small. This object had to be kind of heavy. I'd thrown a ball around with them. I just couldn't see how the kids could have done it.
But you didn't see how it got busted.
I didn't see it. I didn't know for sure, and I didn't know we'd be discussing this in a murder trial, so I didn't investigate further or think about it very much, to be honest with you. I just thought, okay.
Were there other TVs in the house?
There was a TV in the back bedroom, a similar make and model that we had watched television with the kids before on that TV before, so yes.
Is that where you watched the movie that night?
No, I went to go hook up the DVD player in the back room. Miss Adelson insisted that it would not work and actually stopped me from even trying. So thought that was very odd, but I didn't want to argue, and it's her house, her TV, her kids, so I said, okay.
So did you watch the movie on the broken TV?
Yeah, we gave the kids movie night where we watched a movie on a broken television that was distorted enough that you could follow what was happening, but the kids are whining and crying the whole time. And I wasn't whining or crying exactly, but I was tempted to because it was pretty frustrating, and I just didn't understand, what was going on. And of course, I had related that this TV is broken, it's unwatchable, it's not covered by warranty, you're gonna have to get a new TV, and I offered to go do that for her anytime she wanted. She's a busy single mom. I'll run by Best Buy, get you a new TV. It was not like a 80-inch TV or something that was really that luxurious. It was a TV like you'd see in a dorm room, so we could have replaced it right away.
All right, let's all take a step back here. First of all, Missy just said 16 likes to 300. If we could get there, that would be great. But let's take a step back. Why on earth Wendi has this broken TV that allegedly the kids they're watching allegedly the kids break this TV, and Jeff is like, what the hell, man, let's just get a new TV. Wendi is super wealthy. Jeff has money, and like he just said, it's like a TV in a dorm room. They could have just got another TV. She forces them to all watch, her little kids and Jeff, they have to watch this movie on the TV. It's almost like she had to do that because she was setting up a reason to have the TV repaired later on. And then, that's her alibi the day that Dan is killed. I mean, it doesn't make sense. Why would she have the kids watch this movie on this busted TV when she could just get a new one? Hello, Swiffer, Duster, Kitty, and Friends. Hello. It's almost like this is exactly to set up an alibi.
All right, did you end up getting a new TV?
No, she turned me down several times on that offer, and again, it's her house. I tried to respect her boundaries.
And again, I'm trying to look this. Bob is here. Bob knows more than me, and Bob is under the impression that they do not have enough. He thinks she's guilty, but does not believe that they have enough to convict her. And I'm just trying to get all the evidence. Now, it's all circumstantial, and it's going to be whether they believe Jeff or not. I think they're going to believe Jeff, and I think they're not going to believe. This story is wild. What's up, Antron? Good to see you. Good to see you, Antron. Thanks for being here.
And I said, oh, okay. But it was inconvenient because after dinner, it's nice to be able to put the kids in front of that TV while you clean up the dishes and stuff. And it sat there being an inconvenience for a while.
All right. I want to ask you about when is Ms. Adelson's birthday?
April 22nd. Earth Day.
I've got this out of order. Let's skip over that for now and go to the big fight in June. Ms. Adelson mentioned that there was a big fight toward the end of June. Do you recall that?
Yeah, that's the weekend of June 27th, 28th.
Where were you when that fight occurred?
We were in Gainesville. Ms. Adelson accompanied me for a work trip, and we had that scheduled for a while. And she accompanied me on a work trip, and we ended up having a pretty big argument Saturday night in the hotel.
And did that have to do with you accusing her of seeing other men?
That was one of the issues. There'd been a lot of tension bubbling. That was the major issue. But just to give that some context, I suspected very strongly she was seeing other men. Of course, your office had confirmed recently to me that there was multiple online active dating accounts the whole time we were supposed to be exclusive. But just to give context to that, that was combined with Wendi promising me the world in June. Talking about me moving in, shouldn't get a Jeep, you should get a car, the kids' car seats will fit in. The kids should start calling you daddy was the most outrageous one. And so she's like throwing herself at me over the top in a way that felt totally disingenuous and fake. And at the same time, I think she's seeing other guys. So it just kind of boiled over. I tried to have like a serious, honest relationship conversation with her, and that didn't go very well.
So you were kind of, at least up until all of this started happening, you were kind of full steam ahead, and it seems like she was a little stop and go, hot and cold. Is that
It was
accurate?
a roller coaster, is what I would say. And I had felt since April that I was perhaps being strung along. I had that intuition. I couldn't fathom a reason why you would string a guy along like that. It didn't make any sense at the time.
All right, so we're in June, like 28th range?
Okay.
Okay, when do you come back from Gainesville?
The morning of the 29th, after this fight or this argument, we drive back. We drive back to Tallahassee. Now, I had another ride back, and I offered to take that other ride if the fight was that bad, because we could have broken up after this. That was, but she wanted to ride back with me.
You rode together?
Yeah, we rode together.
All right, so you rode back together, and then was she leaving that day?
I believe it was I thought she picked up the kids the next day from Professor Markel's house, and that's when she met Amy Adler, and that was a big deal to her.
Amy Adler was Dan's girlfriend at the time?
Yes.
Okay, so it's at some point after the big fight and the return from Gainesville, does she leave to go to South Florida?
Yeah. I know. A day or two later, she definitely leaves to return to South Florida. She's in South Florida by July 1. All
right, and was that the trip that she was there for her dad's birthday?
That's correct.
Did you attend the dad's birthday?
No, I was never invited to the dad's birthday.
All right, and were you aware what the big gift was for dad's birthday?
No.
All right, so when did you see Wendi next after she leaves to go to South, or I guess after you return from Gainesville?
So during that 2-week period, we're exchanging emails, texts, long phone calls, video chats with the kids. Things are up and down, but it seemed like it's probably going to be okay. That's the impression I was given by Miss Adelson. Or I was being strung along 2 more weeks. But I see her again on the 13th when she comes back in town and is excited to have a date with me. So we had a date.
All right, so now we're at July 13th, 2014.
That's correct.
So within a week of the murder.
That's right.
Okay, tell us about your interactions with her that day.
Yeah, we went to dinner and a movie, and we returned to our house on Aqua Ridge.
All right, and did she tell you anything asked to tell you anything in confidence that evening?
Yeah, in a very serious tone of voice. The topic of conversation as we're walking up to the house is about relocation, being stuck in Tallahassee, and Danny, as the conversation always was about, Danny Markel. She said in a very serious tone of voice, "Can I tell you something in confidence?"
Objection, Your Honor. Motion to eliminate.
Now, Ms. Kappelman, to understand the court's rulings.
I think I do, Judge, but asked to approach.
Please approach. Stand now.
Okay.
Please step back outside. Can become impeachment.
Impeaching a new judge in very reason. She denied the statement yesterday. That's why I brought it up
You may be seated, Mr. Lacasse. Ms. Kappelman, you may finish your sequence of questions on the topic you were starting.
Mr. Lacasse, when we broke, we were discussing a statement made to you by Wendi Adelson on July 13th, 2014 at her residence here in Tallahassee. Do you recall which statement?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and what was that statement?
After asking to speak to me confidentially, she told me that last summer that Charles Adelson had looked into all possible options to take care of the Danny Markel problem, including hiring a hitman, and that it would cost about $15,000. I revised the amount. I said potentially that could have been $50,000. I'm unsure of the amount. The rest of the statement, very confident it's true.
So you weren't sure whether she said 15 or 50?
Right.
But she didn't say 15 or 50. She said one or the other.
She said one number that I thought was 15 when I talked to TPD, and later thought that could have been 50.
Okay, I'm with you. And this statement was made in what context? What was her demeanor?
Well, she asked to speak to me confidentially. She was dead serious about it. It was a chilling statement. I had a reaction to it. My stomach flipped. A little scary, a little weird. So it was a very serious statement she's making.
So clearly not a joke.
No, it was not a joke. There are other jokes in that domain. This was completely distinct and discrete from any joke. This was not funny.
And this statement was made within 5 days of Mr. Markel's murder by a hitman?
That's correct.
And was this said in any way in the context of the relocation issue?
Well, what preceded her saying that was a discussion of under what circumstances could she or would she leave Tallahassee, and she stated that the only way to leave Tallahassee was if something happened to Danny. That's what led into the statement I just repeated to you.
Thank you. That's the proffer, Your Honor.
Any cross-examination concerning the subject of the proffer?
I'm sorry,
Any cross-examination as to the subject of the proffer?
Yes, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
This is a proffer outside the jury, folks. Proffer outside the jury.
The statement was chilling and
and we only need 7 more likes to 300. We could do it, folks. We could do it.
serious, right?
Yes.
Did you go to the police?
I did not.
You were so scared about the statement that you didn't alert the police the next day, that night.
I did not.
Why not?
Because it was a past tense statement, and I thought Charlie was a scary guy, but it was about something supposedly he did last summer. I did not know there was a present case. A present instant threat. I did not know Hitman had visited Tallahassee. I didn't have the context.
So the statement comes out, and you say, all right, not going to call the police. Hey, Wendi, you want to go out tomorrow?
That's not quite how it went.
No, you didn't try to go on a date with her the next day?
No, we did go on a date the next day, and then she cut off all contact without barely talking to me on that date. So I didn't have a lot of time to process it, but it was a shocking enough thing that it took a day or two to process. Also, I had repeated that statement to a friend of mine before the murder, and I didn't get a reaction from her like, this is shocking. I sought feedback from a friend who would verify that I made that statement before the murder, and she didn't say, oh, geez, you should call the police. So it wasn't just me. There was another person that I consulted with because it freaked me out, and we decided I decided after talking to her it was past tense, so probably not that dangerous, and we were really wrong. And maybe I should have called the police.
So Charlie Adelson lets you know that he's has friends in the criminal element, the Cuban criminal element, right?
Yes.
And you know that there's a heated dispute between this family. You testified to it today, a heated dispute.
Yes.
About relocation, about divorce.
Well, the dispute's no longer about relocation, but yes, there's an ongoing litigation for sure.
Right. And then Wendi Adelson tells you that this man, who is part of the criminal element, really looked into hiring a hitman.
She did say that.
And you thought, I'm not going to go to the police on that. That's your testimony, right?
That's the decision I made. It didn't really cross my mind because of the past tense nature of it, and I consulted with a friend, bounced it off of her before the murder, and neither one of us thought, oh, geez, let's call the police. So it's possible that Charlie is so dangerous that I should have called the police, yeah, but I did not.
And so at this point in time, your relationship with Wendi Adelson was really bad, right?
It was hard to tell.
It's hard to tell that it was really bad?
It was a roller coaster ride constantly because you were...
By the way, Tiny Tinsley is doing this. This is a proffer outside the jury. Yes, yet he's still clutching his pearls. Like, dude, relax. You're not even in front of the jury right now.
Referred to the next night, the next day, the 14th. On the 14th, I got a warm, inviting call from Wendi Adelson, eager to spend time with me. Maybe trying to distract me, I don't know. But
okay. Well, we're going to get to the distracting part.
Yeah.
Because that's what this is all about.
But it wasn't in a great, the relationship was not in a great spot. I'll concede that to you.
So
yes.
Your testimony is that when this woman is about to break up with you, when she is avoiding you, when you have just been caught going through her phone and her
how's she avoiding me?
Well,
Mr. Lacasse, you're not here to ask questions.
Yes, sir.
Your testimony is that when you are on the outs with her.
Whoops, 300 likes. Thanks so much, everybody.
During this time period, that she
300 likes. Thank you so much, everybody, for being here and smashing that like button. Appreciate you all very much. Thank you.
She confides in you the most serious, the most important thing in her life. That's your testimony, yes or no?
Yes.
Okay.
She has a history of boarding out things that aren't in her own self-interest.
Judge, I would ask that to be stricken from the record. It's unresponsive.
This is just a part of the proffer. And if you've reached the end of your cross-examination on the proffer section, we do need to...
The judge is like, dude, it's just a proffer, dude. It's a proffer. Relax.
That's fine, Your Honor.
Mr.
Relax.
Lacasse,
Go back and sit on your phone book.
The ruling remains the same. You're not to inquire further as to the subject matter. We will revisit later if it comes to it.
Yes, sir.
Please bring back in the witnesses, or the jurors. State have any further direct examination for this witness?
No further questions at this time, Your Honor.
You may cross-examine.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, and this, I believe, would be the part where it appears someone has peed in Jeff's cornflakes. Oh, there's speaking,
Professor
guys.
Lacasse, good morning.
Speaking of mentor lawyer, where we get the police interviews, there he is, right there. And that lady is yawning. Look at that. I got her on the yawn. She's yawning. Anyway, here we go.
Good morning.
You met Charlie Adelson one time, right?
That's correct.
It was a trip that you and Wendi took down to South Florida for a day after a spring break with the kids that she taught.
Yeah, we were in Immokalee, and then we went over to Miami, or to Fort Lauderdale and Miami, just for the 11th. That's right.
And you had dinner. You said you had dinner on March 11th of 2014 at a place called Yardbird.
That's correct.
You recall Charlie was in his scrubs?
Don't recall that, but it wouldn't surprise me.
And Catherine Magbanowa was at that dinner, right?
She was.
And I think you said that she was bringing up stuff about her ex, right?
Not a lot, just a little bit, but she did bring that up, and I recalled it.
Is it fair to say that she was pushing for information at that dinner?
From who?
From Miss Adelson?
I don't recall that.
Well, was she trying to get Miss Adelson to talk about her ex-husband?
I don't recall that.
Do you recall there being a lot of discussion at the dinner about Professor Markel?
Don't recall a lot. It always came up for a minute. It came up in the context of Wendi Adelson's book. Most of it was Charlie talking.
You recall Katie asking questions about how the divorce was going, how he was treating her, where he was. You don't recall any of that happening at the dinner?
I do not recall any of that.
The only thing you recall is her saying something about her ex-husband.
That's what stuck out. We've had previous legal proceedings where I also could not, I can't. It's a dinner 9 years ago. I don't remember a lot of detail of it. And it wasn't long either.
Oh, shit. Cece, who was in the chat, just bought a coffee. Oh, shit. Judy D with the $10 super sticker. Thank you so much, Judy D. And then also we got a coffee from Cece. Thank you so much, Judy, and thank you so much, Cece. Really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Thanks a lot, man.
Just an hour.
Isn't it likely that she was talking about her ex-husband and her problems because there was talk about exes?
I mean, that's pure speculation on my part. I don't recall. I do recall some other things we spoke about, but I don't know if I'm allowed to talk about them or not. They involved your client. They weren't. So I'm in my head trying to figure out how much space was there for other stuff. As I previously testified, most of it was Charlie telling us stories, kind of.
But Katie was clearly wanting to bring up the topic, as you said, about her family situation, correct?
Yeah, but I'm talking about 2 or 3 sentences here. I only recalled that in retrospect because there was a murder, and I thought, oh, geez.
And it was important enough for you for Ms. Kappelman to ask you about that, right?
Okay, yeah.
Right? So you remember her talking about her family situation, right?
Yeah, and I also remember Charlie talking about a party he had recently attended. There's a few other random things.
Fair enough. I didn't ask, with all due respect, I didn't ask you that. Okay. Let's just stick with the family situation.
Okay.
So Catherine McBanawa was talking about her family situation, correct?
For 2 or 3 sentences, she mentioned that Sigfredo Garcia, not by name, and the tensions with him, yes.
Okay. You say that Charlie talked in the hot tub or the pool about having connections to the criminal element. That's what your testimony was, right?
Yes, starting with my initial statement to TPD, yes, sir.
And you're talking about your statement to TPD after the murder, right?
3 days after the murder.
And after you thought Wendi Adelson was trying to frame you for the murder, right?
I didn't think that in that interview.
Okay.
It took me some time to process.
You're aware that you were called in as a suspect for the murder, right?
Yes.
Okay. And after that point in time is when you gave that statement to TPD regarding what Mr. Adelson said. Just yes or no?
After I was called into the police station?
Yes.
Yeah, that's when I gave my statement at the police station.
Right. What I'm making clear is it's not like you had dinner and were in a hot tub with Charlie Adelson and you went back to Tallahassee and gave the statement then, right?
No, I would have no reason to do that.
I understand that, Professor Lacasse. I'm just trying to make it clear for the jury when you gave TPD this statement.
Yeah.
And the answer is you gave him the statement after the murder and after you were called in as a suspect on that murder.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, do you recall texting Charlie Adelson after you met with him?
I texted Mr. Adelson one time, yes.
Okay. And do you recall saying to him, "Hey, Charlie, it's Jeff," as in Wendi and Jeff. "Hey, man, thanks for your hospitality the other night. Sorry about the clusterfuck with the cab. It was great to finally meet you. I could tell how proud you are of your sister. I am too. She's really 1 in a million. Take care, dude, and look forward to seeing you again sometime soon." Do you recall texting him that?
I do recall texting him that.
Okay. You like hanging out with the criminal element?
It was my new girlfriend's brother who she was very close with. I've been dating Wendi seriously for 12 days. I didn't think it was right to give a... I was polite rather than honest, let's put it that way. I mean...
Let me ask the question again.
Yeah.
Do you like hanging out with the criminal element?
No, I don't do that.
Did Charlie Adelson text you, or did you text him?
I texted him. I can't remember if that was solicited by Wendi Adelson or not, but I texted him.
It wasn't solicited by Charlie Adelson, right?
No, we never spoke again, though.
Okay. Actually, he texted you back.
Right, I never answered.
And he said, "It was great seeing you. I'm glad you made your flight. Hopefully we can all hang out soon."
Mm-hmm.
Now, you testified that Wendi was a wreck Hold on 1 second, sorry. One moment, Your Honor. I've lost my place. On direct, correct?
Yeah.
Some of these, you testified about some of these divorce filings on direct, correct?
Yes.
And that Wendi, you testified that Wendi was a wreck about him, right?
Yes.
That's not what you thought in the spring of 2014, though, was it?
You're questioning whether it is what I thought in spring of 2014. I noticed repeatedly her reacting to motions and litigation and getting very, very upset. I'm not saying there was never any good times, but she was very upset when he filed something.
Do you recall sending an email to Wendi Adelson in March 27th of 2014 where you tell her that she's adapting really well to unpleasant circumstances and that she needs to give herself more credit?
That sounds familiar. I would say it got increasingly worse March, April, May, June in terms of reactions to the entire situation. But I know I was sending that email, yes, trying to encourage my girlfriend at the time, yes.
Oh, really? It got worse. Filings in March, April, and June.
No, I don't know when the last filing was. Her reactions, not just to filings, but the entire situation. Let me clarify that. So.
Hold on a second. Would it surprise you that there weren't any filings?
No,
in May or June?
No, I'm aware of that.
Would it surprise you that there's been testimony in this courtroom that actually things got a little better?
Wendy's status didn't get better. My observations of Wendi saw her spiraling downward in that time period is what I was trying to refer to.
Do you recall that in the spring, summer of 2014, Professor Markel asked Wendy's parents to babysit for him?
I didn't know about that, or I don't recall it if I did.
I'm sure you did. Now, do you recall telling law enforcement that your impression was that Professor Markel's filing was going to fail?
Yes, I was repeating things I'd heard from Wendi Adelson, so most of that content, that was,
Sir, I'm just asking you for yes or no questions.
Okay.
Let me follow up of where you get that information from.
Okay.
I know you have an agenda.
Yes, I told police that. Yes.
Okay. So, you told the police that Wendi wasn't concerned about Professor Markel succeeding with that motion.
No, she was highly anxious. She was highly anxious.
Did she think that the motion was going to be granted?
I don't think she knew. I think that's what caused the anxiety.
Didn't you tell law enforcement that your impression was that Professor Markel's motion was going to fail?
I did tell law enforcement that, yes.
And didn't you just tell the jury that that impression came from Wendi Adelson?
Well, from my interactions with her and partially my own opinion, to clarify. But, yes, that's true. Yeah.
You also told law enforcement that everyone in the legal community agreed with that assessment.
I didn't speak to everyone in the legal community.
Well, let's read your interview then. And let's see if it refreshes your recollection. One moment, Your Honor. Being summoned. And I quote, "Everyone in the legal community agreed with that assessment. At 2 o'clock on 7/23/14, interview part 1, at 34:35 in the interview. You don't recall saying that?
Can you give me the date in the interview again, please?
7/23/2014. Interview part 1 and 3/6/2015. You reiterated it at 34 minutes and 35 seconds into the recording. You don't recall saying that?
Vaguely, I do recall saying something like that. I'm a non-lawyer trying to figure out this situation. Getting different messages from different people.
I have no further questions right now, Your Honor.
Redirect examination.
At the time you were in the hot tub with the defendant, did you know that he was a criminal element? I mean, okay, let me rephrase it. Did you know he was conspiring to commit the murder of Dan Markell?
I had no idea.
All right, and when you were at dinner with he and Catherine McVanawa, did you know that she was conspiring to commit the murder of Dan Markell?
Had no idea.
So you didn't know when you were in the hot tub that you were hanging out with a criminal element in that regard?
No.
Nothing further.
Because you may step down, you may be recalled at some point. Members of the jury, we're going
What do you know?
to
He gets
lunch break
recalled
at
the
this
same day.
point.
So
Once
let's
again, I'm going to remind you not to discuss
that up,
the
and then we'll
case
be
with
done.
each other or anyone else. Do not look at any news coverage or discuss the matter with any friends or family. Enjoy your lunch break. We will get started once again.
15 or...
And again, thank you all so much for being here. We really appreciate it. We're on our way to 7K, folks. On our way to 7K. About 70 more. Yes, Donnie, Shannon is here, although I think she might have just went out for a little break. I don't know.
All right, Mr. Lacasse, I want to take you back to July 13th, 2014. This is going to be the Sunday before the homicide that we're here about. Did you see Wendi Adelson that evening at her residence here in Tallahassee?
Yes, after we returned from dinner and a movie, we went back to her residence. Yes, ma'am.
All right, and at some point that evening, did the issue of the relocation battle that was going on back in the summer of 2013 come up?
It did.
And is that the issue we've already touched on, which has to do with her wanting to move to South Florida with the children and filing a petition to do so in the courts?
That's right, and by extension, the issue of being stuck in Tallahassee.
Okay. And while discussing that issue, did Ms. Adelson make some statements to you about her brother Charlie?
She did.
And what were those statements?
She asked to speak to me confidentially in a very serious tone of voice, told me that Charlie had investigated all possible options to take care of the problem of Danny Markell, including hiring a hitman, which would cost about $15,000. And I later revised that and thought maybe it was $50,000, but the dollar amount was the only thing in question. She definitely said that Charles Adelson had looked into hiring a hitman to kill Danny Markell.
And when did she say Mr. Adelson had looked into hiring a hitman?
When the relocation was denied, the previous summer.
Okay. All right. And the dollar amount, so she either said 15 or 50, you're not sure which?
That's correct.
Okay. And when she said this, what was her demeanor like?
She's very serious.
All right, so definitely not the to be confused with the TV joke?
No, I'd heard that joke repeatedly. I knew that joke. This was something very different. This was chilling, a little scary, made my stomach flip. I found it disturbing. The joke was said in a lighthearted manner, and this was not said in that way. This was serious and said confidentially.
All right, thank you. And I want to, well, okay, I think we should go from there to the next day, which is going to be July 14th, 2014, the Monday before the murder.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you see Wendi Adelson on that day?
Yeah, I can't remember if I contacted her, if she contacted me, but she was excited to see me. And I wasn't so sure about that because the night before we'd had an awkward conversation at the conclusion of that night. and I had told her that she didn't want to do this anymore, that she could just send me a text and I wouldn't, take any offense. We would just, break up. So I didn't get that text. Instead, I talked to Wendi Adelson, and she was excited to see me.
All right, so what did you do?
Well, then she needed to call me back, and it went from her enthusiasm about seeing me to let's just meet at yoga tonight, go in separate cars. So there was a real shift in about 30 minutes.
Did you go to yoga?
We did. We went to yoga.
All right. And after yoga, was there a discussion about your relationship and the status of your relationship?
Yeah, a very brief one. I mean, yoga's not a great place to talk, obviously. So while we were sitting there, she seemed very cold, and I kind of got the feeling that it was over, that this was it. So as we walked to the car, I tried to talk to her about the relationship, and that didn't go well. And so I just kind of put up my hands and walked away, feeling sad that this was it.
All right. And as you walked away, was that the end, or was there more conversation after you began to walk
No,
away?
she called out to me, and I walked back towards her. And she was deeply curious. Well, let me back up slightly. During that conversation, she didn't have any interest in spending any time with me for the rest of the week. So it kind of confirmed, this is over.
Mm-hmm.
But then when she called me back, she had a series of detailed questions about what I would be doing on Friday.
And Friday is going to be July 18th, right?
Yes.
And that's the date of the homicide?
That's exactly right.
What were her inquiries of you regarding that date?
I had a trip planned to Tennessee. She was aware that I was planning to leave about 11 a.m. On Friday. I need to get to Atlanta for an early dinner, so with traffic, she knew I was departing at 11. And at the yoga studio in the parking lot, she had asked if I was still going, if I didn't go, why not, what route I would be taking a lot of a bizarre amount of interest in that trip that didn't make sense to me at the time, given that she didn't want to spend time with me.
And how does it make sense to you now?
Well, if I had left on my trip at the scheduled time that she had known about for quite a while, I would have driven pretty close to Danny Markel's house about the same time as at the murder, in a similar looking car to the suspect vehicle.
What type of vehicle did you drive?
I drove a 2004 Nissan Sentra that was silver metallic gray color.
So if you had followed your original plans, you would have been passing by the Markel residence or nearby there around the same time as the killers were fleeing?
Yeah, I would have been at Capitol Circle in Thomasville. Sure, I would have been on the same cell tower, for example. I think my life could have been pretty complicated had I taken my original plans.
All right, so you didn't, I guess, take the original plans.
No, I did not. I had made a last-minute decision the night before to leave Thursday night instead. I had not informed Ms. Edelson about that because we weren't speaking. Actually, no, I don't know that anyone, for sure that anyone in Tallahassee knew I had changed my plans, just the people at the other end.
All right, so you were actually in Tennessee at the time of the homicide.
I was.
And when you were, we've heard you were called in as a potential suspect.
Bob, so you don't, so Bob's asking, Bob doesn't think there's enough to convict Wendi. Bob, you don't think it's a big deal that it's very clear from this testimony that Wendi was setting up Jeff here to be leaving at the exact same time the hitmen were leaving so that it would appear that he was a suspect?
And apparently named by Jane McPherson. Do you know who that is?
I do.
Okay, who is that?
That was a friend of Wendi Adelson's, and she was a doctoral student in our program. I had not much of a relationship with her, just a kind of a working relationship. We'd worked on a couple of projects together, but I didn't know her very well at all.
But someone that knew that you had been dating Wendi.
Yeah, I think she was a confidant of Wendi Adelson's, yes, for sure.
Okay, so you get called in, and were you able to provide documentation to show that you were in Tennessee and not in Tallahassee?
Yeah, I was excluded fairly quickly because the investigators found Kmart surveillance footage of me at a Kmart in Tennessee using my credit card with my cell phone showing me there shortly after the murder, so it was impossible that I was the shooter.
All right, and then was there also some similar type coincidences around the time of the trip that the killers made in June?
Yes. On June 6th, I had a business trip to Gainesville, and I departed at 11 a.m. on a Friday, June 6th, which Miss Adelson would have known about by March. So really, I take 2 trips out of Tallahassee in my car the whole spring and summer semester. And both times, hitmen try to kill Danny Markel.
Okay. Any further contact with Wendi after the yoga date?
We, about 10 days after the murder, she reached out to a mutual friend, and we had a few phone calls.
And during one of those phone calls, did you learn about a dinner where Wendi had become ill at the table?
Yes, I did learn about that.
And what did you learn about that dinner?
That she went out to dinner with Charlie for what he called a celebration dinner. He said something to her. She spontaneously vomited on the table.
And this would have been within how much time after the homicide?
Within a few weeks.
Was it specified that the celebration was in reference to Dan Markel's death as opposed to anything else?
Wasn't specified.
Okay. But whatever it was, that's the dinner where she vomited.
That's right. That's right.
One moment, please. No further questions.
Cross-examination.
Let's shift gears a teeny bit.
Okay.
When you and Miss Adelson were dating, there were occasions when she would drive, right?
Yes.
Did she have a good sense of direction?
I don't know.
You're aware that when she was married to, she lived in Professor Markel, she lived on the house on Trescott, right?
Yes.
And when you were dating Wendi, would she often use Trescott as a shortcut to get from one place to another?
She used it a few times when I was in the car, if that's what you're asking. She did that on June 27th, the day we departed to Gainesville at 11 a.m. on a Friday.
I think you said in one of your interviews that she would do that at least 100 times, drive by the house?
That was a figure of speech.
Okay. Now, you mentioned, we'll start with the joke, the bad joke.
Yes.
You mentioned this TV joke, how it was lighthearted, bad humor, certainly in the context of what happened, but it was a joke.
Yeah, it was dark humor, I would say, but it was clearly a joke, yes.
And do you recall that joke being given at that Yardbird dinner?
I don't.
Could it have been given at that Yardbird dinner?
It could have, but I don't recall it, and I actually think I might remember that.
I'm sure you do.
Given what happened.
I think one thing that has been established is you believe that Wendi Adelson tried to frame you for Professor Markel's murder, right?
I'm suspicious that there was an effort made in that way, yes.
And so that has affected your viewpoint, correct?
Sure.
Well, let's talk about your viewpoint. And we have to go a little bit back and repeat a couple things to put it in context. So you meet with Charlie Adelson. He tells you that he's in the he's friends with people in the criminal element. You say thanks for a great meeting, correct? Send him a nice text.
The next day I sent him a text, yes.
You don't go to the police?
No, I don't go to the police.
You then hear that Charlie's made a joke many times about this TV being cheaper than hiring a hitman.
Heard the joke twice.
Okay. You don't go to the police.
No.
Then in June, at a time when Wendi Adelson is breaking up with you, she sits you down and she says, I have to confide the biggest secret in my life. That a year ago, my brother actually looked into hiring a hitman. That's your testimony here today, right?
You said in June, sir?
In June? I'm sorry, in July.
Okay.
In July.
Can you restate that? I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'll do it again.
I'm sorry.
I'll try to keep it lower this time. In July of 2014,
yes,
about a week before the murder, when you're breaking up with Wendi Adelson, or things are seriously not good, she sits you down and she says, Jeffrey, I've got to confide in you. My brother actually looked into hiring a hitman. That's your testimony here today.
No, she didn't sit me down. She said it in passing, and she had a habit of blurting out things that weren't in her own self-interest. But she did do that. She did make that statement, yes, sir.
And it was chilling to you.
It was.
Unlike the joke, you thought it was real.
It was real, yes.
Did you go to the police?
I did not.
And then you break up.
Kind of. She strung me along for another week, as you know. Mostly, yeah, but kind of.
Well, the murder happens and you get called in as a suspect of the murder.
Right.
And you're upset at that point.
Yes, I was upset.
And you have a first interview with the police, and then you have a second interview with the police.
Yes.
And during the second interview with the police, you talk solely about Wendi Adelson.
Yeah, I think that's right. I felt like I needed to say they needed to look at Wendi Adelson as well. That was the point of that talk, yes, sir.
That was the point of that talk.
Yes.
And you even, you don't mention actually Charlie Adelson at all in that second interview.
I already had done so yes, you're correct.
So that second interview, you talk just about Wendi Adelson. And in fact, you're so uncomfortable in the interview. You tell the police that. You say, I'm so uncomfortable, and Detective Isom asked you why. Do you recall that?
It wasn't a Detective Isom.
Okay, I'm sorry. The detective who was interviewing you asked you why.
I don't... You have to remind me on that.
Well, let me remind you what you said. You said, because it's hard for me, because if she would take me back right now, I would go back to her.
Yeah, I was still under her spell to some degree. I would say I was fairly pathetic at that point. I would acknowledge that. Yeah.
So let me understand this.
There it is. Just taking a step back, just called himself pathetic. I mean, this poor guy.
Because I want to make sure I've got it right. I don't want to put words in your mouth.
Sure.
Wendi Adelson has told you that her brother looked into hiring a hitman sometime in 2013. He gets murdered.
He does.
You go to an interview, and during that interview, you're still thinking about staying with Wendi Adelson. You don't want to talk badly about her because you still want to be with her.
You're talking about this July 23rd interview specifically?
Yes.
Yeah, it only been a week. It was still pretty fresh. I was still pretty mixed up. That's right.
Okay, well, let's see how mixed up you were after that. So then you're clearly broken up at that point. We can agree, right?
Actually, I would say yes functionally, but I've testified before that Ms. Adelson and I had conversations in August where she behaved as if we were still together, and we had a conversation that finally ended it, initiated by me. Now, practically, we were broken up.
You never dated, you never went on a date with her again, right?
Never saw her again in our courtroom, right.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Then she tells you, according to you, that my client, Charlie Adelson, says that she had a celebration dinner with Charlie, and that the celebration dinner was about the murder of Professor Markel.
I don't recall saying that last part.
But that's how you took it, right?
I worried that was the case. I told the police, and my understanding is Wendi conceded she threw up on her dinner table.
Do you know that the first time you told the police that was in March of 2015?
I do know that.
So what happened in September of 14? What happened in October of 14? What happened in November of 14? What happened in December of 14? January of 15? February of 15? You still didn't think that was important to tell the police?
I'm happy to answer that. I think you deserve an explanation on that. You may have noticed in my March 6, 2015 interview, I come in with notes, big pile of notes. Those notes are written in July of August. They're written pretty quick after the murder. I didn't come in right away, partially because I was scared of your client. I was scared of the repercussions if I went on the record further about my suspicion. So I was reluctant to come back in because I was frankly scared.
Oh, I get it. You were scared of him in August of 14, but you weren't scared of him in March of 2015.
Now I decided to man up. I decided it was a homicide and needed to man up. That's the decision I came
Right.
to.
You weren't scared to tell him that my client had actually looked into a hitman a year earlier. That didn't scare you. You could tell him that in July.
No, I was.
Hold on, sir. Let me ask the question.
Fair enough.
In July of 2014, you told police that Charlie Adelson, you heard, actually looked at hiring a hitman. You weren't scared to tell him that.
I asked for police protection. I was scared.
You told them that in July of 2014. Isn't that correct?
Yes, in the same conversation I said, can I get some
Sir,
assurances? Can I
stop
get some
climbing
protection?
on the
I said, I don't
podium.
wanna
You
tell
look
I'm
like a
scared to
toddler.
tell you.
But you were too scared to tell him about a celebration dinner comment, and you waited almost half a year to tell him?
Well, I did wait half a year to tell them, but the notes I brought in were written right after that interview. I also wanted to get my thoughts together because I thought this day might come. And I wanted, in those first two interviews, there was a lot going on. It was pretty traumatic, so I wanted to collect my thoughts. So that's what I was doing, in addition to being pretty frightened and having to get over that idea.
Isn't it true that those comments never happened, and you're upset because you believe that this family tried to frame you for murder?
Everything I'm saying is true.
I'm sure it is. May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Move to strike the "I'm sure it is" comment.
I'll withdraw it.
It's withdrawn. Please disregard members of the jury.
I have no further comments for this. Or questions.
Redirect examination.
This may seem like a fine point, but I want to make sure it's crystal clear. When Mr. Rashbaum was asking you about the hot tub conversation, Mr. Rashbaum said that his client said that he was friends with people in the criminal element. Is that exactly what was said?
The word I recall is he had connections and friends on both sides of the tracks.
Okay. Connections to the criminal
elements.
element.
And particularly, there was the Cuban neighborhood.
6,940. 60 more to go to 7K. If you're new to the channel and you enjoy it, tell a friend, tell a family member. Let them know. Let them know you enjoy the channel.
Comment that I repeated to the TPD later.
Gotcha.
Actually, on July 21st, first interview, I mentioned that comment.
Okay. How many pages of notes do you have in reference to this case?
Like right now or over the last 9 years?
I mean, kind of over the last 9 years.
Yeah. I'm a researcher by training. I'm an analytic person by nature. So those 6 months was pretty obsessive. I was reviewing every text message, every email, writing. I condensed it down. I think if you watch the videotape, you would see me bring in 3, 4, 5 pages. But I would say I wrote probably 100 pages before I came in to see them the third time.
Going through every receipt.
Yes.
Every detail.
Yes.
Partially out of what? What motivation?
Well, pretty traumatic, so fear was part of it. Like, if they can catch the people that did this, I'll be safe. That was a big piece of it. Also, this was a brutal murder, and I wanted to see justice done, and I did not want to leave something sitting on the shelf. If I was in the possession of something that could help, I wanted to help.
And isn't it true that you didn't know what was going to end up being important out of all the nuggets you dug out of the phone and everywhere else?
I had no idea, and I also told them repeatedly, I hope and pray this wasn't Wendi and Charlie Adelson. But just in case, here's the stuff I have.
And Mr. Rashbaum asked you about why didn't you go to the police when you learned that Mr. Adelson had in fact looked into hiring a hitman. Just to reiterate, the statement was made the Monday before the murder, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And that's the statement where Wendy's relating it to you?
Yes.
All right, so that's going to be in 2014?
Yes.
Okay, and she's making a statement about something that occurred in what year?
2013.
All right, why didn't you go to the police with this information?
Because it was a past tense thing she was reporting. I did not sense there was a present danger. I didn't know hitmen had already visited Tallahassee. I didn't realize there was an active murder plot.
In hindsight, should you have gone to the police with this information?
Yes.
One moment, please. Nothing else, Your Honor.
Lacasse, you may step down. Mr. Rashbaum, do you have something that you need to raise?
Maybe go sidebar briefly.
Approach.
And that is it for Jeff Lacasse. Thank you guys all so much for being here today. I really appreciate it. Thank you, mods, for all the work you do, as always. All right, so I think tomorrow we will do Tato. Check out his police interview and his testimony. We probably won't be able to finish his testimony. His is a lot longer than Jeff's, but we can at least get his police interview and some of his testimony. Again, YSL is on break, and there's no other trials that I'm aware of, and Steve is covering the Bryce Road. So I can't thank you all so much for watching and being here, and I can't thank the mods enough. Thank you all so much. Hold on. I have a new closing, and I don't think I added it yet. Let's see if I can add it now. Oh, son of beach. Let me see. Choose file. My new closing. I didn't add it. Here we go. All right, guys. Thank you so much, and I'll see you tomorrow. Appreciate it, everyone, so much. Thank you.
And a Ric Flair.
And it didn't work.
And a Ric Flair. I give you 2 claps and a Ric Flair.